Savage Esports. As the name suggests, and what better way than announcing themselves on the stage by getting 26 frag. Can you imagine 26 frag in the very first match in the qualifier? Yes, it is, and that was a performance showcase coming in from the Savage Esports. But one thing that I feel like they might just lack in is going to be their experience. Yes, they have a couple of players coming in terms of their fragging potential, but then comes in the addition of Sanchir.
Exactly. Sanchir is the man that's going to be bringing the experience to the table, but it's definitely going to be required for this team to stick together during their matches in the PMPL and just make sure that there are no mistakes in terms of synergy and communication. We talked about Sanchir, but we have to mention another key player for the team. That's going to be Hershey.
Oh yes, definitely. The man who led the team, the man who led the chart up in that elimination leader, and he got the most frag in entire, I guess, 12 matches itself that the team played. So this time, this again one big Mongolian powerhouse is going to be just rocking that PMPL stage.
Exactly. And for that, we wish Savage Esports good luck for their match.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আমি মেফতাউদ্দিন একেটিআরজির রেয়ার এফপিএস। আমি এবং আমার দল পুরোপুরি প্রস্তুত পিএমপিএল সাউথ এশিয়া 2022 স্প্রিং খেলার জন্য। আমরা জানি আমাদের সামনে থাকবে সাউথ এশিয়ার অনেক বড় বড় দলগুলো, কিন্তু তাদের সাথে সমানভাবে কম্পিটিশন দেওয়ার জন্য আমরাও প্রস্তুত। আশা করি আপনারা আপনাদের পছন্দের দলটিকে সাপোর্ট করবেন এবং সাথে চোখ রাখবেন পাবজি মোবাইল ই স্পোর্টস অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma, and well, I mean, we are definitely rocking some cool swag today, but ladies and gentlemen, the swag is actually going to be dropped in the matches that are about to begin, because day number 2 of Super Weekend number 2, we are seeing a lot of teams make epic comebacks, but I mean, the priority is definitely going to be for those chicken dinners, which give you $1,000.
I mean, our priority right now was to just, look really good, dress really good, and I guess we have done that job, to be honest. Him with the aviators, me with the wayfarers, and now, oh, come on, it's too bright in here. But, well, if you talk about today's game, someone is going to have even brighter day for themselves when they'll just, step onto the battlegrounds and have a good fight for themselves, because this is what it's all about. I mean, Johnny, just think about it, mate. So many points, so many chicken dinners just being earned by the Mongolians again and again. I get it. We might just sound like a broken record, like a broken drum, to be honest, but that is what is happening somehow. Not even some. That is what is happening overall. So,
exactly.
Okay.
Or as you say, I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, the 3 Mongolian teams at the top, sitting on the first, second, and the third position, Stalwart Esports, IHC, and Sealy Esports, combined together, just these 3 of them have secured 11 chicken dinners. Savage Esports is separate. They are a little bit further behind on the leaderboard, but even they have chicken dinner for themselves. But yesterday, something incredible happened, Ocean. Yesterday, we saw Team Vibes Esports get their very own first chicken dinner, and I think that is the only thing that was missing for the side of Vibes. The chicken dinner finishes, and hopefully today we get to see a few more from their side, because that's going to make the top 5 situation a lot more exciting to watch.
We hope so, because Vibes is one of the teams that is just, getting that that cylinder fired up for the region of Nepal overall. If you think about it, if you look at it that way, because just try and understand. We were hoping for Skylightz, right? Skylightz is kind of struggling. We were hoping for DRS because they were last time's champions, the old team with the name with Vibes, right? But they are kind of struggling here and there as well. So Vibes is a team that just has that hope for themselves. And well, if we talk about the hope, we need to have a look at the format as well, because this is where the hopeful ones are going to be moving forward, as the top 16 from all the Super Weekends will face each other on that Pro League South Asia Finals.
And right now we're just on the second week of the Super Weekend, ladies and gentlemen. It is still one more week that remains ahead of us, where the teams will, as Ocean mentioned, compete for the spot for the finals. But along with that, along with securing those points, let's not forget there are $150,000 on the line, out of which a major chunk is being given during those Super Weekend performances. So I mean, as Necro said a few days ago in week 1, that league play doesn't really matter. You just have to qualify for the Super Week. Well, if you fail to qualify, you miss your opportunity to compete for the money that's there. And again, I mean, we have seen sort of prioritize that aspect as well. If they're not doing too well in the standings, they will just try to see if they can secure the chicken dinner, playing very passively. And even that makes sense, right? Because at the end of the day, if you make it to the finals on the 10th position with 2 chicken dinners to yourself, $2,000 extra secured, it is still much better than to be just completely outside of the top 16 and failing to make it to the final. So just go for the safer plays. But I mean, we would definitely love to see more action from the top of the leaderboard. But ladies and gentlemen, as we were talking about the prize pool, the distribution is right here in front of us. And again, that $1,000 per match is something that will instill a lot of chaos in the game.
Always. Always. It will always be there in front of us when we just talk about it. But then again, 1 elimination, 1 point, and it's not just obviously we know money is important, we love it, but that 15-point marker, imagine that jump that it just gives to the players, right? That's an amazing thing as well when we talk about it. And coming up with that, as of now, Stalwart is a team that has had so much for themselves that they just they are just enjoying it, and followed up by IHC as well, because they are enjoying those numbers as well for themselves. Every chicken dinner that they are getting for themselves, in fact the region, it's just moving forward onto their own momentum. And again, just like you said, today once we are done with the second game or the third game, you can call it, either ways, we'll be done with the halfway journey of the Super Weekends.
Exactly. I mean, halfway marker is going to be reached. It's going to be a milestone for all the teams. And as you mentioned, I mean, Stalwart Esports and IHC, the competition between those two teams, and also Seal Esports is getting tougher by the day, ladies and gentlemen, because as you can see on the overall rankings, there's just 11 points separating Stalwart Esports and IHC Esports, and another 9 points separating Seal Esports from IHC Esports. So it is going to be quite interesting to see who will be first at the end of the day. But Vibes, look at them. They are inching closer and closer to Seal Esports slowly and steadily. Yesterday, for a moment, we saw Deadeyes Guys take that 4th position away from Vibes. But towards the end of the day, Vibes were like, all right, we are done with our 2nd, 3rd place finishes. We are done with being top 4 every single time. Now it's time to secure the chicken dinner finishes, and they did exactly that. So quite an impressive run for Vibes so far in the game. But again, unless those chicken dinners appear more consistently, they are always going to lag behind the 3 Mongolian Titans.
Yes, talking about those Mongolian Titans, right? Just like you said, for Vibes to just move forward, obviously they need their momentum, and they also need a few games in which Seal first things, they choke. If they do that, then Vibes will surpass Seal. If, again, that's a big if, because above that there are other teams as well. Talking about the lower order right now, 11 to 20, call it 11 to 19, because 20 team, well, we are not seeing them as of now. It seems like they got Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. And Atrax is out there on 19 with 4 points right now. High Voltage 29. TRZ, today is the day where they would want to, they can, well, we'll see if they will surpass 7C. Then 1952 is the next team. ElementriX as well right now. But ElementriX, I mean, they're still playing. They can have a few games in which they can get more and more points for themselves and can move forward. But 1952 and 7C, it's a full stop for them right now.
I mean, exactly. I mean, these two teams are going to be stuck until the league plays begin in the next week, ladies and gentlemen. But till then, all they have to do is just watch the matches with their fingers crossed and just hope TRZ doesn't cross them. Yesterday, TRZ almost did that. I mean, they had a phenomenal start to the day, but during the later half, we did see them kind of fall off in every single game. I mean, the Sanhok did not go their way. The last Erangel wasn't really good for them. But still, I mean, if TRZ managed to have a similar start just like yesterday, even in that first map, I think they can definitely topple 7C over and find their spot, find their position inside the top 16. But hey, who cares about the top 16 if you are on the first position? Ladies and gentlemen, Stalwart Esports in front of us. A comparison of their performance in Super Week 1 Day 1 and Super Week 2 Day 1.
That's a really good line that you just said. Who cares about the top 16 if you're at the top position? And right now, Stalwart is the competition. They are not a part of the competition. They are the competition right now for the opponents. And if you look at this, right, Super Weekend 1 Day 1 versus Super Weekend 2 Day 1, you can see the difference right now. They have their own pace. No doubt they are still doing really good. They have had a chicken dinner for themselves. But obviously, it's not the multiple chicken dinners that they have had as of now in this Super Weekend. Obviously, we have days left, so they might as well just start off with that momentum as well. But remember, this was the first game of the first Super Weekend. We saw them dominating on these grounds. They held a pretty good area around the zone. They had a really good zone for themselves, and then they held those grounds for them. That was insane. Now, this time as well, they are paying good respect to the circle. That was needed. That is what they are doing. But alongside that, I would say, it's kind of given that their communication, it's getting refined with each and every match. They just have that on their minds. Like, they understand.
I mean, for sure. I mean, as you mentioned about the communication, it looks like the entire team is always on the same page. I mean, even yesterday, when worst comes to worst, I mean, yesterday was kind of a bad day for Stalwart Esports overall, if you think about it, because the difference that they started with at the start of the matches yesterday was shortened down by quite a lot by IHC Esports, since yesterday was dominated by them. And Stalwart Esports need to figure out, all right, we need to go back to that week 1 performance. How do we do that? If they have that figured out, I think today we could just see them capitalize on their advantage and push further ahead in the overall rankings. I mean, there's nowhere left for them to go, though. I mean, they're already on the first position pretty much. Securing, I think for Stalwart Esports now, the objective becomes like, secure chicken dinners, secure the money, and just move to the finals and then get the trophy.
So we have 10 matches in front of us right now. I'm pretty sure these are going to be the first 5 of the first Super Weekend and the later 5 of the yesterday's first day of the Super Weekend too. And you can see the difference that they had in the first few games, that is first and second game, and then obviously the last game, that is the 5th game of that day. And right now, yesterday was the second game where they were just making up their marker. In fact, there was a Sanhok's match as well where they actually just got a brilliant chicken dinner for themselves. So
Yeah.
these kind of games definitely showcase their momentum. We saw Stalwart doing really really good when it comes down to yesterday, that Miramar domination that they had, and then
Yeah.
obviously again and again and again, ladies and boys and girls, we have said this. First Miramar, that always happens. It's a Mongolian chicken dinner that has happened so far. I want to see that change.
Yeah.
Will today be the day? That's the question. Mongolians have been dominating, but will South Asian? No, no, it's not like South Asian regions not playing, right? They are there as well. They have been part of so many good fights. But then again, the marker that they are trying to put on, right? That factor is it's kind of not there. But then
I
still,
mean,
there are a few teams that are just trying to go for it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And one of those teams is Deadeyes Guys, who have been really impressive. I mean, with their run yesterday, especially being something that was worth watching. I mean, DE, even with the consistent performances that they have had, they were struggling to stay in the top 5. But yesterday, they solidified their spot within the top 5 of the overall leaderboard. And I think from now on, all they're going to be thinking about is competing with Vibes, competing with Stalwart Esports within the 4th and the 3rd position, and trying to see if they can get to the podium one way or the other. And one key player in this entire run for the team has to be True Love.
A pretty good player. We saw what he did yesterday, right, with the first game, and he just this was the chicken dinner that he just got for himself. I would say if we could just see more highlights of that game from True Love's POV or something, right? Those were just impressive. The way this guy, look at this, right? He spots down a few players, takes one down. The other one, he sees him in the throw animation, he takes him down as well. IC was spotted, he was taken out. Then it's just last player remaining, he takes him out as well. Yesterday was a good day for the throwables overall, and well, True Love definitely showed it.
I mean, definitely. True Love was quite impressive in his run yesterday. And we saw a lot of action coming in from the side of Chari as well. So it was quite impressive to see what the team was up to. You remember this final match of Erangel yesterday. We saw Frag Boy, I mean, living up to the name Frag Boy and just destroying the competition with the utility. Although DE, what they need to figure out is how they're going to play on those Sanhok matches, because it seems like every single time just the fact that they're landing towards the northern part of the map with IHC seems to be the thing that is forcing those Sanhok performances to not really go their way. I mean, you do see the performance seismograph of the matches yesterday that Sanhok is never working out.
Yeah, it's just not exactly, working out when we just talk about it. But then again, Deadeyes Guys, the only issue that they have with Sanhok is the drop location.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they would be, after the end of the day, every day, it would be the conversation that they'll be having 110%, where do we drop on Sanhok? We are homeless on Sanhok. We need to find a home for ourselves. Be it multiple scattered homes, minor homes, minute places, but we need something where we drop and we are not a part of the fight to start off with, because once we become a part of the fight, we become a part of the misery as well.
Yeah.
And that's not what they want to do.
Exactly. I mean, that 4v4 doesn't matter if it's even a 4v4 or a 4v3, because we have seen situations where Deadeyes Guys found the first opening in the Sanhok collision, but still the entire team was later, like a few seconds later, just completely wiped out. But ladies and gentlemen, there is still time before the Sanhok match. Let's have a look at the schedule right now. And our rotation today will be starting off from Erangel, then we move to Miramar, Erangel followed by Sanhok, of course, and then in the end, Ocean, would you like to do the honors?
In the end, it's Erangel again. We start off by cutting up a ribbon in front of Erangel, and we finish our race with the finish line ending up on Erangel as well. It's a pretty good race, really, boys and girls. We see a few Koenigseggs as well in this race, a few Lambos, a few McLarens, and a few Teslas here and there. Sometimes Dacias and Coupes as well. If you're an SUV fan, you might just get a US.
I mean, if you're talking about spotting and securing those vehicles early stages, I have a challenge for our audience. I mean, for the last couple of days, we've been closely watching the players in their player cams before every single match, and you get to see some very interesting things over there, like people enjoying sandwiches, food, getting that energy in before the games. You've seen people solve Rubik's cubes just right moments before they're about to enter a game where they could win $1,000 for their team. Action always seems to be just checking up on his feed. I mean, just calming himself down, I guess, before he goes into a game and just annihilates the rest of the competition. So if you guys spot something interesting, do let us know. Do tag us on our socials
Tag
as well.
us. I was
yeah.
actually just I go back, I watched the stream once.
You
again
do
now.
that too.
Yeah, and there was just one thing I gotta give it to one of the lads, to be honest. The name Zolo always comes on the stream, always just messages their chats, really good about the teams and all those things. So that kind of a conversation just is always pretty good. Once you just have that hefty conversation going on, a good conversation, to be honest, just comes up really, really good. And kudos to the lad. I'm pretty sure he's one of those viewers who just likes to enjoy the game, and I'm pretty sure our entire audience is there as well, and they would like to be pretty good part of all these things, all the good things, bad things, and all those. Just like you said, maybe if you spot something good, let us know, tag us. If you don't,
if you spot Zolo, just tag Zolo, I guess.
If you spot something, tag us. If you don't, follow us. Thank you. Now we'll just moving forward with our game pretty soon, as we just are gonna be moving up right now. And these are what's that? Come on, are you coming up for $1,000? Are you coming up for $1,000? Are you kidding me? I want to see that happening now. Come on, you have given it. You have given it. Yeah. Come on. These are good cams.
I mean, this is the fun part right now before the intensity rises in the matches. But yeah, we had our 2 seconds of fun, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for the action to commence, because the first game of the day is all set to begin. There's the plane, and that means we're already off in the air, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path starting from the western side of the map, going towards the southeast. So Stalwart Esports are going to be pretty happy about this, because the trajectory seems to be on Norway again. Someone give this team a disadvantage. They should just play with one hand.
That would still be advantages for them, given their momentum right now. But then again, ladies and boys and girls, IHC is going to drop down to Georgopol, just like we talk about it right now. ElementriX is going to drop down to very pure split that they have for themselves. We'll see a few teams dropping down here and there as well. T2K is one of the names that you can just, see dropping down right now. Skylightz is going to go for their own split. Obviously, they like to go to the northern side of Georgopol sometimes. This time, we'll see what happens. And just like you said, Johnny, someone give this team disadvantage. All right, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
We see the overall rankings, right? We have had this conversation that whenever Stalwart thinks that a team might just be quite close to them in terms of numbers, they like to have a good game, sometimes even
exactly.
So this time, it's an 11-point difference.
I mean, it's not fair, Ocean, if you start predicting my question now. Let me ask the question first.
I'm gonna enjoy today's day. Oh, the circle Stalwart! Yeah. It's a Stalwart slow rotation circle. Think about it.
Yeah. Do you think they can win, though?
You want me to give you a spoiler?
I was about to ask you the question before you brought Stalwart Esports up. That's why I said, wait for my question. Now, since you have already said it, might as well just reveal the answer, Ocean.
I'm sorry, bro. We don't do that here now. But when you're not talking about the zone, look at how comfortable DRS is inside the circle as well, right? Quite a center spot for them. TRZ, I love the way TRZ I've talked about this yesterday as well, ladies and boys and girls. Phantom, I love the way Phantom came down in the first Super Weekend and they made up a marker for themselves. Right now, they're amongst top 7 teams, in fact, at the 6th position. TRZ, I love the way TRZ has just arrived. They did not play the first one. Hey, who hurt Suyog? I mean, literally, who hurt Suyog?
I mean, no, it's not just him. So I believe one of the lads from the side of Raw Esports has been taken out, because T2K and Raw landed quite close to each other. And I think T2K, they're still quite focused in on heading towards the shooting range area, which these days has been their preferred drop location. So maybe there was a collision, and Raw Esports are starting off with a disadvantage. So it's going to be a troublesome situation for them to actually head towards Georgopol, because IHC is going to be waiting for them. There's the trade.
Oh, yes, there it is. I mean, Raw, they have all the players. We will see Legend going down and out. Did we start off with 63 players? I don't know. I'm not sure, though.
Yeah, I think we're going to find out soon. I mean, we will find that out soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. But let's see for now. I mean, Raw Esports.
I mean, so, Johnny, there is no first blood marker animation, right? So maybe we start off with 64 players only. We'll definitely find out.
2 have been taken out.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
That too on the second day of the second Super Weekend. So many seconds coming up. In terms of in a matter of seconds.
All right, so here's the first one. I guess it was Vibes who lost it.
Oh my God!
That was unfortunate right there, but I guess Raw Esports just getting, I guess, a trade for vibes, if you will. But it is an advantage for Raw Esports now. They have an extra point starting off right off the bat. And Vibes Esports and T2K find themselves at a massive disadvantage, already losing players. And look at Sandesh. He's stuck out in the open towards Ruins with a shotgun and a DP on his back. And I think, yeah, he definitely needs a rescue squad to come and get him. He can't survive a rotation from here to shooting range alone.
He definitely has a DP right now, but in this kind of range, if someone arrives, he'll have to use a shotgun. DP is good. DP does good damage, but your movement would be constricted because of the stairs and all those things, right? So you need to use those shotguns with the two shots, and then you can maybe just move to the lower side and can just use that DP later on. That's the thing. That's just the theory that just comes up here. And right now, Atrax Argo, we see him. He was just a statue right now. Right now he's moving and he's just picking up a few weapons here and there. Preferably using M4 and a UMP. Pretty good combination. Nowadays, if you'll just, see players from South Asia using this combination a lot. UMP is pretty good with the movement, less amount of ammo. Like the ammo takes less storage, etc., etc. All those things are there. And M4, it's obviously one of the finest weapons to be used in terms of mid to long range sprays as well. Plus, it's a pretty good weapon. We all know it. It's tried, tested, trusted, everything. That's M4 for you.
Well, yeah, that's the M4 for you. It's the OG weapon, I think.
I don't know why I was just gonna say a weird thing. M4 is like that ideal gas that I mean, you might have read about the ideal gas equation and the ideal gas things, right? PV equals nRT. So M4 is like that ideal thing. I know. I just speak weird things, but to all the students in 12th class and 11th standard, right? PV equals nRT. Remember that. It's gonna be really handy for you.
It's been 6 years since I quit school. Like not quit school, but I passed out. I graduated from school and. Yeah, you're asking me to recall stuff that I wasn't able to remember properly back then.
Come on, it's a pretty good equation. R equals 1/12. It's a constant as well.
It's good to you. It accomplishes nothing for me, dude.
Yeah, sorry.
Do you just look at the like people admire art? Do you just admire like mathematical equations?
Yeah, sometimes I look at equations and then I'm like, yeah, this is a good
beautiful
thing. Yeah, this is a work of art. That I used to see that reel most of the times. I know why. But well, talking about this one, Skylightz, the players are looking really good for themselves. They have an area of Pochinki for themselves in which they are going to start off their loot. And after this, they are definitely going to move. And there it is, a team that starts up from Novorepnoi and they are trying to move to the bridge area.
Well, let's see. I mean, if this rotation is going to be successful for them, I don't think they're going to try and cross over this early. I think they're just going to try and see if they can spot out the lads from DRS, because let's not forget, Stalwart Esports have a vendetta to settle against them. A few days early, if you remember, DRS cut off Stalwart Esports rotation, and since then, they've been looking to pay, repay the favor, if you will, to the lads of DRS. And since they do land towards Milta, if they try and move towards where the players from TRZ usually are, which is just the southern positions of farm close to the shoreline, I think DRS and Stalwart Esports might have a few exchange of words amongst each other, but on our screens right now are the squad of JyanMaara. And I think, alright, so I wanted to talk about JyanMaara since the start of the game, because as you mentioned, Ocean, Stalwart Esports, they're going to have a slow early game. Well, JyanMaara, they like to start off from Lipovka, and I don't think Savage Esports anytime soon would want to contest them for that spot. So JyanMaara, if they, again, stick around Lipovka, Mansion, Prison, all these areas, and manage to hold control of these areas till the 12-13 minute marker, I think in the mid-game rotations, they can secure a lot of points, extra picking off any team that are rotating from the northern side of the map.
Yeah, that's correct, right? I mean, those rotations are going to be extremely tricky when we think about it. And, all right, it kind of makes me remember yesterday's matches. You remember, right? Every single Erangel had a northern circle. Like kind of a northern circle. Not exactly a northern circle, but every single Erangel had a northern-ish circle, if you want to just talk about it. And that was just so weird for me to just see three different games where they're having a similar circle. But right now, let's see what happens. As AJ, the Molotov was on him, and now he's going up with a throwable of his own. Assassin needs to understand he would be taken down to low HP, but from the other side it was extreme, and well, Galton returns the favor right in no time. But then Praveen is down as well. That means high voltage is left with two players. No doubt they can revive. their teammates, but will they go for him? And look at the fielding that Galson wants to set up in front of the players. Waru, alright, the fall damage just comes in onto him. The vehicle's getting damaged as well. He's going to go with the throwables, a few throwables. Galson on the other side will be taken down, and this, remember, this means Muffins is the last one surviving, but he goes down as well. Alright, it is one more player, and that is Nima on the backlines. It's a one-on-one situation, but then again, Skylightz, they are losing their players as Galson would be taken down and out. That means high voltage. Well, they definitely have an upper hand, but will Nima go for the engagement? That's the big question as the circle moves down to the backside of Milta.
Well, let's see. Wadu right now trying to spray down AJ as he tries to escape. And it's going to be quite important that high voltage, they get their revive sorted as well. But Wadu a little bit on delay. Extreme has been left behind as he goes towards the other lads. Nima has managed to rotate, is going to be able to secure a free point picking off Extreme, but Galson has been completely finished off. Mafia Ninja still bleeding out slowly and steadily. AJ has healed up to a pretty decent HP, but still, this
Smoke?
could be perfect.
Smoke?
Did he lob out a
Did it?
Yeah.
Was that a smoke? I don't know. I actually don't know, but maybe it was just a flush. Yeah, it was a smoke.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's opening up. It was actually a flush out smoke just to, take down the players on the outside of their own smoke. But then again, Prabeen is the last one surviving. What is he doing? Prabeen can take down a few players.
Oh!
Prabeen! That smoke was a disaster. You
Wow.
should have thrown up a nade, my friend. High voltage actually goes down on high voltage and fires up on all of the cylinders. This fight was not theirs to win, but they just smash it out. And look at that Joker crate just laughing around on the players of Skylightz now.
I mean,
Wow.
talk about pulling a rabbit out of a hat. That was
Wow.
an absolute miracle that was performed by Prabeen. The 1v2 clutch, making sure that high voltage, they still survive in this match. But let's talk about this. As Stalwart Esports seem to have caught the players from DRS off guard. And again, Ocean, it is time to repay the favor.
Well, it might just be Raw on one side, DRS on the other, Stalwart on the backlines as well. What is happening in all of these situations? Assault looks like he has spotted on a few players, and the circle's actually tricky as well. That kind of just makes it much more difficult for the players to just come out in the open and take up the fight, because you might just be spotting down one of the teams, but then there are other teams as well on these lines that can just take down a few players. As Gunnar takes down one from Phantom, Slipknot is down right now. DRS is trying to move from around their own compounds to the other areas. No Fear on the other side takes down Mad Max. Phantom is in a whole world of trouble. I would want to see their POV at this moment. What are they doing? What is happening? As Phantom needs to survive, but then again, where they are arriving, right? That's where Stalwart is now.
I mean, they will in fact get obliterated as soon as they even think about moving in this position. This is not going to work out for them. And well, look at this. Phantom Esports just being wiped out in a matter of seconds. And ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 14 teams, 49 players remaining. And as you talked about the shift of the circle, Ocean, the circle has in fact moved towards the Milta power situation. Now towards the Milta power plant is the squad of the Atrax. But all 4 players are split apart, which can in fact backfire for the team. But before all of that happens, the fight in Milta City needs to settle down. And it looks like DRS, they are picking off a few of the players from the side of Esports. But will they be able to pick off the entire team? That is a big question. Oh, Leo in a world of hurt. Rules just missing up, whiffing the spray quite badly. And Leo will he manage to escape? I don't think so. Just one more shot and he's down. Oh, he makes it.
He was actually one shot low, just think about it, right? But then again, that did not happen on the other side. Gunnar, the clock is ticking on him. Baron needs to go for that finish. But then again, Samir and No Fear on the backside can actually take them out. Gunnar, though, is on low HP. In all of these situations, Baron has 35 bullets. Will obviously go for the reload. Nothing taken down. That Rebel on the other side is trying to take down Baron. What a good spray, though. Missed down on a few shots, connected a few, but then again, Rebel still did not manage to take the player out. But Gunnar is done for. JyanMaara, they lose one of theirs now, and that leaves them 2 players in all of this kerfuffle situation. And Seal, they're trying to move around this woodcutter's shop area, and it looks like they'll do it with ease. They'll move down to demo, and they'll have a good house for themselves.
Well, let's see. I mean, so far, in quite a decent position, Esports right now have lost Wally in the early stage of the match to the lads of DRS, who in fact
have lost one of their own. Killer White, he being picked up by Stalwart Esports a few minutes earlier, but DRS managing to rotate quite nicely using the ridges as cover, and see ElementriX in the backlines. Rules is going to find the opening, but instant trade coming in as Leo takes him down from the flank. Now it's going to be up to Delta to help his teammate back on his feet, and also to see if they can hold on to this pressure, but Sus going for the shots on Baron and will find an impressive knock with a headshot.
Liquid goes down, and Sus is gonna go for that smoke in order to give up a decent cover to his own teammate. Obviously, they need to move forward to just, revive, but how? They need more smokes. They need to create a pathing for themselves, but what they are focusing on is for the smokes on the longer area. That is still Liquid. They need to put down a few smokes right in front of them. Incus would want to move forward as well. The clock is ticking on Liquid. DRS is trying to do everything in their power so that they can just, take down a few players. Look at them trying to shoot randomly in through the smokes. No one's there though, but still they're trying. A try is a try, be it good or bad. The airdrop number 2 has an MK14 with an extended AR mag for itself as well. Stalwart, they have 2 more eliminations, but look at this. Zeol needs to find where the player is right now, otherwise he'll be taken down. Well, he is taken down by one of his own as Sanchi takes one out, but Godless comes in for the rescue.
Let's see. The rescue is in fact going to be a success. Sanchir was traded out, but Eisenberg with this flank can in fact dish out a lot of damage. Alex, he's going to pop a smoke to provide a little bit of a safety cushion for his team to go for a revive. And look at Godless in the front lines, almost getting taken out by Hershey, but is going to find Sanchir with a wonderful grenade. Now Sanchir has been knocked out twice. Look at Icy in the back lines. Now he's trying to go for a flank as well, completely isolated. IHC Esports, they do not want to let Savage Esports escape. And well, Alex is going to be traded out. Hershey and Anish pushing forward. Anish finally being shut down. So it's 2v2 right now. Hershey is all that stands between IHC and, well, Savage Esports. Eisenberg with the flank as well is making sure that Godless is not going to be healthy. But steps out of the open for a few more seconds. Why is he not shooting? Godless, take him out. And finally, it is a little too late. What just happened in this fight?
Oh my god! Time to donate some eyes! What just happened in this situation? I gotta go to balcony and scream for a while. I mean, look at that! So many mistakes were made, but then again, both the teams, they try to give their utmost best. Savage, they are down and outside the circle right now. Sanchir is still struggling with the zone at this moment, and T2K, they would want to move forward in all these situations. Look at this, Jane wants to move forward, but you can see his buggy. It was just done for, probably it was a smoke glitch or not, we have no idea about that. I think it might just be a smoke glitch if not anything. But then again, DRS, all right, they're trying to go for it. And Incus goes down. DRS looking strong as of now. But then again, they need to understand that more and more players would want to contest this area.
I mean, you talk about chaos, right? And I believe, yeah, I agree with you. That was a smoke that was popped by Alex earlier to provide a revive for his teammate, but they couldn't really go for it since Savage Esports were also pretty hell-bent on pushing the lads from IHC. But again, complete and utter chaos. IHC Esports they were in such a good position to secure that fight and make sure Savage Esports were wiped out just to one misplay. IC getting taken out in the backlines a few seconds earlier before Godless had the opportunity to push forward, just resulting in them getting annihilated instead of Savage Esports being shown the exit a few moments earlier. But still, in one small mistake. But look at this assault. Oh man, he's Ghost Rider at this point. Unkillable.
Just, he doesn't have a Molotov on his head though. But then again, yeah, he might just be a Ghost Rider. Just, moving through all the chaos with the voices in his head. Just, guiding him what to do, what not to do, and all those things in all these situations. DRS, look at this rules. He's trying to make up a run in that buggy for the zone. Maybe would want to just park it around the edge. He needs to understand that TRZ is on the other side. This time, for a change, I would say TRZ has a really strong position because if they play their cards right, they might as well just take down DRS. Look at their position. That they can take control of this zone for themselves, in fact.
Well, let's see. I mean, again, the Atrax, if they play their card right, this could be their game. And since, well, IHC Esports are out of contention, I think Seal Esports can look at this as their opportunity to take the second position away from them. But Raw Rig on our screens right now, while his teammates have taken swan dive into the ocean and have gone for a swim. In fact, Rick sticks to the land area. Oh, Demo is going to be spotted out. That's it. Scry, you can finish him off quite nicely. Now he's moved away. This is like a game of whack-a-mole, where you wait for the moles to pop up and then you start shooting them, but instead of being on board, it's already inside a game. But Rig, wow! Found a knock, gets knocked out instead.
TRZ is trying to go for the hunt, but Saskia's like, nope, I'm good. Takes himself down. As he legit just, falls out and seal a few players. In fact, Demo is being spotted down. Raw's players are there as well. Stalwart, they are on a hunt right now. They would want to get more and more points, if anything. And look at that, taking down a Demo. Right now, he's trying to move forward. On the other side, it's TRZ as well. If someone just comes up to breathe, that person is done for. And I think Scry wants to actually build up a crate right now, but he's just trying to calculate where Demo is. I guess Demo's not going to survive for long. He would be taken down. There it is. Demo is down and out. That means it's one more for Stalwart. 11 teams surviving. 32 players as ElementriX is down and out.
Well, let's see. 31 players make that 30, as we do see the Atrax spike being picked off, and Rebel from DRS going on kind of a streak now. TRZ Mad Cat still quite focused in on picking off Assault, and I think he will be able to accomplish that. Just one more shot connecting, and Assault he's going to be done. But he is taking the hit from the lack of oxygen as well. And finally, Mad Cat will find the last player surviving from Raw Esports. Raw Esports being shown the exit, and look at that, from 30 to 27 in an instant. Just 10 teams, 27 players surviving. Stalwart Esports, they are still here. Seal Esports surviving with 2 players. DRS on the other side, though, making a run for it. And Fardi from TRZ is going to make sure that Rebel won't be with his teammates once they get to safety. So DRS, their numbers are dwindling down. TRZ doing quite a phenomenal job, having secured 5 eliminations already in this match.
Oh. Deadeyes Guys. 1 elimination as of now for them. But they would want to get more, I'm 100% sure. DRS gets eliminated on the other side. That means, again, the team, it seems like they are struggling. But then they had good points, decent points, in fact, for themselves, if we talk about it. T2K, they are surviving with 1 player, and they need to get up a revive on the other one as well. Meanwhile, Atrax, they are trying to take up a fight against Stalwart. I love it, as Argo actually just goes up with a good nade, and Shantae as well. This is the time to rush. Atrax, they can make history for themselves. If they wipe it out, they can make a good highlight reel. Look at them going up with the smokes, with the nades, with the throwables, anything that they can get for themselves. Tries the last one surviving, and he's facing the wrath of Atrax in this situation. Atrax would want to move forward. They would want to just, create every good bit of a legacy for themselves if they can just, take the players down. Now on top is the first one to fall around. Chante is just out there, low HP, surviving, not anymore. Action takes him down. Action with 5 bullets will go for the reload. Gyante is moving away. Argo is still there. Stalwart, they are still surviving somehow with 3 players. They lost top, but then again, the team is still strong. Now, all they have to worry about is Atrax in the front and a few players in the water lines.
Well, let's see. Will they be able to handle all these pickups and, well, not get too distracted by a few individuals out in the open? But Stalwart Esports, they're doing a pretty phenomenal job right now, just being neighbors with the players from the Atrax. But this is exactly what I was talking about. Gyante trying to reposition, trying to force his position on the front foot, and Scry will find an opening. Argo, he is still present in the back lines, but he's going to have to deal with a lot of utility being tossed in his face now.
This is really, really difficult for Argo all of a sudden. They tried to make up a really good fight for themselves, but that just did not happen. Argo, he's facing the wrath of the players from one side and the other as Shari puts him 6 feet under. And now, Stalwart, they have the players for themselves, but I just want to know, right? Do they understand the players on the back lines? Oh, it just, gives me kind of a deja vu situation. I remember there was a time when in the PMGC, I guess it was the first day or the second or something like that, I remember, and BTR was at the exact same spot where Stalwart is right now, and they tried to have a really good fight, but they could not because they were stuck down from the backlines, and the same thing is happening. The players are falling down right now, although they'll take Seal's players down, but now the most important challenge for them is to get inside the circle. Let's see how they'll be able to, because this is really, really important for them. And on the other side, Deadeyes Guys is just doing brilliant for themselves. TRC as well. Will they be able to conquer ElementriX right now? That's the question. I mean, they have to get in top 16. Will this be the game, or will they have to wait? That's one of the questions right now. But TRZ, they have a momentum flowing with themselves. Farther needs up a revive. They have 6 eliminations.
I mean, TRZ are doing pretty phenomenal in this matchup. If they just manage to make it into the top 3, that's going to get them a huge chunk of points that they can use and slowly and steadily find their way inside the top 16. And if they manage to be consistent enough, I think today itself, TRZ might be able to topple not just one team, but 2 teams in the overall rankings. But let's see, JyanMaara still present in this match with just one last player surviving. On the other side, Stalwart Esports, look at them. 9 eliminations secured, and they're still looking quite solid. 3 players are there, but I mean, it's quite difficult to take down even the 3 lads from Stalwart Esports.
Johnny, imagine Stalwart yesterday, they started off at 196 points, right?
Yep.
Imagine if today they cross 300-point marker.
I think they can.
Just imagine if they cross 300-point marker. That would just be a big deal for everyone to just look up to. Again, they have that momentum flowing. We'll see what happens by the end of the day. And right now we have 4 teams, 11 players surviving. TRZ, I don't know how they play this the map of Erangel, but they played phenomenally. That's one of the answers that we can just give. Deadeyes Guys, well, they have that flow for themselves. JyanMaara, no fear, just needs to do one thing, and that is he should not be seen. And look at how close he is to TRZ.
I mean, he's quite close, and this is going to get very intense in a few short moments. It's kind of an even-Steven situation between all the teams, apart from JyanMaara and No Fear. Look at him. He's just keeping vision of the lads from Stalwart Esports. Yeah, the solo survivor from the JyanMaara lineup.
So, look at this. He has only 1 elimination. That's the team elimination. But we'll talk about that as Storm takes down 1 from Stalwart. Oh my god, TRZ is just doing brilliant if you just talk about it, right? But then again, revivals are happening here and there. And MadCat is trying to go for a few shots. Turulov is going to go for 1 smoke. All of a sudden, Deadeyes Guys is trying to move forward. The only problem with Deadeyes Guys is now they have to come out in the open grounds, and that to a lower ground. So all they have to do is just use a few utilities here and there, and then they'll have to move forward. Otherwise, it might just not be an issue. And where is Manish jumping? All right, we'll not talk about that right now. TrueLove goes for a good nade again. It's TrueLove. It's grenades. He takes down 1, but Pekka is going to take up a few shots on him. And I guess this time, if Deadeyes Guys, they don't go for a good... What? Jari with... What? Jari?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, it's sort of a misplay right there from the lads of DE, but let's see. I mean, the odds are now swung in the favor of TRZ and Stalwart Esports. And well, all right, Fragboy managed to heal up right in the nick of time before he gets knocked out by Manish from the side of TRZ. But Scry is going to take Manish down in return. How dare you take our knock, he says. And Pika secures it for his team as Stalwart Esports, ladies and gentlemen, are now in the game with double-digit elimination numbers. And MadCat, look at him, an absolute mad lad he is, as he is trying to see if he can put some pressure on the players of Stalwart Esports. But no fear, he's going to be the catalyst that will make sure that Stalwart Esports can have an advantage. It falls a little bit short, but TRZ, they're going to be feeling the pressure of utility being lobbed in their direction from both sides. And finally, action state connects. Manish is down, and no fear takes 2 kills from that. Thank you very much, good sir. And now it's between 3v1. Stalwart Esports, JyanMaara, they're going to go at it. No Fear is all alone. So, Ocean, it's a Stalwart Esports chicken again.
If No Fear goes out, he's still going in style, and Stalwart, whenever they have had double eliminations, they always win. That has been the case, but No Fear will he be able to change that? I mean, he has taken down 1, but a grenade is pretty close to him. The throwables are out there, and Pika wants to finish it with a bang as he takes up a good grenade and gives it to No Fear as a present. Thank you for coming. There it is, Stalwart again coming up onto a brilliant winner chicken dinner. How many for Mongolia? Well, we've lost count already.
Yeah, we have lost count indeed. But quite a lot of chicken dinners for the Mongolian teams. But hey, I mean, we predicted this, right? It was their drop, it was their circle. And
the slow rotation.
The slow rotation plus, I mean, did not matter where the circle was, to be very honest, because the difference between Stalwart and IHC was just 11 points in Stalwart. We always know that.
We had this conversation.
They look back, if you're getting too close, they're going to sprint.
We had this exact conversation, right? Whenever a team is quite close. So I'll say, Johnny, it's a 15-point marker. If a team is pretty close to Stalwart with less than 15 points, next game is their chicken dinner. 110%. And whenever Stalwart gets a double-digit elimination, they always end up on a chicken dinner.
I mean, definitely. But apart from Stalwart Esports, I mean, we have a lot to talk about because
Are you
after.
sure we have
I mean,
more
yeah,
things?
TRG, talk about their domination in this game. They were holding that Milta Power middle of the field area for so long and they were taking so many fights. TRZ survived all of those fights, and not just that, they secured a few key points for them. A little bit of a blunder towards the end where they just completely ignored No Fear, and he
Yeah.
ended up being the player that wiped them out. But still, it was a very good game overall, and we're going to discuss this even further after this very short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma alongside with me, ladies and gentlemen. And what an amazing start to the day with Stalwart Esports again securing one more chicken dinner for themselves. I think, yeah, we should just have a sign made for them. Yeah, previous game was Stalwart Esports chicken now, and just wave it every time they do this.
I don't know what is just going on with the team. They just come in, they play in style as well. You see, right, Action just checking his social media feed. You see just everyone just going up with good jokes around. Everyone's just happy, just enjoying everything. And then at the end they're like, yep, just like last day, just like day before that, just like day before that.
Now, Stalwart Esports, if I'm not wrong, they have $6,000 already secured for themselves. I think they're just making sure that before they get to the finals, they already have $10,000 in the bag, so they don't have to play for money and they can just play for bragging rights and trophy in the finals.
Imagine if they get $10,000 from this and 10,000 from winning. Just imagine those things, right?
Yeah.
But then again, right now, Action comes up as an MVP, the most valuable player. You see 5 eliminations from him, 25 plus minutes of survival time, 929 damage. Classic Action, just coming up for classic Action. That's a good wordplay.
I mean, definitely. He's always been quite solid and quite consistent with his performances, unless you take him out quite early in the game, and then his teammates are going to show you what they are made of. And talking about those teammates, you do see 2 of them in the top players list, ladies and gentlemen. Pika with 4 eliminations, 596 damage, and Scry with 3 eliminations, but 681 damage. Then we have DE's Chari Sir on the second, who wasn't really able to make it to the end game stages because of a stunt he pulled, just trying to force his position in the circle, but still had quite a decent run in this match. So got 5 eliminations, 600 damage. And then TRZ, have to give props to TRZ. What an amazing start. I mean, they were looking quite solid in terms of their elimination numbers, and also managed to secure 10 placement points from this match.
So PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4, we witnessed the Sanhok in which Action just did the fastest one before that he could just ever do in the entire competitive history. That was just 3 seconds if I just want to talk about it, and they got a chicken in that as well. This time Action starts off on a really good roll for himself, gets 5 eliminations for him, 929 damage, 25 plus minutes of survival time. That just showcases his incredible feat of strength. JyanMaara, I gotta give it to No Fear. If the game was changed into the favor of Stalwart, No Fear actually was the catalyst for that reaction, right? No Fear did everything in his power to survive. He had 1 elimination before that. Then he comes up and takes all the eliminations with that brilliant grenade. He takes down 2 players and, well, whatever the team has in terms of eliminations, it's just because of No Fear and No Fear only.
Exactly. I mean, the lad did a pretty phenomenal job. I think from
And
the
Johnny,
top 5 is, yeah.
for the first time, we are seeing a team at second with 15 minutes of survival time, and also
Yep.
their damage received is way higher than the damage dealt. Yeah.
I mean, JyanMaara in a world of hurt, as we talked about, holding those positions in the early stages, moving out from Lipovka, taking control of Mansion in prison, and then moving south from there on out. It was quite a tricky rotation from for them to make, and we did see their players getting picked off again and again. And at the end, it was No Fear remaining for a long time, all alone, just completely patient, waiting for his moment to strike. And well, strike he did quite nicely onto the players of TRZ. But looking at the match summary right now, again, majority of the game was dominated by Stalwart because they are present everywhere.
They definitely are. They definitely are. You can see them action coming up on multiple starts. Highest eliminations is with Shari. And if you look at his damage, it is 600. He's on third in the highest damage stat markers as well. No Fear, just like we said, his eliminations didn't matter a lot, and he had 4 eliminations in the entirety of the game. If we talk about the highest knocks, Scry, Action, they have it. Shari is there as well. Shari also just comes up in that category of being one of the most impressive players. I mean, he has been there. I still remember the old times. Remember ASL Shari when he was right, ASL Shari, ASL Joker. Good, amazing times. I still remember in that PMP, like it was season 2 or season 3, they got 3 chicken dinners back to back, and that was a big thing for the team, just coming up and winning it. And Shari has just been playing really good ever since. I still remember his game DP is with Burj Khalifa, if I'm not wrong. I have him added in the game, but then again, that's a different story. Talking about the match ranking, right? We see Stalwart right now with 27 points. TRZ, this team is impressive right now. Impressive.
I mean, yeah, TRZ, they have started off on a strong foot today as well, just like yesterday, securing 18 points from this game. But talk about a world of hurt. ElementriX taking a drop in this match is definitely going to put up a lot of question marks on their performance. And, well, TRZ are going to be happy as long as ElementriX is not performing, since there is not a lot of difference between the two teams. And TRZ would like to secure a much better position inside of the top 16, so they don't have to work hard again in week number 3, and they know that they're going to the finals. But in order to do that, they have to be consistent in the rest of the matches. But before we move to the next one, let's have a look at the Oppo F21 moments of this game, ladies and gentlemen, which again was quite exciting because right off the bat, a southeastern circle, as Ocean mentioned during the game as well. This is the first southeastern circle we are seeing. Before this, every single Erangel, either it's going to be a northwest or a southwest circle towards the Peripia Primos situation. That has been the entire Erangel saga this far.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't seen such a circle in a long time, and with that, it just comes down to the rotations of the players and the team. So many teams struggle in these kind of areas. You see where ElementriX's players are being taken out. If you're in the open, right, I get it, there are slight hills, but then again, one of your places of cover actually makes this sure that the other place is actually wide open for you to be, being shot at and all those things. This is where I'm pretty sure it would be a thing with the smoke or something that just, Eisenberg and IHC's players, they just could not comprehend it. But then again, these fights did keep on happening. And then there were a lot of fights that were happening with the sidelines of the water, right? So many players just, swimming down and all, and that just created a lot of kerfuffle.
I mean, definitely a lot of teams just taking the dive into the water, realizing like, yeah, we don't have enough cover. All the cover positions have been taken by teams. There's a lot of pressure, and they just try to play for survival. But we saw a lot of other teams just capitalizing upon that. TRZ again being one of the main criminals in that situation. With that situation in regards, Storm in fact securing a few extra points. Picking off the lads from Raw Esports. But as we move towards the end, Deadeyes Guys kind of got sandwiched and caught between the crossfire of TRZ and Stalwart Esports, and then there was this in the very end.
This nade changed everything. If you just think about it, like actually legit everything. This nade just changed.
Actually, just then gets up and leave. Like, yeah, my work is done. I'll see you guys in 5 minutes for the next match.
I mean, come on, he understood it. He understood with the proper ease. But then again, if you talk about the damage right now, you just, yeah.
Ocean, I have a question. I mean, looking at the reactions of Stalwart Esports, like the players of Stalwart Esports, have they been informed that they were winning money with every single chicken dinner?
Zyan, let us know. If you're watching this, let us know if they do it or not, because they always have that. I believe they have it like
it's the game
like,
face.
Yeah, for them they're like will enjoy once the tournament is over. Maybe. Hey, look,
is that a maybe?
I Well, look at this, right? DRS, they got eliminated quite early, but then again, they had 6 elimination. 1337 is the damage number. That's quite good. If you talk about Stalwart, right? 2, 3, 5, 8, 12 is the number that they have for them. So in terms of the eliminations, 8 for TRZ, 6 for DE, high voltage 5. Pretty good numbers being juggling around in the first few teams. But then again, that actually means Stalwart today, 300 pointer. Oh my god, they are gonna have a massive jump. They are playing a different league.
It's going to happen in the next 2 games for sure. They're going to cross the 300-point marker. But unless IHC Esports or CD Esports can do something to stop them, that I think can be pretty important for them, especially considering IHC have always sort of held this grudge against Stalwart, I guess, of taking the crown away from them of being the most dominating team in South Asia. And Stalwart Esports, they are enjoying their moment now, but IHC Esports have been quite close in contending them at every single position. And now, since IHC Esports, look at that. Ocean, do you like those numbers? 123, 123, and then the double is there, 246.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. That's what Thanos once said, and well, that's what they are going for. But the matter of the fact is that they got wiped out of the lobby. Maybe this time they would go a bit...
I was about to say Thanos also got wiped out of the lobby.
Yeah, but that lobby was a different lobby, right? He was getting... Come on, it was a 1v3 against him, if you think about it, right? But then again, right, Atrax, they still have to get more points for this. DRC, hey, they're closing in on 7C. Next game, it should be theirs.
I mean, definitely, this should be their game, just closing in. It's just 2 points separating them and 7C Esports, TRZ Esports. I think this has to be the key motivator right now. And look at ElementriX. TRZ is not too far away from ElementriX as well, so ElementriX need to pick up the pace. So just in case at the end of the day, they are not on the 16th position instead of moving up on the 14th.
Johnny, I'm not... So, I get it, right? ElementriX is there, but you will agree with me on this. I'm not seeing ElementriX effect taking place.
I agree.
In the lobby, right? The game starts off, we talk about the teams and all, but I'm just not seeing them in the lobby the way we used to see them. They got a brilliant chicken in the last Super Weekend, right? Yeah. And we saw them doing really good in that one. They had the zone and all those things. This time, as of now, I'm not seeing that same ElementriX. Something's missing. And I don't know, but yeah, something's missing big time. We're not seeing that ElementriX.
I completely agree with you. I mean, it doesn't feel like the same team, but I think they are still adjusting to kind of the pressure that this lobby, these set of players, not just your team, but the teams other than you can put on you in the matches. And I think ElementriX is still adjusting to that. So maybe at the end of second week, if they manage to stay in the top 16 and secure their position in the top 16 and qualify for the third week, we're going to see ElementriX improve. Because, I mean, you have to agree, improvement has been there. ElementriX have showcased that, all right, team by team, step by step, they are just figuring things out slowly and steadily. Right now, the main concern is those rotation timings that are definitely backfiring. Even in this particular match, we saw them completely getting caught off guard because they were playing a little too late during the mid to late game transition. And by the time they decided to go for the Milta City, teams were already there and they were gate kept towards the very end.
Yeah, I mean, all these things, you know, it's just happening for that team. And I hope that, you know, the upcoming games come up really good for them. Because again, just like you said, you know, TRZ, they're closing in pretty fast. Now it actually makes me wonder, you know, I would have wanted to see this team in the previous Super Weekend. Imagine the wonders that this team would have done if they were in the previous Super Weekend. Obviously, they could not qualify. Things happen. All those things, you know, just come up. But then again, this time, they just come up in the first 7 games. They have just closed in on to the top 16 marker. They have so many more games left.
I mean, they have matches left, and along with the matches, ladies and gentlemen, again, it's time for the mini game. Can you spot something interesting happening in the player cams this time?
Can you spot
All right, someone's fixing their hair. There's an empty chair, so...
It was Galton who was fixing his hair. I just saw him on the bottom left corner. And now if you talk about it, a few players are definitely just, you know, laughing. Tell me a joke, come on. And, all right, a few are just, you know,
we saw someone, I think me and Necro spotted someone playing, literally lying down on their belly on the bed. And I think it was one of the Stalwart Esports lads. I think it was Action who was like...
Imagine if that's the actual way to play this game. He's just, you know, finding the god mode of playing this game. That's the way you win.
It out.
He's figured it out. That guy's got his game set.
Yeah, apparently it has nothing to do with your sensitivity or button configuration. You just have to play lying down.
Yeah. You just play with the utmost comfort zone. That is just, you lie down on your belly and you just, play. And
I mean, but that's quite interesting, right? The man never prones, like, unless he's in a duel in game. He's always very aggressive and, like, literally prones and plays in IRL.
well, look at this, right? Action has completed 15,000 damage marker now.
Yeah.
Top is there with 16,000 plus damage
These guys
marker.
are built different, man.
I mean, they just have their own different sense. I mean, Action's down on 71 eliminations at this moment. 71 eliminations. I'm telling you, he's reaching that 100 marker. If not in this one, obviously, but in the next Super Weekend, 100%. This guy is going there. He is.
I mean, I agree with you. I think the third Super Week, he's definitely going to have 100 eliminations all by himself. But I want to see what is going to happen with Top, because Top seems to be massing action space at every single point. I love today, man. Today is the best day to enjoy a lot of PUBG Mobile action. The trajectory is towards the west, and the circle is like, alrighty, I'm out. Trajectory, sorry, towards the east, and the circle is towards the southwest.
What? Why is this circle? I mean, think about it, right? Think about the areas like Valdemar and all those. Like, they are quite open. But look at this ElementriX. We just said that we are not seeing them. So this time, they are the first ones that are taking a fight right now against the players of Team Savage. And that is Eisenberg, who is just quite close. And Incus is there as well. But for how long? How long is this going on? You win. Oh, sorry. But then again, Eisenberg is just, coming close, and he can definitely see Incus. Look at him switching on to FPP, and there it is. The first person just goes down, and there it is. The first blood coming down, and ElementriX again. They are just missing that home. I just don't know, what is exactly happening in all of these situations. Sanchir is just, moving away. A Savage has just, started off their role of the day, and it definitely comes up pretty good. And well, while we are just talking about all these teams, when we talk about ElementriX, we said we are just missing their style, their play sense, and all those things. I gotta give it to Alex though. Alex, it's kind of, if I'm not wrong, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm not, but I believe it's his debut tournament, right? He's just starting off. I don't know how long he's been with the team and all those things, but then again, he's there. He's there just, fighting out with the top dogs. That shows that Mongolians, the way they understand the game. See, sometimes it's about one team. If a region is doing good altogether, that actually makes me wonder that it's like that region thinks differently. Right, that region has a different thought process. And that's where I get it. Like, Alex is just coming up, and he's built different when it comes down to the understanding of the game. That means Mongolians, they definitely think with a different strategy for themselves. We have seen the Mongolian domination coming down on PMGC Season 0, where Zeus was in top 3. Now IHC. We have seen Stalwart coming in the last PMGC as well, just trying to dominate. And well, they did dominate. They got the first ever chicken in of PMGC. I still remember that. That happened on the first day, the first game that happened. And that's how the game just progresses. And that actually shows the way these players just like to play, like to dominate, like to just get a hold of a good game for themselves. And that just comes up pretty good. So yeah, all these things, just as we calculate, as we talk about, I just get this understanding. These teams are just incredible. Talking about incredible teams, high voltage. I mean that previous games. What is it? The previous game's momentum that they had. I guess audience, you might just be remembering the way they took down a pretty good fight. High voltage. That was just a really good fight with Praveen just surviving on a whisker of an HP, a sliver of an HP, and he's still just clutching it out. They did really good. But Johnny, what do you think about it? I mean, I was just thinking about it. Mongolians. If we talk about one team doing good, etc., that's a different thing. But Mongolia, entire region is doing good. So I'm pretty sure they have a different thought process overall. What do you think about that? The entire region thinks differently.
I mean, I completely agree with that. I mean, I think this has been a debate since the Mongolian teams joined the South Asian region competitive scene. I mean, earlier on, we did see them compete with the wildcard teams, and you could clearly notice the sort of skill difference that was there between the squads. But when they came to South Asia, initially we saw our team struggle as well. was for one tournament, but the next one I think they also started to understood that. All right,
But then again,
yeah,
yeah. But then again, I just have to, actually add on to this one as well. Think about it. Alex, he's on his debut tournament,
yeah.
and he's at the third position in the highest, top fraggers. Think about it, right? He just comes in, and he's doing so phenomenal.
I mean, exactly. I mean, props to the team for recruiting such a young, talented lad. That's like hopefully sticks around for a long time, and
Exactly.
it could be the future of IHC Esports. Because
Exactly.
I mean, we have seen Godless mature as well with time. Earlier on, if you remember, he was more of a frontliner for his team. Now has taken a little bit of a backseat to allow Alex to sort of showcase what he's made of. But talk about other stuff. High voltage, I believe we've just seen them secure a finish as well, as Waduji is now completely isolated in this position with his teammates, and oh no, like which in fact team the casualty was from. But coming back to the same conversation, yeah, I completely agree with you. The Mongolian teams have a different mindset, and it is it has to be all about those complete 4v4 team fights. Because other than that, I mean, you talk about mid-rotation action, you talk about late-game fights. We've seen the Southeast Asian teams compete, but it seems to be when it is a 4v4, the Mongols dominate.
Whilst obviously I was in my schooling times and all, I used to get this from one of my favorite teachers, and they used to say that, everyone, even the topper of his school, gets 24 hours a day. The one who's not, playing that good, one who's not, studying that good, also gets 24 hours a day. It always matters how you utilize those in your own good sense, right? Every team, every different region gets 24 hours a day. You practice, you don't practice, all those things, you make up your synergies and all. It all matters how you execute them when it matters the most, right?
Yeah.
It's just so good the way these teams play, and look at them just parking up vehicle. What is happening with this? Look at them. But then so yeah, this region, I don't know. South Asian region as well. We know that the players are really competitive. They like to take this game seriously. But Mongolians, they win. They make it feel effortless sometimes.
I mean, I agree with that. They make it look so easy. And plus, I think along with the fact that their sort of mindset about the game is like completely zoning yourself into whatever match you're playing, I think that also sort of helps them out. As I mean, we were talking about right before this match, right? The players, the lads win an amazing match, no reaction from them. They lose the match. They are going to be a little upset, but let's talk about this. Mama God trying to spray down Sanchir in the distance, does force him out of his vehicle, but lad from Savage Esports managing to find a safe exit.
Definitely just finds a good place for himself. I thought Sanchir might just be in a bit of a bad situation though, but then that did not happen as of now. And Sanchir is moving away from the harm's way. It is needed, but he should just get back with his teammates as soon as he can. Otherwise, it might just be a bad situation, a tricky situation for him. Sanchir still just trying. Is moving slowly and steadily. Godless is out there. All right, they're trying to spot on a few players as well, and this is where they're taking a fight against DRS. As one of the players would be taken down easily, would be taken down and out with an M16 that Godless has. Would go for the smoke and would go for the loot as well. And I'm pretty sure after that will take a vehicle and will move forward. But right now, imagine. All right, this player was using a mini and an M16.
Well,
oh my god.
I mean, quite an intense start right here for IHC as well. And again, we know their priority is to topple over Stalwart Esports, who are just going to carry the chicken dinner momentum from the previous match. And
he took down the player by a mini.
It is Miramar.
Just godless things.
And Godless is or Assault taking those bolt action shots. I think he does expect someone to be there in those compounds, but there is no one. This is the paranoia that we always talk about that is there inside the game. You see something, you're like, yeah, there is definitely someone in that spot. Well, let's see. Stalwart Esports, again, the winners of the previous match. And now, High Voltage, Prabeen, Wadu, the entire team in sort of a 2-2 split as they rotate towards their next spot inside of the circle. And again, they have in fact quite a decent position already, considering they have managed to take control of the eastern edge of Valley Del Mar. But on the other side, IHC now engaging again on the lads of Deadeyes Guys, and a little bit of a damage trade between the two squads, but still no pickups.
Yeah, nothing as of now. And well, these players are just, trying to get a hold of a good area for themselves. Deadeyes Guys trying to get inside the circle. IHC on the other side. Both the teams are still struggling with the blue. They know it's important for them to just, disengage from this fight and to move forward, trying to do it. Deadeyes Guys is actually a team that just, is not at all disappointing as of now. They are doing extremely well, It also just comes down because this is one of the few teams that has been there. This name has been there with every single PMPL that has ever happened. This name has been there. So they understand the pressure, right? They feel the pressure. When the pressure, they know how to ease it up. When they just understand that pressure situation just coming up for them, and that's the best part about the team. I love the way that Deadeyes Guys' players they showcase their hustle, they showcase their skills and all those things. Deadeyes Guys, it's a treat to watch them.
Yeah.
But then again, right now we'll see what happens with them in this game. Again, the only point of struggle for the team is that the map of Sanhok.
I mean, Sanhok has been
Oh!
for them, but no!
What?
This is revenge for the previous match. No Fear showing up
Yes.
out of nowhere and just absolutely annihilating two players from the side of Stalwart Esports. He comes, picks up the kills and just starts to get away. Oh! Taken out by Action right before he was inside the cover. Quite unfortunate, quite unlucky, but let's see if the squad can recover from this since they have the man advantage now in this fight.
Yeah, they definitely do. And right now, Gunnar is just trying to spot on a few players. Samir is out there. No Fear has been taken down, just like we said, and obviously needs to go for the revive. But looks like Action wants to take a few matters in his own hands as he has a nade. But he needs to understand, Johnny, that there's someone on the back lines that is actually just giving them adequate cover. And look at that nade! It was on the other side, but the splash damage actually took down one of the players. Action, he's on higher HP right now, takes down one more. Oh my God! Action is just taking down the players one by one. Look at him doing really good. What is happening? Action comes in. What was it? 61? He's down to 63 eliminations now, if I'm not wrong.
Yep. I mean, just 2 extra points. And JyanMaara, they are not going to be happy about that at all.
Why are you showing?
I mean, imagine someone just looking away for a second, looks back on his device, watching,
like,
enjoying the game, and
Oh, he was at 71 eliminations. He's down to 73 eliminations now.
Oh, wow. I don't think he's going to stop anytime soon, unless someone stops him.
There's no stopping this action. But then again, IHC is in a troubling situation as Savage's players are trying to take down a few players. Alex has been spotted down by Eisenberg, but then again, that did not happen. Gunner's elimination is what Eisenberg wants right now and will get it. Action on the other side, just like we said, this is classic Action, ladies and boys and girls. If you guys are joining us right now for this PMPL, you guys must just get that reference, because this player has been there in the last times as well, and he has done pretty good. And well, just giving you out a hint, just be aware of this. he holds the record of the fastest one before in PMPLs right now. And Eisenberg, all right, he's just trying to spot on a few players. Godless is out there as well. He'll be taken down by Action again, who gets his third of the game. Oh, he barely survives, and his 74th overall for this career.
Well, let's see. Oh, True Love just between the smokes, and while he was adjusting his weapon,
God,
just
True Love.
throning himself down. True Love ran between the gaps of the smoke and does manage to find some safety for himself, at least for the next few minutes. But I want to see how this fight is going to end, because Savage Esports and IHC have been both of them going at it for quite a while now, and neither of the team seems to budge. But finally, Alex being picked off out in the open can be the catalyst that results in IHC getting eliminated. Let's see.
We'll see what happens. As of now, all these players are trying to just find a good place for themselves.
Yeah.
16 teams still surviving. A few of the players have been in a lot of a troubling situation, but then again, IHC, specifically this team. You remember I mean, ladies and boys and girls, the old ones, if you guys have seen the previous PMPLs, you remember, I mean, Johnny, you would be remembering this as well. IHC, the old Zeus, they used to have really good first Super Weekend, then they used to falter a bit in the second Super Weekend. That has been their thing. Remember, it cost them their PMGC points as well. The same might just happen. Obviously, it's not PMGC points right now, but you're seeing them struggling. The first game was not that good. This time as well, they're left with 2 players only. So they might just need to change down on a few things. I would say maybe it's a bit too early to say this, but then again, I'm saying what I'm seeing right now.
No, I completely agree with that. I think adjustments need to be made. We talked about this, Ocean. We talked about this during the first week as well, where IHC just came into the matches, and I mean, the other teams were able to counter them quite easily. Over the time, you do end up becoming a little too predictable, but I think the X factor that is there for IHC, as long as Alex is present in the matches, they're going to have a fun time. The moment Alex and Godless, both of them are out, IHC, we're going to see them take a little bit of a hit in their performance in the game and switch from an aggressive position to something that's going to be a little bit more passive. But this time, Zeol and along with him, I see they're trying to see if they can dish out some damage on the players of ElementriX. Oh, Sassy is going to be spotted out. The head clearly visible to IC. Does manage to connect one shot, but instantly sends his opposition into cover.
Look at the circle and look at the population in the zone, Johnny. It's getting highly populated right now. Mafia Ninja is down. Skylightz is other players there. They would try to just save him out if they can. DRS on the other side again. Not a good game for them this time. They do get eliminated quite early. Airdrop gets taken up by Madcat right now. Play zone is definitely a demise for Deadeyes Guys' players, as they are being taken down multiple times by the play zone, and there it is, putting an end onto them. Deadeyes Guys, though, this time they do get eliminated again, ladies and boys and girls. The Miramar of every day's Super Weekend has been won by Mongolian teams mostly. So let's see if it's going to be the same or not, because there's still a lot of other teams as well in this region, in this lobby.
Well, definitely, as you mentioned, there are still a lot of teams remaining as we move towards the 18-minute marker of the match, ladies and gentlemen. 41 players still alive, and Hershey's just sitting on the back of that buggy, waiting for Eisenberg to just get in and drive him out of there. Take me somewhere I'm safe, my man. But let's see when exactly are the calls going to be heard. In the meanwhile, Anif looking towards the ridges, just expecting someone to peek them. But Nima and Mafia Ninja along with him. Both of them are out.
Nice done.
That was a mistake. It was a massive mistake.
Galzin and AJ are 2 players surviving, and the weird part is that the players that are outside the circle are surviving. The players that are inside the circle are down right now. They'll be finished down. Malik is down here as well, and Spike is going to give up a revive to Yante and Chante right now. But maybe no. Oh, maybe no. Maybe no. As Dartrex, they just go out. Ryu takes down Spike as it was needed. That means Malik will get up a new life right now. What a brilliant understanding coming up.
I mean, quite a brilliant moment right there, reviving your teammate in the perfect nick of time. But look at this, Skylightz Gaming, AJ and Gyals in the final 2 players surviving for this team. They're trying to move forward, but will they be able to get themselves to safety? That is a big question right now. Eisenberg, in the meantime, just dealing with a lot of pressure from the players of ElementriX, blows up the Jeep, lies down behind it for some cover, but how does he get out of this spot and move to the next circle? Because if the circle shift is away from him, then it's going to be a very tough position, and well, it is quite a way, 200 meters away from the lads of Savage Esports, so they do have to think about moving into the circle, but they still have 30 seconds before they are forced to move.
Yeah, definitely. That has to happen right now. ElementriX is liquid. He is on a higher ground, but then again, the circle is not with them, so that's quite a tricky situation for them as well. IHC's IC goes down as well. That's another blow to IHC right now, because now they'll be left with 1 of the players only. Obviously, IC is not out, so he might just be revived. We'll have to understand what's happening in that corner of this zone. Obviously, circles don't have corners, but then again, on the other side, AJ gets down right now, and Savage, the players are being taken down, and Gals is the last one surviving. He's trying to take everything on this fighting stance for himself, but he's on low HP. 1 shot onto him, and he'll be taken down. Look at him, surviving on a whisker of HP, and there it is. He'll be taken down. Skylightz, they go out as well with only 1 placement point for them.
Well, let's see. I mean, just 1 placement point being secured in this game. That's not going to make the team and the captain a little too happy about their performance. But look at this. So ElementriX have managed to quite nicely sneak past the players of Savage Esports. And now in this bus are headed towards the lads from TRZ. But hey, if you sneak past them, you step right in front of them. And Savage Esports here, she's spraying down one, does spot out the second as well. Liquid down to around 50% HP. Still managed to stay alive for a few more seconds. But Savage Esports, this could be their final play in this match, as Hershey's forced to run out in the open, takes a lot of damage, is going to be knocked out. And Anif remains the last player from the team. If he gets spotted out by the players of TRZ, Savage Esports are going to take the exit next.
They might just, be taking up an exit if you just talk about it. Anif is moving forward as well in all these situations. He's the last one surviving. Eisenberg is down as well. He cannot go for the revive. He will have to go and, just move forward. And Anif has been spotted on the open as well. And he will bite the dust as well as TRZ. Madcat takes him out. That's a really good one coming up for TRZ. I don't know how they are just playing this time as compared to the previous time, as they could not qualify. But then again, they are just blowing my mind. But this time, Storm goes down by ElementriX's Liquid.
Well, let's see. I mean, TRZ getting punished right now. And even though Storm has been finished off, 3 players from TRZ are still looking quite solid. And look at that. Ocean TRZ have already managed to secure 4 elimination points for themselves. So I think we're going to see this team move up in the overall rankings. In fact, they have already found quite a decent spot for themselves, and ElementriX is going to be their next target. If they take them down, they can easily topple them over with another top 3 finish. Look at that. Liquid is going to be the last player surviving for ElementriX. Manishi has his number, pinned him down close to the cliff of this hill, and Liquid is taking damage from the other direction as well, but will he be able to make it? The answer is no. Liquid just falls and goes out.
ElementriX, they lose down one more. It's 22-7. That's a pie.
Yeah.
As we have 22 alive and 7 teams remaining. You see that? I mean, maths is good. But then again, Raw is trying to move forward. The players of Raw are trying to move forward. But then again, a few of them are being taken down. Kazi's on the lower ground as well. He has been spotted now. He might as well just be taken down as Madcat just spots him. Rig is surviving, but well, for how long? I guess Madcat understands his location as well. Rig is just out there. Madcat trying to save himself from that nade that was just thrown at him. And now Madcat has a grenade of his own, but then again, nobody's on that side. Wally takes down Assassin on the other side of the fight. That might just be happening. And Baron's out in the open. That's a mistake, as he will be taken down. Leo might just be the one that falls up next, but that tree for now is a perfect cover. But is it enough? Because the zone is not on him.
Oh, it looks like this game once again is going to come down between TRZ and another team, but who's the next one going to be? Because TRZ, they are looking quite solid with, again, the 3 players that have managed to survive in this match for so long. And ladies and gentlemen, as we are down to the 6 teams, 18 players still alive in this matchup, it looks like Stalwart Esports are not going to make it to the top 3 in this match. 2 players were knocked out, and Raw Esports, they are all set to take Seal down. It's just the pressure of the fact that Leo is across the street behind the tree that's stopping Raw Esports from hard pushing towards those knocks.
Oh, Kazi, he goes down as well. Leo, this might just be a bit weird. Assault. He actually takes himself down, and Rig, alright, Raw, is out of this contestation right now, as we are down with 5 teams and 15 players surviving and remaining in all these situations. TRZ is out there, Seal. The players are being taken down as well, but still, they are surviving, and we'll have to see what else can be done, as Wally might just be one of the players that will be taken down. Oh, that vehicle, it's still surviving, though.
Is that Batman's Lambo or something? I mean, just unable to shoot it down, but yeah, let's see. I mean, T2K, they are shooting on the lads below. That is the players of Vibes. Rio, barely with any HP, was still present and does in fact heal up and step back into the action. And Vibes, they are quite desperate for these points themselves, because they also need to push forward and try and contest the podium. Jiggle, oh, taking down Demo almost, and well, finally does secure the knock with the scar in his hand. But the other players from the side of Seal Esports right in front of him. Jiggle, he finds another one, with Leo also getting knocked out. Now Baron and Wally still standing. They're going to try and deny these points to the players of Vibes Esports, and Jiggle, he needs to be extremely careful about this. TRZ on the other side, they are losing their players. 2 more knocked out. Madcat is going to be the last player surviving. T2K pushing in their direction. Sandesh, he is quite mad at
what is happening with the shots?
Yeah, why is he not? Like, All right, I
What?
think there's a smoke right there.
Probably, I believe that so as well. But then again, Madcat is on the upper edge of this hill as the players are moving forward. Madcat, he needs to understand he can take that top TPP angle, and he understands the players are coming quite close to him. But then again, that's not exactly what is happening. Seal, the players are onto the lower grounds, and that's the only demise that they might just be failing up right now. Madcat has been spotted down. He'll be taken out as well. TRZ, that's next for them. 4 teams, 9 players surviving in all these situations. Suyok is on low HP. He drops down, might just be a bad thing, and he will go down by Baron's AK in the situation. Baron, he gets traded out by T2K. Legend, trained to kill. Well, they are trained to win or not? That's the question in all these fights, as they have a higher ground. Phantom on the other side as well, as 2RGR JD is still surviving as well.
Yeah.
T2K, they have the players, but do they have the game? They still have to get inside the circle.
I mean, since TRZ are out, it's going to be between them and Seal Esports. And as you mentioned, T2K, they still have to push forward for the circle. But advantage for them is going to be in the fact that they have the high ground control already. And look at that. Phantoms are out. Vibes Esports are out. Final fight between Train to Kill and Seal Esports, as Sandesh is the man leading the charge for his team.
Definitely is just, leading up that charge for the team right now. T2K is just there, and look at that. Seal, Leo. Oh, that grenade was quite good. Sandesh, he's be down, and now Jane as well. Seal, how are they just, taking up the charge of all of this area? All of a sudden, Seal has just, changed the name of the game for themselves. What is happening? Will this one come to Mongolia as well? That's a question that needs an answer to right now, as there are 2 teams surviving on 2-on-3 situation, and Seal has 12 eliminations for themselves. All the players are just here. T2K, 1 grenade to rule them all. Seal does it for themselves. First game, Stalwart used a grenade for a chicken dinner. This time it's Seal, and they get the 2nd position for themselves as well.
Yeah, just toppling over IHC, a team that had
Mongolia.
a good start to this particular match. I think the 3 Mongolian Titans are just going to remain competing amongst themselves for the order on the podium, ladies and gentlemen, in the league stages. But still, it was an impressive match nonetheless. And I have to say, again, props to TRZ. They are managing to be quite consistent, being in the top 5 in this match as well. And I believe they have a decent number of eliminations as well, so the points are going to look quite nice.
Let someone else win, please. Let someone else
Yeah.
win.
I mean, they are letting someone else win. It's just that it's amongst each other.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Ladies and boys and girls,
Yeah.
tournaments will come, tournaments will go, but you guys will remember this PMPL for one reason, and that is the way these teams have just, been performing out of their mind, I guess. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing quite phenomenally in this matchup. And I think I disagree with you on the fact that you're going to remember this PMPL, because every single time we have a new PMPL around the corner, the teams just seem to take the aggression to a whole another level. And we see constant improvements from everyone else. But what I will agree with you on this is the fact that, yeah, someone else needs to win. Someone else needs to start closing the point difference. We are just going to be left sitting here waiting for the finals and for the overall rankings to reset, because that is the only way the other teams will stand an opportunity to compete.
What is it now? I guess 22 games have happened, right?
Yep.
So it's 14 matches that they have chicken dinner for themselves. So it's what, 63.63636363%. So that's the win rate that they have. So
Yeah, that's the win rate right now for the Mongolian teams. But we're going to discuss this match and the next one after this very short break. Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which will be out in the market soon. Let me remind you guys, so you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have forgotten our names, this is Super Johnny, that is Ocean Sharma right there. And what an amazing performance we saw from Stalwart Esports in the previous match. Although, to be very fair, Ocean, I thought T2K or TRZ would walk away with this win when we
Everyone
saw
thought
Stalwart
that.
Esports lose out on a few of their players, and Leo was left on the roadside just hiding behind a skinny little tree right there. Not as skinny as me, though.
But then everyone thought that. And now let's have a
Yeah.
look at the MVP, who is from Vibes, Ryu. As we see him coming up with 5 eliminations, 588 damage, 0 assists though, but still, doing pretty good.
Well, I mean, he is doing pretty well in terms of the other numbers. Because, I mean, if you are not giving assists to your teammates, make sure that you're securing the eliminations. And Rio pretty much did that. But I loved the fact that when push came to shove, Vibes, they were not scared to go for a push towards the very end on the lads of Stalwart Esports. I mean, in fact, managing to find 2 important knocks. But unfortunately, Stalwart Esports being a little bit strong when Wally and Baron just holding their ground resulted in Vibes being the team taken out of contention. And looking at the list of top players, Rio is going to be followed by 3 players from the side of Seal, Leo, Wally and Baron, with a combined total of 12 eliminations between these 3 lads only.
The
And
team
then
has
we have
14, so
yeah, and the team has 14 in total. So quite a wonderful game for Stalwart Esports. And again, as we have been talking about them, TRZ, phenomenal run, phenomenal 2 games. Just keep this going till the end of the day, and I'm pretty sure TRZ can make their way into the top 13 at least.
Let's, we'll hope and we'll see how they just, move up with the momentum for themselves. As of now, the team is definitely just, doing pretty good for themselves. The top 3 teams, in fact. So this is where I had this conversation. You might just remember, right? In between the game, I said IHC is kind of struggling. And we see that struggle coming up right now as they have been surpassed by Seal for the 2nd position. Where we talked about this, right? That happens with IHC somehow, with the previous names used as well. I don't know what goes wrong, but then again, it happens. All right, 1024. I love that number as well. It's a power of 2. If we just talk about it, 5 eliminations coming up for T2K, and the damage received is 1024. Damage dealt 1182. 2168 coming up for Seal with 1162 damage received for them. 14 eliminations coming up. Surprisingly, T2K has a higher average survival time as compared to Seal, but then again, Seal, they did lose down on a few players here and there. They did lose down one of their players, in fact, but still they managed to take up a pretty good fight at the end with 1 grenade that was just, thrown in the right direction, and it did the right job at the right time to give them the right win.
Well. I mean, quite a close finish right there. Quite a close call for both the teams. But Stalwart Esports, I think, just the fact that they had secured those eliminations earlier on in the game, even if they came 2nd, would have missed out on $1,000. So they would have been upset about that. But I think at the end of the points tally, we would have seen again Stalwart Esports be on top. But looking at the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, we do see a lot of different teams being represented in this position. Action shows up with the longest distance elimination, 321 meters. On Miramar is quite impressive right there, but highest knocks goes to Eisenberg. Now, Ocean, time and time again, we have been talking about Mongolian domination, but Savage Esports seems to be the team that is lagging behind their peers just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they are there, but then again, it's like, I would not want to say it, but they are kind of creating a balance, to be honest, when it comes down. But
how is it
still
balanced? It's 3-1.
Yeah, but still, I mean, I would want to see Savage, dominate as well.
Yeah.
Because them with the previous names, and obviously last time as well, we've seen Savage just play pretty good in the wildcard region. Also, we know their capabilities, so they should just arrive and dominate as well. Look at them just getting 5 points from this game. On the 8th position, we see Savage and Stalwart. Although they only got 4 points, that just takes their total to what, 283, 287, something like that is what they have. Skylightz and DRS team struggling here and there. DE, they got a struggling game in this one. Atrax, all right, this game as well. They struggled in this game. ElementriX, I don't know what. So ElementriX, they always, they qualify when it matters, obviously. But then again, they are not making it count. And that is just, actually,
It's not good.
Exactly. And talking about IHC as well, they only got 2 points in this game. In the previous game, they got no points as well. So things are not looking good for them as well. And that's where Seal is capitalism. It is a race. If you're sleeping, a tortoise would just, move around you. Be it slow, but slow and steady will win this race.
I mean, and right now, I think the slow and steady performance is coming from the lads that are sitting on the 4th and 5th position. That is Vibes, Deadeyes Guys. These two teams in particular have been quite decent in there. And T2K as well. I mean, their name needs to be mentioned because even in the last match, the previous Erangel, they did quite decent. This match, managing to finish top 2, it's a good performance. But as you were talking about ElementriX earlier on, Ocean, I completely agree with you. If this is the speed ElementriX carry forward, it's going to be a big no bueno from everyone because then TRZ will take them over quite nicely by the end of today and then just push them down even further tomorrow. So they need to stop that from happening and make sure that their spot just is at least solid at the end of the day, and then ElementriX is the team climbing forward in the matches if they can make that happen. But let's have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments of this match. As in fact, as we were talking about ElementriX, they lost 2 players in the early stages of the match.
Yeah, they definitely did lose down on a few players when we talk about it. And this was a mini pick that Godless did, for himself. And look at how action just rushed in. I loved it. He actually threw up a grenade, which was on the wrong side, but that splash damage of the nade with that little crack, right? It took down No Fear. And just think about it, right? That was just incredible. And look at this one, ElementriX. In fact, Skylightz as well. So many teams, so many players were taken down in the open with their vehicles, in fact. Whilst they were driving. You remember Skylightz, 2 players were being taken down with that car that they were driving in this situation. I guess after this or something. Oh, that's a very good shot. So that happened, and now this is where Vibes, they managed to save their teammate, and so many good fights that happen in the open areas. Open areas are always bad, especially in a map like Miramar, because, well, there are many.
I mean, and again, since Ocean, we are still in the league stages right now. I hope teams like Skylightz Gaming, teams like DRS, their performance improves before we go to the finals. And in fact, in the finals, we don't see them pull off the same sort of stunts and shenanigans that we're seeing them do right now. Because these aren't the spots that we see Stalwart Skylightz Gaming and Vibes usually in. DRS and Vibes as well. Vibes are doing quite decent, so I won't put them in this conversation because Vibes are still in the top 5. But Skylightz Gaming and DRS, these are teams that we see compete on par with the Mongolian Giants, with the IHC, with Stalwart Esports, and even snatch away wins from them. So this time, since 2 of the biggest names from Nepal are struggling, I think that does put up a big question as to exactly when will the teams showcase their true performances. I mean, they were a little happy.
They were a little happy, but all right, talking about the damage graph, you can see the differences that these teams have had for themselves. In fact, Seal coming up with 2,000 plus damage. Today, if a team has had a chicken dinner, obviously 2 games have just ended. So we see 2,000 plus damage for both teams that have had chicken dinner for themselves. T2K on the other side, we saw their damage number as well. Vibes obviously did really good. I mean, this is... If I talk about it right now for this tournament, Vibes is my personal favorite, to be honest, because they, without a chicken dinner, they were in top 4. That was consistency, right? Then they got a chicken dinner yesterday, and now as well, they're in top 4 with their gameplay, with their amazing game style and game sense. So Vibes right now is a really good team. Seal surpasses IHC with such a brilliant margin for now, and now their next goal. Imagine if Seal surpasses Stalwart. I mean, again, there's still a big if, but if they do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive if, but talk about things that have already happened. It is TRZ, ladies and gentlemen, on the 16th position. And Ocean, remember what when we were criticizing ElementriX? This is why there's just a 1-point difference between a team that has played 22 matches and another team that has just played 7.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 22 matches versus 7, and that's a pie. 22 versus 7, and that's where, there's only a 1-point difference that just, comes up here. 1952. Sad to say, but today they are definitely going down as well.
Yeah.
Venom Legends. All right. If TRZ plays with this, look at this, right? 7 games, 75 points. If TRZ plays with the same momentum, by the end of tomorrow, they might even surpass Venom Legends.
I mean, hopefully, because I think that's going to be a wake-up call for Venom Legends for the 3rd week, and I would love to see the team in same form that we saw them in first week. So I'm going to be hoping for that. But TRZ, I think in the next game, if this keeps on going, I think in just the next game, TRZ is going to definitely topple over not just ElementriX, but 1952 as well. And that is definitely what the team will be focused on. But with the first two games going towards the Mongolian team, Stalwart Esports and Seal Esports from the top three specifically, there's just one team that's left, IHC. Can the next Erangel be secured by IHC? So at least we see some sort of similarity between the overall leaderboard and the match wins of the day.
For IHC to have their Erangel, what they will need is a Northern Circle. You remember in PMPL Season 3 when every time Northern Circle used to be taken by Seal, Zeus, like all those teams, you know. So for IHC, what I believe is for them to have a chicken, they need to have a Northern Circle, especially a Northern Georgia Circle or something, because I remember IHC got the first chicken dinner for themselves in this PMPL, and that too happened in the Northern Georgia Circle. And that was actually really, really good. But if that happens, it would be a Mongolian hat trick.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to see a regional hat trick? Like that's the question now.
Do we? The answer is yes. Because
We
why
love
not?
chaos. We love chaos.
We love chaos. And maybe that would just put enough pressure on the other teams to spice up the things in the later matches of the day and tomorrow as well. Because let's not forget, tomorrow is also another day of the Super Weekend, day number 3, ladies and gentlemen. But so the action on match number 3 of today is just about to begin in a few short moments. And now I want all of our audience, all the viewers that are watching this broadcast, be prepared because our own little mini game is about to begin. Ocean, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
I mean, we're going to see those cams anytime on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have about 10 seconds, I guess, to figure out if we are seeing anything out of the ordinary. Any player not looking at their device, just zoned and into the zone, we're going to spot out, and that is going to be our objective. So 3, 2, 1, I guess we just will be moving forward towards the action, ladies and gentlemen. Right about now. Here we are. All right, what do you see, Ocean?
Righty then. Right now, I see
we see a yawn.
Yeah, I see a yawn, a good stretch as well in the bottom right happening. And then what we see is, wait, what is happening? Is someone sleeping on the cam?
Wait, what? Where?
Look at the middle area, the second row. Is someone sleeping?
Oh,
is someone sleeping on the cam? All right, let's.
That's not good. That is definitely not good.
Maybe it's a power nap. You know, he just gives it to his teammate. You know, you just make me lie down, and I'm just lying down, something like that. But then again, this is the game of Erangel, ladies and boys and girls, and this time we have a different flight path. Obviously, moving to from the sidelines of Lipovka to the northern Georgia Pole area. That is Giorgio and Zarki. That's where we see the flight path just ending, which is a good one. This is where going to Novorepnoy is going to be a bit of a troubling situation, but then we know Stalwart, they like to go to Novorepnoy. Even if the flight path is from Kameshki to Zarki, that team will go to Novorepnoy no matter what happens, and that team would go for the loot on that area. Georgiopol coming in contestation, that means IHC would drop down to Georgiopol area. That is really good. In this kind of flight path, we would see Stalwart dropping down to the northern Georgiopol as well. That is their standard drop if they would want to, but nope. All right, Skylightz is going to a different location. All right, they have multiple locations right now. They sometimes drop down to Pochinki, they sometimes drop down to northern Georgiopol. They have different strategies for themselves. ElementriX, I want to see what they do with their drop, because their drop is very peer split.
It's going to be quite interesting to see what ElementriX is going to do. But along with that, I think, Ocean, as you and I were discussing about this match going into the hands of IHC Esports, this has to be the start for them. And considering it's a northern side plane trajectory, I would like to see where the circle will be. If it's anywhere towards the west, it's going to be a game for IHC.
Right now, this is a good zone. Actually, Johnny, this is a very good zone for IHC.
Yeah. This is a dream start to the game. I mean, imagine about this.
Oh my god. So for IHC and for Phantom,
yeah,
it's a very good zone. Raw as well, but for Phantom, it's because, Phantom does not have to rotate that much as of now. They can stay in a few compounds, they can defend those compounds. For IHC, they need to rotate from the back side of the zone in order to get to the circle. They might just go for their standard slow rotation. That's what they are doing right now, as of now, since the last few days, and that is really, really good. For Seal, well, they'll have to take up a fight against the team of Skylightz. And as of now, I don't know who's invaded whose drop location at this moment. Because look at this, right? Everyone's trying to find Liquid. Oh, he's been spotted on his own low HP. One more shot might just connect, but that did not happen. Nice, he's moving away. Galzen, see, he could have taken down Leo, but the only thing is he has an Uzi. And with that sort of a range, you will miss most of the shots. So, yeah, he did not.
Well, let's see. I mean, on the other side, though, Galzen, he knows the players from Esports are, they have him surrounded, so he's called for backup of his own. And Skylightz Gaming, they need to be extremely careful about this. As you said, Ocean, there will definitely be a little bit of a confusion inside the lobby right now with exactly who has gone where. And if Skylightz Gaming, they are not too careful about this early game collision against Esports, this is going to backfire. But I think it looks like Esports are backing off. They do not want any early game aggression. Slowly and steadily, we see Wally make his way onto the roadside, just using that small security booth for cover. Leo is watching his teammates back so that no one gets shot at, but Galzen, he's trying his level best to dish out some damage. Will not find anything, though.
Not as of now. Nothing. In fact, as of now, we just, talk about it. But then again, slowly and steadily, the players are just trying to move forward. That's what we can see and we can understand, as no one wants to get that early fight for them, which is good, which is needed. You need to survive. This is a survival game. Make sure you survive, even if you're trying to go for the fight. And that's how, that's a basic standard rule when it comes down to it. 4.5 minutes into the game right now, and everyone's trying to find a good place for themselves. Pochinki, this is where you can see, I love the way, Skylight's players are trying to distribute themselves, trying to set up a fielding, in fact. But see, they are not even close. They are moving backwards slowly and steadily because they understand it, right? They might not be having much resources. They might not want to lose a few players in the early moments of the game and all those things. And that is needed as well. Right now, Kyante on the Milta area, Milta factory, in fact, Milta Power, just going for the loot. IHC, we talked about their location, right? Looks like Raw is there, and Alex, he can see 3 players in front of him, but can he see a player onto the right hand side? That's my question.
Well, let's see. We're going to find out. I think, all right, he does. I don't think he has seen Rig or anyone towards his right. He knows about Mama God, who has been, all right, now he knows Rig. Now he knows his location. Does see him drop down, heading towards the warehouse, towards the left hand side of Alex, where Kazi is right now. And Alex is holding his position, waiting for the other players of IHC to show up. He's not speaking as well, so he's just pure out scouting right now. Not relaying any information, I think.
But these players are coming. Actually,
Yeah.
look at this. God bless.
They are going for a flank. So flank, sorry. Flank is something else, but yeah. Zeol on top of the mountain. I think IHC, they want to take this slow. They don't want to just rush in towards the lads of Raw blind. So they're going to try and see if they can have a slow execute on this fights. Or maybe even just force Raw towards the open areas behind the containers and then fight them out in the open. That actually would be better for IHC.
Raw's players just, they might not be understanding what's quite close to them. If they move away, it's good. If they take up a fight, we'll see what happens, because IHC now they are trying to set up their own field as well. On the other side, Seal, the players who went out of Pochinki, are actually finding someone in the open grounds, and that is TRC. Mad Cat has been spotted down. He has been taken down as well. I'm pretty sure he might just not be saved as TRC is moving forward. They have had this casualty, and this might just result in their first blood. And this would be a bad news. What is he going to use? He's using stuns now. He has nothing else. He has multiple stuns, and he's using those stun grenades.
Well, let's see. I mean, doesn't have anything left, but Mad Cat, he's down on his knees. It's going to be quite an easy pickup for Seal Esports. And ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to witness the first blood of game number 3 as Wally is crawling slowly and steadily like a stealthy assassin, while his teammates are just ruining his approach, driving a car right behind him.
Mad Cat is done.
Again.
Yeah, and Mad Cat is done 100%. He's just done. There's nothing that can be done in all this situation. First blood comes in. Seal, Wally, is going to be really, really happy as he gets the first one. And I'm pretty sure, Johnny, this game is going to be... All right, he has Rozok on his cap. All right. I'm pretty sure, Johnny, this game is going to be quite slow, if anything, because 7-minute marker and 2 fights ended up in a disengagement only.
Well, yeah. But let's see. I mean, again, key focus in this match is going to be to see what the lads from IHC are going to be up to. Because the trajectory was laid out for them. The circle in the early stages has been laid out for them. Unless they mess up their mid-game rotation, it should be their game to win. And along with that, I mean, we do have the map feed in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and I think if we move towards the lads of IHC in a few short moments, you're going to notice they've gone for a very weird 1-1-2 split, taking control of Everest earlier on, while the other 3 players are still towards the George Pole city and containers area. Well, towards the hospital and the containers area, in fact. And on the other side, those Stalwart Esports have finally started to rotate towards the main island, so they're going to be playing edge to edge. On our screens, though, it is the lad Shifusa from Deadeyes Guys.
Yeah.
Knows there is someone on the other side of the ridge and is quite eager to go for a peek, I guess.
He understands it. Obviously, he definitely does. T2K is on the other side, and I guess he reads that, but he's still just, trying to find out some open areas. In fact, some empty houses, if anything, and that's what he is there for. So Yog just onto the front lines. He's trying to understand that if someone arrives. And surprisingly, T2K gave up a really early rotation. For a team that comes up from Severny versus for a team that comes up from Rozok, you can see the difference in the rotation that has happened right now. That's just impressive. The flight path, I get it. It was pretty good. Players could have just, dropped down. They could have just, stayed there and all those things. And then they could have just, arrived. Stalwart on the other side, you can see them rotating from around outside the circle right now. They're trying to get in. But then again, IHC, their first standard point of rotation is that hill. And they have that hill for themselves.
Well, they do have quite a decent spot. And we've seen IHC control Everest quite beautifully time and time again. But this time, T2K and Deadeyes Guys both closing in on the northern side of the hill at the same time might cause a little bit of troublesome situation for IHC. It's just going to be too much pressure to deal with. But Ocean, we are going to have a mid-rotation fight. Look at Atrax and Savage Esports. They're so close to each other.
Yeah, they definitely are. This might just not be good when we talk about it, right? And that too outside the circle. I mean, they have to get to a good place. But looks like Savage is just, moving... in. No one, maybe a few shots would have been taken. We don't know. But then again, no one wants to be a part of the fight. Raw, though, you could see a few players from Raw's side just, trying to take up a few shots. That means they would want to be a part of the fight. But then again, who were they taking shots at? It might just be Vibes, because I see one of the players of Vibes with a plus sign. No, it was JyanMaara, sorry. One of the players of JyanMaara with a plus sign. And that too with the Vibes as well. So they are in a fight of their own. T2K is trying to move inside the circle as well. Deadeyes Guys on the other side. So many areas is where we could see the players, trying to move here and there. ElementriX, Mr. Hughes was quite outside. Why?
Well, we will find out if ElementriX make it to the late game stages, but so far, no fear, showing absolutely no fear as he takes on the players from Vibes. Malik is going to be down on his knees, quite close to no fear, and all he has to do is just deny the approach, deny the entry to the lads of Vibes, let Malik bleed out to his inevitable demise, and well, the point will be secured. But Joker, he's going to try and see if he can provide at least some cover fire for his teammates closing in from behind the hill, as Jiggle manages to make it his way towards his teammate. And finally, Joker is going to start shooting towards No Fear, revealing his location. But this was important. He needs to distract JyanMaara as long as possible so that Vibes, they're going to be back to a 4-man strong roster.
Yeah, they would be just back to that roster for themselves when we talk about it. But right now, Vibes players, they're trying to find out someone else if they can. That is most important for the situation. Let's see what happens. Samir is just, trying to find a good place for himself as a gunner. He has a decent reg, but then again, will find nobody. His front tire is just gone. Cannot do anything about it. Would not go for a repair right now. And No Fear is going to go with a few bandages for himself. Does not have any first hits, nothing else. So he can go for a few boosters as well afterwards. 63 players still alive. No fight being initiated. 12-minute marker is where we touchdown right now.
Well, let's see. At the 12-minute marker, only one elimination since the start of the game. And
yes,
from there on out, this game has come to a standstill. And that is just going to mean that in just 3 more minutes, there's going to be complete and utter chaos because the blue zone is closing in. We're going to have the third zone, and we're going to be waiting for the fourth zone where we're going to see majority of the action. Malik also realizing there's nothing happening. Might as well just entertain the people, entertain the audience with a few exciting and exquisite dance moves.
Malik, it looks like he has given that enemy's head location to his teammate that, just go there, stay on that side and just, provide me some vision as well. And I guess Ryu is doing that only as you look at him, or maybe his bug is stuck. No, it's not. But still, he's just doing that. Look at this snipe. He has his eyes set on Assault. And Nima as well on the other side. But then again, hits no one. JyanMaara, I guess they were too eager to shoot, and that's the reason that Skylightz, they did not engage. They just moved out. I want to see, not right now, maybe after 5 minutes, maybe after 10 minutes or whatever, but I want to see the first team that gets eliminated and how do they get eliminated, because as of now, I feel everyone still has a decent comfort zone for themselves, comfort spot for themselves.
Well, let's see. JyanMaara right now, they have found some concrete cover towards the southern areas of ruins, but Atrax in the meanwhile, Gyante, we do see him once again out in the open. Every single time this man has been in a position like this, he's always been picked off, so might as well just find a compound, find any house and just get indoors as quickly as possible. But look at this, they're charging towards the players of TRZ, and Fardi has been taken down very low, down to around 50% HP. Atrax, you have to be careful about this as TRZ, they're going to open things up, finding the first knock. Gyante pushing forward with the UMP in his hand. Fardi shooting in the wrong direction, will be outplayed, outsmarted in this collision, and TRZ in a world of hurt. It's, I believe, the last player surviving in the house, jiggling in and out behind the wall, trying to take the shot. He's going to be knocked out, but the backup is there, and it is quite a kind of an even trade, but Storm all of a sudden finds himself the solo survivor for the team. TRZ, they had been doing so well up until now, Ocean. This is the game that is not going to be theirs.
Yeah, that is correct. This might just not be the game that has to be theirs. And on the other side, Seal, all the players are trying to move inside the circle as well. And they will find a decent place at the edge of the zone. Atrax, they're trying to do really good. Octopus and Shante, they would get the revive for themselves. But then again, Shante, he needs to get a revive if he can. Shante, he's just, going with a few smokes in there. He's just checking onto the backlines. And maybe after this, he will go out in the open. And look at that. A few shots being connected down to Baron's side as well. That force him inside that house. Savage, the players are still moving forward. Demo on one of the sides. They have a good place, but now, as soon as this circle closes up and a new one forms, that might just be a bit of a trouble. But then again, Seal, the players are being taken down by high voltage. That team is just quite close to it. But Shante, all right, he won't be surviving this one. And this, look at this, the next circle. This is the most crucial one. IHC in a brilliant place. Phantom in a brilliant place. I talked about these two teams. They have a good position for themselves.
Well, they do, in fact, have quite a wonderful spot, specifically IHC. I think they're going to be quite incredible if they just time the aggression quite nicely and manage to deal with all the teams that are about to climb the northeastern edge of that hill. Look at Deadeyes Guys. I believe their intention, their eyes are already set on the summit, and they're going to be challenging IHC in a few short moments. But there's going to be a massive cluster towards the southwestern edge of the circle as well, and that's going to be quite tricky for teams to move up from there.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be, extremely tricky when we talk about the teams and the way they have to just, make up their movements around it. Phantom, these players are still surviving, still trying to survive good, in fact. We'll see if that happens or not. Savage on the other side, just as we talked, right? These teams, in fact, both these teams are quite close to each other. Zeol takes on True Love, all right. And Alex just, puts the final nail in the coffin for True Love this time. This means no more throwables probably by the end of the game. We'll see that happening or not by some other teams, because True Love was doing really good. Liquid has a need for his own self. He's going to go with a throw, but then it's going to be a no for a knock because no one's going to be there. Eisenberg on the other side, it looks like Incas has spotted him down, but then he's getting confused by the vision of that smoke. But what is happening? Killer! Oh my god, got a bit too eager, but Savage is Hershey is barely surviving. He needs to heal. He needs to heal. He needs to heal. Rules is arriving. Is it going to be an end game? That's the question, as Rules is on the other side and Seal is there.
Well, let's see which one out of these teams will be getting out of this kerfuffle earlier on, and it looks like DRS They're in a world of hurt. Oh, rules! He's just managing to survive. And Stalwart Esports, they are being destroyed by the lads from High Voltage, who have managed to found 2 openings, but 2 trades have been found out by Stalwart Esports. Worry in the backlines will look to close things out, and one after the other. High Voltage, even though they had the advantage at the start of the fight, it's being snatched away. Leo, he's so close. He's going to heal up and then push forward on Extreme, who has been spotted out by Wally in the backlines, and Extreme is going to be finished off. High Voltage have been destroyed in this 2v4. And even though Baron has been finished, Demo is going to get a revive as Leo carries him on his shoulders indoors behind some cover, and well, then he's going to help his teammate back on his feet.
Godless, look at him. He's understanding where the players are. Spots down Sandesh, takes him down and just, runs away for his own dear life as he knows he's solo. Just taking up a fight. A nade was thrown quite close to him. Alex spots down the other players of T2K. Maybe what is happening with players of their own team? All right, Godless is trying to go for a solo fight. Suyok has a nade of his own. He's going to go with it. Oh, that's a good nade. Godless, but he survives. But Godless's nade hits down on Sandesh. JyanMaara gets eliminated, but what a nade! Who threw it? I want to know the name. I want answers. Galson on the other side takes down JyanMaara. Wait, did Galson solo wipe the entire JyanMaara? That's one of the questions. But right now, Godless is moving. He's taking on a few players as well. He spots one more, takes one more, spots one more, takes one more. IC for the backup as well. But IHC on one side and Skylightz on the other side. They are just showcasing their dominance.
Well, let's see the last player from the side of TRs. He's still present and he's stuck in the middle of these 2 teams that you mentioned. Stalwart Esports on one side, IHC on the other. And well, IHC, they're closing in. They have to come down from the hill, the Everest, right about now. And that is the only thing that is going to be of concern to them, because coming down, it's not going to be easy, especially when the other teams, they're going to be waiting for you to step out in the open and to pick you off. Let's see if they do find a way inside the circle at this point. But on the other side, though, looking at the map, Ocean, Skylightz Gaming, and their approach towards the zone, it's been intercepted by the players of Stalwart Esports, and in fact, it is Skylightz Gaming who are coming out on top in this fight. 2 players from the Skylightz Gaming squad are knocked out, but they have finished off a few of the Stalwart Esports lad as well.
Oh my god, Skylightz, the players, they were doing really good, but all of a sudden now it looks like they're in a bit of a pickle situation, although Nima will go for a first aid, but Galson, will he be saved? I mean, the zone is arriving. He needs to make up a run for it. They need to throw more smokes in order to create that pathing, right? That's always important. They need to go for that pathing for themselves. We'll see how it happens or how it does not. On the other side, look at this. Assault is ready. Assault is ready for the assault. Raw is ready to take down these players one by one. We'll see though if that happens or not. As of now, they're trying to find up a good place for themselves, and the players are trying to move forward on the other side. Godless, he is down dominating spree. Marvin, he understands that a few shots are coming down onto him. Assault is going to go with a good grenade. Marvin Ninja is out there. The damage, all right, did not touch him. And on the back lines, you can see Seals players just, biting the dust one by one. But then again, Skylightz, the zone is one of the few obstacles that they have to look out for, and Raw is the other main obstacle. And Raw's players, in fact, they are doing really good, taking down 2 players now. AJ and Marvin Ninja surviving.
I think again, Raw is the wall standing between Skylightz Gaming and a wonderful position inside of the zone. And Raw Esports right now with the man advantage can apply a lot of pressure on Skylightz Gaming, but look at this, Savage Esports going up and at it against Seal. Leo, he's going to be so low. The 3v4 situation for Seal Esports, it looks like would be a disadvantage, but again, it's one of the best teams in Mongolia, so they do find those openings. And as we watch this action, ladies and gentlemen, Savage Esports, they're almost wiped out. Sanchir is going to be the last player surviving, and he gets finished off as well. Seal Esports coming out on top in this action-packed matchup. 9 eliminations already secured by the 3-man lineup, and they are not looking to stop anytime soon.
Is it a Mongolian repeat? That's the question. Are they going to go for a 3-peat for themselves? Well, Savage, one of the Mongolian teams, has been taken out. We're down to 8 teams and 26 players surviving. Seal, the players of Seal Demo is actually on domination for himself. Slipknot is trying to take up a good fight for himself as well. Mama God from Raw takes down one from Phantom, but Vexy actually returns the favor on the other side. But look at this, Phantom's players are being taken down and out slowly and steadily, and Galzin's on a rampage. This was the Galzin that we saw in the first Super Weekend. We were missing him out. Now he's back. He's back with a bang, and he's ready to give up a few answers to the questions of his own form. Liquid on the other side is taken down. Demo, how is he playing? I mean, he's just playing so good. We know he's capable. We know he does it. But then again, this game, he's a hell lot serious.
I think Demo just stands for demolition, man. 'Cause
Yeah.
That's what he's doing to the rest of the competition. Oh, I see. Yeah. That's what happens when you knock down one lad from the side of IHC. And even though Vibes, they have lost a few of their own rear, he's just patiently waiting. He knows there is no way he can get to Joker in time, especially with IHC watching the knocked out lad. So he's just forced to wait out in the open and see what happens next. Godless on the other side just dropping down the hammer on the players of ElementriX. Will find one pick from that. Wally is right next to you. Where are you dropping the molly?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Where are you just, dropping up that molly if we just, talk about it? But then again, Rio, you have IHC in front of you. You have the players in front of you. Come on, you have both the players. He just takes down one. Alex is just on the other side. He needs to go for the finish. If anything, he is out of bullets. He's out of bullets. He's out of bullets. He's out of bullets, and that was his demise. Oh my God, it took a sweet time, but he forgot to reload the second weapon.
Yeah,
I mean, he had bullets though, but then again, only 11, and the animation just took him out.
Yeah, should have done it before the lads of IHC showed up, but I guess you do tend to make small little mistakes, errors in judgment in times of pressure. But while all of this was happening, Seal Demo has secured a few more eliminations for his team, so I want to see what the total tally for that team is going to look like. Alex, run away! There's a nade right next to you, lad, and in fact, he does manage to avoid it, but Godless wasn't that lucky, and IHC Esports, they're about to be shown the exit from this game, as another one is going to be lobbed in their direction by the lads of ElementriX. It's going to be Incas this time, just tossing a lot of utility on IHC. Skylightz Gaming are putting up a lot of pressure on them. IHC, they have been surrounded from every single direction, nowhere out of this.
Oh, this grenade. Incas. He can do some serious damage with this grenade, but the grenade was on the other side. But he has definitely spotted down the players, and IHC's down and out. They are down and out on 4th position. ElementriX is surviving. We were asking questions where this team is. We were asking questions what this team is doing. Now we have answers. Seal on one side, Skylightz on the other side, ElementriX on the other side, in order to stop that repeat of the players of Mongolia. Skylightz is there, ElementriX is there, but we'll see if they actually do that or not. I mean, both of these teams have their eyes set on Seal and Seal only.
Yeah, I mean, for now, that seems to be the case, but Wally, he does not care about anything. Takes down one from the side of ElementriX. Demo is like, all right, you take care of ElementriX, I'll take care of Skylightz Gaming. And the sort of a 2v8 has begun for the lads of Seal Esports. But Incas, all right, Incas is a man with a plan right now. He wants to close in the distance and then show the impact of the weapons that he has had, but needs to keep in mind that his teammates are getting knocked out in the back. Atsus was taken out, and Demo, he's just zoned in on the players from Skylightz Gaming. He does not want to see them move forward. 14 eliminations, 50% contribution for Demo.
Coming up quite decent. Look at them throwing up the first aids here and there to their own teammates for a long distance throw. Sus is on low HP, but what is Skylightz doing? Come on! You guys have one job, and that is to take down Seal first. Looks like South Asian region wants to go for a fight amongst their own selves. Wally's up. All right, Incas, it looks like he spotted him. Incas's west is totally done for, Johnny.
Well, let's see. I mean, his west is gone, but the will to fight is still going to be there. A 2 versus 2 versus 4 situation.
Yes.
Numbers in the favor of ElementriX, and the lads from Skylightz Gaming, Mafia Ninja, and AJ, they're trying to crawl their way towards the edge of the circle, so at least they don't take the damage from the blue zone, which can be beneficial to them in those team fights, but it's not going to be an easy push for them as well. ElementriX on the other side, feeling quite comfortable for now. But again, they have to make sure they don't get sandwiched between Skylightz Gaming and Stalwart Esports, which it looks like is about to happen. AJ has taken a lot of damage from the blue. He's not going to be able to make it. And as we see this, ladies and gentlemen, Mafia Ninja is the last player surviving from Skylightz Gaming. It is going to come down between Stalwart Esports and ElementriX, because Skylightz Gaming have been shown the exit down to the top two. 6 players surviving, a 2v4 for the players of Stalwart Esports to secure if they want a back-to-back chicken dinner finish.
They have the man advantage for themselves. ElementriX, they can actually just make it count. But look at that. Liquid, his vehicle just, went down slightly here and there. Just, getting a skid out of that. And in less than 25 seconds, that is going to be a weird situation. But look at Demo. He's spotting down the players. That is important. He's doing damage. But then again, he's taking damage on himself as well. Demo's the last one surviving. This might just not look good. But for ElementriX, it's the best situation that they wanted. Incus is moving with that MG3, which will go ratatatata as they will go down with a brilliant winner chicken dinner. And ElementriX, when people wanted them the most, they come up. They stop that Mongolian hat trick from happening, and they get a brilliant winner chicken dinner for themselves.
I think if this is how ElementriX is going to play every single time they are criticized, we should talk about them every single game. Before every game, just be like, yeah, ElementriX, we are not feeling them. They're not really visible inside the match.
They'll come back and just...
Yeah, exactly. I think this should have been the start for... this should have been the ElementriX that we wanted to see since the start of the Super Weekend, since the start of the tournament. But hey, finally they are here, and this is again going to be a wake-up call for TRZ that being inside the top 16 and competing within the top 16 is not easy. Even if there is a 1-point difference between you and the team above you, they might just do this in the very next match.
What a game, ladies and boys and girls. What a game the ElementriX has shown us. And, well, it is the first chicken dinner for South Asian region for today. Obviously, just coming up on this game of Erangel. If I'm not wrong, though, I believe Seal still has a lot of eliminations for themselves, if anything. And that just, comes up really impressive the way, the team has just, showcased their amazing stance for themselves. And, well, I'm pretty sure they might just be at the top position in this one, or maybe after this one, we'll see that. I guess Seal has 14 eliminations combined with 12 points that they're going to be...
26 points, yeah.
26 points is what they're going to be having. Is Seal at the first position?
Not in the overall, I think. I think in the match rankings they will be, but not in the overall. But we'll find all of that out, ladies and gentlemen, after this very short break. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, that is Ocean, and 3 games of our day are done, ladies and gentlemen, with the most recent one, the Erangel, going in the favor of ElementriX, who managed to secure quite a decent chicken dinner for themselves. But the question remains, who will be at the top of the match rankings? Because, I mean, there was a lot of elimination secured by the lads from
Yeah.
Esports, so we're just waiting for the points tally to show up.
James Clerk in his book Chaos Making a New Science actually said that, you don't see something until you have the right metaphor to perceive it. Obviously, we'll see that once we get that metaphor for ourselves just, flowing, and we'll definitely go down to it. And I'm pretty sure Johnny was smiling because, it's actually a really good book, Chaos, and you should actually read it. And before the start of the game, we were talking about chaos. Chaos is what happened in this game, and that chaos had such a brilliant butterfly effect that even after ElementriX getting that win for themselves, Demo is still in the most valuable player list. Look at this, 7 eliminations, 1371 damage, one of the highest damage by an individual now.
I mean, see, so as we know, Esports had 14 eliminations in total, right? Had Demo just secured one more assist, that would have been 100% elimination contribution from Demo to his team in this particular game, which is like, I mean, still 7 eliminations, 6 assists is also very impressive. So nothing taken away from Demo, but I mean, I'm just gonna be like a little cheeky about the fact, like, yeah, you should have gotten that one more, but still, Demo is going to be followed up by Wally in the list of top players with 5 eliminations and 1,000 damage, 1,032 damage by Wally. So just a 2-man army, right? Like an army of 2 between these 2 players. And then there's Gyalzen from Skylightz Gaming with 5 eliminations from his end. Incus is going to be there with 3 eliminations, and Godless shows up. IHC could have done so much in this match, Ocean. I mean, this was supposed to be their game, but after a certain point, I think when we expected them to dominate the 4th to 5th circle transition is when the game betrayed them and the hardship of the circle was away from them.
Yeah, it definitely was just, coming up. But then again, they still, played like champions, to be honest, the way the games have changed. And all these teams, they are doing good, bad, ugly, crazy. They are still just, playing like champions for themselves, if we just talk about it. And right now, obviously, we've seen all these teams just, doing their own shares of good, bads, uglies, and crazies. But look at this, 25 plus minutes of average survival that ElementriX has because they had all the players surviving versus Seal's 22 minutes of average survival that they have. 9 eliminations versus 15. All right, that is actually 27 points coming up for them.
I mean, we saw Baron and Leo getting taken out quite earlier on. Not quite earlier on, but when it came time for them to actually push towards a position which was being sandwiched by the lads of ElementriX and the lads of Skylightz Gaming. That is when Esports lost a few of their players, but by then it was already, I think their elimination game was already going too strong. Or like they don't have 14, they have 15 eliminations in this match. So, yeah.
Coming up on good numbers.
27 points?
Yes, sir. 27 points is what they have for themselves. And that just, gets me onto thinking. I believe.
So they're going to be second, I believe. Yeah, I'm just... let's just wait. Let's just wait for the rankings to reveal themselves.
Let's just wait for rankings to reveal themselves. As of now, we'll see the people just coming up with really good stats for themselves. Godless with the longest elimination, that is 253, and that one in Erangel. All right. Demo with the highest knocks, that is 7. With the highest eliminations, that is 7. With the highest damage, that is 1371. And with the highest assist, that is 6. Demo is all over the place.
Oh, yeah. Demo has been all over the place. I mean, every single stat that you look at, he made sure that he was there, apart from the longest distance elimination, where unfortunately we did not see any of the other lads from Esports as well. So they were pretty reliant on just fighting in close quarters and not taking those long distance battles. But hey, as far as those close quarters combat situation was considered, Esports dominated quite nicely, because it's not just Demo that you see, it's Wally as well. The army of 2 held strong. They held their ground quite nicely. Demo, he got 7 in one match. Highest eliminations, Wally's there with 5. Highest damage, Demo, like right up, followed by Wally next. Highest assist, Wally and Demo, they have the same exact number. Highest knock, you see Demo with 7 knockouts. Wally's going to be there with 5. So it was Esports doing a lot of heavy lifting. And in fact, Demo and Wally doing a lot of heavy lifting. And as we have the match rankings, ladies and gentlemen, being revealed, 27 points to Esports, followed by ElementriX with 24 points. IHC are going to be there with 17 and Stalwart Esports with 4. Does this push them on the first? I don't think so.
Oh my god. But you know what it means. Next game,
Yeah.
Stalwart would want to get that lead for
Yes.
themselves.
Yes.
Oh, what is happening today? What is happening today?
And it is going to be on Sanhok, by the way. So
Yes, it is going to be on Sanhok. If we just talk about it, yesterday Sanhok was where Stalwart got a brilliant chicken dinner for themselves. But then again, we'll see, how they push onto their limits. But right now, JyanMaara, they did not have a good game. T2K, high voltage. DRS, I don't know what is happening. Skylightz, though, they had a decent game. But then I would want to see where the changes actually happen in the overall rankings, right?
Oh.
What would just go up and down?
there's
But
going to be a
before
big
all
change.
Exactly.
There's gonna be a
Exactly.
big change.
Exactly.
I mean, because I've crunched the numbers, Oshi.
I told you.
crunching
I
is
told
done.
you
Yeah.
previously as well. Like,
And if I believe Esports are going to be first with not a big difference, but still they're going to be on the first position. And
but
I think
then
Stalwart Esports now, everyone is going to be sitting up straight, no distraction. They're like, yeah, we need to do this again. We have been slacking off too much.
come on, just. I get it. There's still a big, a big bridge to cross before we just, see the overall standings. We have to go with the OPO F21 Pro moments and all those things. Just coming up with the damage draft and all those things. But then again, I wish the time could just, fly like that. But that does not happen, and that's why
Don't-
present is present. In the future is yet to be determined.
A lot of physics, but again, I'm gonna help you out over here.
Come
All
on.
right, so Stalwart Esports, I believe they had, all right, so they had 287 before this match. After this match, I think with the 4 points being added to their tally, they're gonna be at 291. Esports 268, 27 points. They're gonna be really far ahead. Not really far ahead, although IHC are gonna be lacking behind. So
Yeah, I mean, Seal today has been their day. They
yeah,
maybe I would say this is the redemption of the last times when they used to do good only on one weekend and not on the other. So this is their redemption
Yeah.
time. Just they need to make the most out of it. But then again, think about it, right? One PMPL, we see Zeus performing. The other PMPL, we see Stalwart performing. This time we are coming and seeing Seal perform. Every time Mongolia brings up one of the teams, a new team just comes up and performs.
yeah, but hey, let's talk about ElementriX now, because in
Yes.
fact that was the team that walked away with the chicken dinner in this match. And again, ElementriX was also one of these teams that stood in the match with an advantage as soon as the game started, because the circle was kind of over Ferry Pier and it's an isolated location as well. So ElementriX did not really have to deal with a lot of pressure until the extreme late game stages.
Yeah, ElementriX, they laid out their plan quite perfectly,
Yeah.
right? We know them, they dropped down to the Ferry Pier locations, but then again, the flight path was a bit northern, so you see them, going down south first, then coming back forward onto the northern side. That's really good. You can still see their lines just, moving around because they tried to move from the back. Every rotation is from the back side of the zone so that they get a good area for themselves. Next circle forms up, they understand that no one's behind them, they start moving. Next circle forms up, they understand no one's behind them, they start moving from the backside. That's a really good understanding. You are making sure it's kind of a policy for you that no one's going to be on the back lines, and that's from where you start off with the good chaos for yourself. And that's what ElementriX did. They played brilliantly with their minds as compared to their weapons, and their weapons they made them count the most when it mattered. That is the final zones.
Exactly. I mean, as we were talking about it, I mean, the late game pressure was where ElementriX could have struggled, but they did not. They did a phenomenal job just focusing down, prioritizing their targets correctly. I think it was the right decision to focus IHC, Skylight, and then finish off the lads from Esports in the very end, because Esports, again, just two players were there. IHC and Skylightz Gaming were the major teams that could have snatched this win away from ElementriX. And ElementriX, with the man advantage, were easily able to capitalize on the rest of the competition. But after this, I think, again, it's going to be quite interesting to see what the overall rankings are, in fact, actually going to look like, because it's not just about the top two. I want to see what is going on at the sort of the middle table fiasco that's there as well. Because Skylightz Gaming, I'm pretty sure they're going to be above DRS after this game, and they're going to be closing in on the position of where Phantom Esports were. On the other side of the leaderboard, ElementriX will definitely would have taken a boost for themselves in the overall rankings, and TRZ are going to start to question, how do we recover? How do we make sure that by the end of the day, we're not just 16th, but we are on in fact, the 15th position?
I mean, they definitely have surpassed that marker, but for them now it's just, a few other teams that are just, quite close to them, and obviously they would just, move there. But then again, we'll be taking a look at the Oppo moments as well right now when we talk about it, and we'll have a look at those fights that happened in obviously not the early moments, because this game was quite a bit slow for the starters, and then we saw happening. Look at this. This was the only fight that happened in the early moment, and after that, so many fights started happening in the later stages of the game. You see the difference of first few minutes versus the 14-minute marker. In fact, that happened. Spike on the other side just taking down a few players as well. So many fights were happening, but those were individual fights. No team rushes exactly happened till the first, I guess, what was it, 15-16-minute marker. Till then, everyone was just playing on the opportunities that they were getting on for themselves, and once they got a hold of a good area on those opportunities, they took fights. I love the fight that happened with Skylightz Galzin. Look at this. We could not see this happening in the overall fight, but then again, Galzin took down the entire team. Whilst I guess it was JyanMaara he took down, and IHC's Godless and IC took down the entire T2K. We love those fights, the way those fights happen. Look at this. Spotting down the players, taking down the players, spotting down the players, taking down the players, using throwables, using nades, everything that you have in your power, you took it on the opponents. And then this one, Stalwart, the players faltered a bit here and there, but then again, Skylightz, they did really good. But whilst they were taking these fights, they just could not understand that there were a lot of teams that were gatekeeping them.
Exactly, indeed. I mean, we did see that previous game, and of course, IT. Man, they got dismantled from all the different sides, huh? They had a lot of people to deal with. Vibes as well, just falling their glimmers of hope. Alex, of course, the final man alive, but he still was trying his best to keep his team up there. But unfortunately, ElementriX, I mean, they had all their players up in the end, and you guys talked about it, right? ElementriX, the struggle was seen in the Super Weekend 2 so far, at least in the day 1. And now in day 2, they're able to show themselves up. And look, clearly, the happiness describes it all.
Yeah, it definitely does. And talking about this one, right, Deadeyes Guys, they could not get any elimination points for themselves, but still they managed to get, I guess, 6 placement points, something, and that is obviously, really good. JyanMaara, the way they started off their day versus right now, there's still quite a difference. And, well, we see multiple teams coming up in between 9 elimination marker, and then there is Seal that just, went quite berserk, coming up with 15.
Oh man, that's quite insane. And then Seal as well, as you mentioned, with 15 points, even though they did not really get the chicken dinner. I mean, I understand they haven't really gotten that $1,000 in their bag, but still, I mean, that previous game was kind of like a chicken dinner for Seal. And you talk about consistency, man. These Mongolian teams, they're literally putting a prime pillar in front of us.
Exactly, they definitely are, and that's where overall points conversation also just arise, where these teams are, in fact, top 3 teams have just showcased incredible feat of strength for themselves this time as well. I'd say they got good points, decent points, if not the best, but then again, we are still missing that factor from the team. And look at this, Seal comes up on the first position with only 3 chicken dinners. Still, they are there with 295. Stalwart, this is the first time that they'll be getting up a reality check. That means they will come back stronger in the next game. IHC is there, but the difference is quite much now. 295, 291, 265, and then there is Vibes that is on 229.
Yeah, I like that you say reality check right there. Now, Stalwart Esports, I mean, they were the king of the hills for such a long time. As you said, now, Seal Esports just toppling them over, that's going to be something that's going to hurt Stalwart Esports' ego. And I'm pretty sure they would want to get that top spot right back in their hands. On the other hand, though, if you take a look at the 2nd and 3rd spot, there's quite a lot of difference. So you can call it like a little bit of cushion that these teams have. So I'd see they will have to do some heavy lifting if they do want to get on that 2nd spot. Vibes right underneath them with 229 points as well. So these are pretty much the top boards, right? 20 kill, though, gotta say, the way they've stepped up in week 2, it's insane.
Definitely is. It's quite insane. But on the other side, ElementriX with this chicken dinner, they actually complete their century for themselves. 100 points coming up. TRC, they have surpassed 7C. They are at 16th right now. But then for them, in the next game, probably, they would want to surpass 1952 because that would ensure a comfort zone for them. They would be on 15th position. Then what they can do is just, get more and more points tomorrow. Maybe just, try to get decent ending for the Super Weekend for themselves, because as of now they have games to play and they are doing really good. High voltage as well. They might just surpass 7C. If not today, then tomorrow they would want to go for that. But Atrax, in 8 games, they have only 10 points.
Yeah, and you wonder what exactly is going on with Dax, right? Because in 4-4 fights, somewhere down the line, Dax, they're showing a lot of immaturity. And that's what I saw even in the couple of previous games, especially in the Erangel game that we saw. Dax, I mean, somewhere down the line, I feel like they need to have a little bit of leash on themselves. Even though they do find a couple of openings at the start, they should not just straight up try and book it in the open. They should have a little bit of more game plan to try and challenge a fight. This is where it really does come down to the IGLing capabilities. Now, taking a look at the Super Weekend too, of course, I mean, so far, as you call it, 2 Mongolian teams have already gotten their mark in the first 2 games, and then ElementriX just stealing a little bit of spotlight and just showing that South Asians are also in this competition. But Sanhok now is going to be the upcoming game. And Ocean, make your bets, man. Which team you think is going to be the team that might just seal it?
Well, we've talked about it, right? Obviously, when Stalwart gets that reality check, they would want to just come back forward again to take up a fight. And obviously, yesterday's Sanhok as well, it was Stalwart's second dinner. So we'll see what happens today's in today's Sanhok. But then again, I would want TRZ to have a good game for themselves. That's what they are doing. Obviously, with only 2 points, they are at 77. A team that's just above them is at 79. So with only 2 points, they can just surpass them, just like we said, to get to the 15th position marker for them. So that's one thing that they would want to do in this game. But then again, as of now, in this one, we are missing that IHC Zeus performance, right? We know what they are capable of. So I would love to see that one coming up in this one as well. And we'll see where it goes. Obviously, we know teams are going to be just, dropping up their own location. And my question is, has Deadeyes Guys found their drop location? Are they still homeless on Sanhok, or have they found a perfect home for themselves? That is a big question, because Necro, I'm telling you, 100%, at the end of every single day, they are going down onto the map of Sanhok. They're looking at they at that, and they're like, where do we land? What is this place? Where do we, can we find, even if we find individual houses to start off with, that's going to be really good, because they take up a fight, they might just eliminate a few players, but their players get eliminated more and more, and that rings good bells. But then again, this is not the time for Sanhok right now, because we are going to go for a slight warm-up, and that warm-up is happening right about now.
Exactly. We're going to be heading on to a little TDM between High Voltage and the enemy team, of course, ElementriX. Now, the winners of the previous game, ElementriX, they're going to have a little bit of air flowing in their direction.
And goes for a nade on his own? What are they?
It's okay. They just want to gift High Voltage. They're like, all right, High Voltage, you guys are not doing that great in the overall rankings. It's okay. You can have the TDM.
Or were they like, going for like, let's just give them a head start and then we'll just, try and catch up? I don't know if that's a statement that they were going up with. But what is happening, ElementriX? Well, now they are picking up the pace. Now they are picking up the lead for themselves as Hyozu takes down one more. And look at this, from 1-4, they took it down to 5-6 as of now.
Exactly. I mean, we have also seen Assassin, right, of what kind of player he is, especially in the TDMs. Assassin's fracking capabilities are pretty much remarkable, and that's something we really need to take into consideration. A nice nade from Incus is going to find Probeen as well on back of that concrete. And now you have High Voltage Assassin right here in the center. Is also a little bit exposed. The arms are exposed. Needs to watch out from that. But ElementriX so far, they're just holding their ground.
As of now, yeah, just, trying to hold up a decent area for themselves. 7-10, I mean, double digits is where High Voltage is right now. Obviously, that lead is up strong with themselves. Look at this, ElementriX is not looking in the exact right direction where they should be looking up. And that's where they are losing up the points right now. Assassin is on low HP, but then look at the perfect cover that's being given onto him. Liquid's on low HP as well. He'll be taken down easily. 8-12 is the score line right now, with one more coming up. More and more points, in fact, are coming up right now. Waru's moving forward. He has 3 kills, and he will be going down on 3 only.
Unfortunately, yeah, Probeen as well is going to peek out at the last second. He's trying to get the frag. Man's quite close, and he whips out the M249. Of course, with the bigger magazine, and was able to shut down the player in the close. Now Probeen is just going to keep on moving in. High Voltage, so damn, I got to say, the firepower on this team is definitely looking quite insane. And ElementriX so far, they aren't really able to find a break on that.
Yeah, right now, Waru He's just moving on the other side as well right now. We'll see what happens. Liquid has spotted down Waru. Will take him down now as well. And 13-20. I mean, this one looks easy for high voltage, given the fact, they are just increasing the numbers. Even if they get one on for themselves, look at this. They increase their own numbers by 2, 3, 4. Look at this, 15, 20. They are doing really good with it.
Yeah, they're
with the
actually...
trade especially.
They're actually getting a nice lead for themselves, like a nice rocket start already. And look at high voltage, man. ElementriX, they're just not able to get a comeback through. They're just not able to find the return knocks. But yeah, finally, we do see a couple of kills flowing in on the side of ElementriX, and that's what they exactly need just to try and get the score back up. 18-24 is the score. ElementriX currently in a nice disadvantage as they've found himself in. Gozu's quite low too on the right side. Liquid now is trying to provide some cover to the man quite low. Prabeen's on top. He's just trying to rain down some nice hellfire onto Liquid. Oh my god, ElementriX. Alright, they're just able to shut him down.
Yeah. Liquid just, on one of the sides. Mr. Yozu gets taken down, traded out in fact. Spotting down, Prabeen was just there, but then obviously, just could not take most of damage. And high voltage now, it looks like they are losing the lead. Not exactly though, but the numbers are coming quite close as ElementriX is trying to go for good numbers for themselves. Incas goes down, but there it is, 24-29. They need to get into the 30 marker. That's where they are now. 24-30 looks pretty decent. 31, in fact, 25-31. High voltage might just go for a good end and an early end as well. Looks like high voltage, for ElementriX. The bad thing was that the lead that was given in the early stages, and they could not recover from... that nade!
What a nade on it, right on his face, and now Prabeen as well on behind this green containers will be shut down. So far, ElementriX, it seems like they're at least trying their best to get the lead back up in their hand, but that's not the case. High voltage, they're doing a great job keeping the lead for themselves. 35-29, 5 more points needed for high voltage to get this TDM in their hands and also prove that they are the better ones in this one when it comes to the individual mechanic skills. And high voltage, yep, so far they're just straight up rolling on the players of ElementriX. ElementriX, I feel like ElementriX are also being quite aggressive though, right?
Yeah, they definitely are. Look at this! Players are being taken down left, right, and center. In fact, Incas, he has a grenade, but then again, what he needs is a weapon because the score line's coming up to closing out on 33-40 for high voltage.
Oh,
what a
man.
good game.
Yeah, indeed. What a game, right? From the side of high voltage. And currently they're also sitting on 18th spot in the overall rankings. I mean, look, that was the 18th spot team right there, fighting pretty much 15th spot team in the overall rankings. And somewhere down the line, ElementriX, they weren't really, ElementriX, the struggle was being seen from their side. But high voltage, man, we've known these players. Assassin as well in himself. We've seen high voltage, this roster playing since a long time. And Assassin in itself, he's been a star player, especially last year. If you remember, he was able to put on some nice frag numbers for his.
He was in the MVP category, right? A
Yeah.
lot of times he was among the top. He was among the amongst the top fraggers as well. So yeah, that definitely comes up. But then again, that's what I was talking with Johnny as well. Like, I'm kind of worried about Alex now. A new talent, a raw talent comes up, is amongst the top fraggers as well right now. He's doing really good. I just would not want that to fade away in the upcoming tournaments, right? Because as of now, Alex is doing really good. I hope he does pretty decent as well, because that, again, is extremely important.
Makes sense, right? Because at the start, sometimes you do have that little bit of boiling blood going for yourself, especially when you're new, you want to dominate everything. But then later on, as time passes by and you try to merge more and more with the team, that also means sometimes you might just be over-guessing yourself, might just be overthinking yourself, and you're just trying to fit in a bit more with the team. But Alex, currently, he's found a sweet spot. Now, if you remember, Alex, when he's all by himself, he struggles quite a bit to actually position himself as well, pretty well in the fights. That in itself shows that the team, the impact that the team have on Alex in general.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, the team is doing really good today. Godless also just, stepped up pretty big for the team when we talk about it, and he took down amazing fights, amazing players as well. I remember him taking down players in close range with a mini and M16. Imagine doing that against players of DRS. He did that in Miramar, taking them down. He only had M16 and mini, and just did really good with the fights for those times. And we know him. And Action as well. Action did brilliant, in fact, in today's Miramar, taking down players, moving forward, doing and I guess he's at what now? 77, 78 overall eliminations. That's just insane, right? He's touching down to 100 marker as well. That's just so good. But then again, this map, the map of Sanhok, it's quite a map of snakes. The snake hawk comes in, right? We call it the snake hawk, to be honest. And all these players would just be ready to just take down on that land, maybe find their sweet spots, find that good circle for themselves going in, just like we have seen Phantom. That's going to be the most prime example, right? When we talk about it, Phantom just coming up with a really good fight and all those things. So we'll see what happens.
Exactly. I mean, Phantom 2, as you brought up in the previous game, though, Phantom had quite a great positioning. But unfortunately, man, this is what we talk about, right? In the final zone, when there's a lot of teams, right? There's also a bit of RNG added because you need to take a look at a lot of angles. And that's when somewhere down the line, you're just going to be kind of confused. All right, where are you getting shot at from? Because there's going to be a lot of angles to cover. And just 4 players, sometimes it gets next to impossible to divert your attention and also try and buy some time off. In the end, maybe, hopefully, if you do have some vehicles to play around with, and a couple of smoke grenades, then things can be a bit different on your side. But if the circle just takes a hard shift away, then things are pretty much screwed over. Like, no matter how many smoke grenades you have, you might create a trail. But again, every single player in the lobby will try to spam that. Yeah,
I mean, we'll definitely just see how that happens in this map if it just comes down to that equation. But then there's one more a process of conversation that just always arrives, and that is players not coming down and using much of vehicles in this map. They do use it, but not a lot as compared to the other ones, because obviously there's this slightly smaller distance that you have to travel. You can just move on foot. You would not want to give more sound information around. So that's where the punch power comes in as well. That's what we call the jump punch nowadays. The punch power just comes in as well. So all these players just try to go for those things as well. Plus utilities and usage of weapon choices. We don't see much of a bolt action coming in. Sometimes we would see a few DMRs here and there, but then again, everyone just goes for a dual AR, or maybe just comes up with a few SMGs. That is UMP specific, just coming up on this map. So this map is quite different, and players just like to play it, like to keep it that way.
I mean, makes a lot of sense too, right? Sanhok is kind of like a jungly area, right? Where there's a lot of trees to play around with, a lot of cover to try and maneuver around. Yeah. And that's why you don't really need those vehicles. If you compare that thing to Miramar and Erangel, I mean, of course, a bigger map as well, you need those vehicles to traverse around areas and for a quick rotation. But also at the same time, sometimes if the circle does shift out in the open, which like 80% of the time it does. That's when the vehicle do come into play, and that's what is really vehicle kind of like our prioritizing in Erangel and Miramar. On the other hand, though, Sanhok, as I said, a jungly area, there's always going to be those rocks, those trees to play around with, unless a circle takes shift near Tapmock, and then that's going to be out in the open thingy, and then that's when everyone's going to be screwed. But again, that's something that happens quite rare.
Yeah, again, as of now in this cam, we did not see anything unusual happening as of now. Everyone was just ready for the game for themselves, and everyone wants to just have a good fight. This time, ladies and boys and girls, this is the 4th game of the day. 4.5 if you include the TDM as well, but then obviously there were only 2 teams. But right now we are going into the only match of Sanhok. If we talk about it, we see a southern to northern flight path coming in. That means all the teams might have a decent drop point for themselves, but my eyes are going to be on Deadeyes Guys, and that rhymes.
Ooh, makes sense too. I understand why you're actually going to go for Deadeyes Guys there, because you want to find out if they've gone a home for themselves.
I want to see, I want to see their new home if they have.
Makes sense too, man. And you also want to see that Deadeyes Guys chicken dinner, right? Because I mean, you're just so accustomed to seeing Deadeyes Guys chicken dinner. Take a look at them as well. They're right in the 5th spot in the overall rankings, and somewhere down line to topple Vibes over. Vibes currently, they have a nice cushion to play with.
Yeah, imagine this, right? Deadeyes Guys would have been in top 3. I'm making a bold statement. The only map that they are choking down is actually this one, and look at them again with TRZ. Oh my god.
Oh man. Same reaction from my side too. Hopefully this time the tables are close to each other.
Oh, Shifu! This time, for a change, Shifu does good. I mean, obviously, there was a change as well. Like, he had an M16. Only a few shots were needed, and that happened. But then again, he needs to understand that a few players are coming on to him as well. Oh, Shifu! Looks like they want to conquer this land only. They don't need a new home. They want to take players out of this one and make them run for their lives. Deadeyes Guys, for a change, Shifu, in fact, is going to be really happy for a change. He's going to be really, really happy. And TRZ, right off the bat, that's bad.
Oh, they're on a run. Makes sense too. 2 players alive. Now try and play for the placements, or maybe just rack up those first aids and go for that med strat. It's probably the best thing TRZ can do to keep the consistency factor going, because so far, day 2, it has been pretty good for them. Or if you just rule out the previous game, then yeah, they got dismantled quite early off. But before that, those 2 games, they were doing quite a great job. And now as well, Deadeyes Guys, man, Shifu, he was really connecting those bursts on the players' heads, huh?
Yeah, I mean, M16 is going to be Shifu's favorite weapon, I'm telling you, as of now. But then again, obviously, he would be changing it because the auto weapons are better. Everyone knows that. But then again, this time, he did good. He saved that soil for his own teammates. And that matters. And now he's trying to just, make them run away by making them understand we have less Sanhoks to play. Don't ever come back here again. I'm pretty sure TRZ will come back for a fight, but then not this time.
We'll see, though. I mean, honestly, I feel like it was quite unfortunate. It was just Shifu doing Shifu things, right? Those bursts on the heads right there, something that the players did not even get a chance to try and fight back. Quite unfortunate stuff. Legend here in the close territory of TRZ.
Yes, so T2K is here, and that means TRZ kind of is stuck, actually. But look,
what?
Hey, come on, you're not serious. You're not serious. You're not serious about this one. Deadeyes Guys, if they're coming for them, I don't know, they are not serious. Frag Boy and Shari, they're trying to find TRZ. They're trying to find TRZ. Oh my God, Necro.
It should be an easy knockout for him, though. As Savage, now they're going head-to-head against JyanMaara, as both of those teams have gone an equal knockout onto each other. Anifo will be able to get the reset through onto Hershey. Ophir is able to find another frag onto Sanchir, an instant confirmation to follow it up. Same thing. Savage will just reply back a little bit more stronger, though. The reset was there. Deadeyes Guys again on a hunt. They're just trying to find out the leftover players from the side of TRZ, and I'm pretty sure the player in the back of TRZ is just waiting for the right moment to strike. As soon as he sees both these players as just an easy target, he will probably try and go for the knockout. Savage and JyanMaara, for now, this fight has came down to a stalemate, as both these teams, they don't exactly know how they want to approach things. Snipe White Sea spotted out. Eisenberg spamming a couple of shots, but no connections just yet.
Eisenberg just, trying to find up a good place. DBS, or using DBS, it looks like it's kind of a new meta or something that just, players use. In fact, the shotguns as secondary weapons. Not a lot of players use it, but then again, it was started off by our very favorite Aito-chan. Comes up from Japan League and plays really, really good. From Blue Bees, BB Aito-chan. And the only thing that the team used to do bad was driving. Not gonna lie. The other things they used to do pretty good, but driving was not one of their strong suits. Whenever they used to be in a vehicle, that vehicle was nowhere to be seen. But then again, this time, if we talk about Seal, right, they're taking a good fight against the players of Team Phantom, as they are taking down multiple players right now, one by one. And Seal is going to enjoy these initial eliminations for them.
They are indeed going to enjoy those. Phantom Esports was one of those teams that you were really eyeing out for. And this early in the game, they're also getting a lot of casualties on their side. TDK, TRZ, and Deadeyes Guys right next to each other. This fight is still going on as Anifo wants to find a knockout on the Snipe White Sea. A nice, safe rotation on either side. That smoke grenade providing him a lot of cover and a lot of visual distortion for the side of Savage. 3 players up for both these teams, and as I said, so far it has came down to a stalemate, but look at Hershey's position on the top in the back. If Snipe White Sea tries to be a little sneaky, Hershey's going to cut off his lifeline.
Eisenberg Again, just trying to find. Snipe is on the other side. Nofia is there as well. Eisenberg's moving forward. JyanMaara, oh, this nade. He definitely throws it, but Eisenberg, oh, he gets that damage on for himself. Plus, the Molotov follows up in that building. I'm pretty sure Eisenberg understands that he's not going to go there. But then again, Savage, they do get it that, yeah, players are there. But look at the fielding that Savage is trying to set up. Players from all the directions are trying to surround these buildings.
Yeah, and I also have a nice guy, Hershey, all the way in the back, overwatching this compound. Snap YT. Oh, nice pre-fire on that angle. Was only able to get one connection on that. Nothing really to report. DBS also approaching Snap YT, something that needs to be acknowledged and also be feared from. And oh, he's down so low now, Snap YT. They have sensed that Snipe is now low, and maybe they will try and keep the pedal to the metal. He's trying to heal himself back up. No fear as well. We'll try to provide him some backup right there. A nice knockout from the side of No Fear to reply back in style as they've gotten trades. Molotov's locked in, and oh, he's able to flush him out.
Definitely have, but right now, No Fear needs to understand that the revive is really, really important. But then again, the other players might just arrive on him. Look at how they are trying to just take down the players. The revive will happen, but then again, one more shot and the player will be taken down again. No fear. Well, was it a distraction or not? We'll understand it. But then again, Eisenberg, he has a DBS as well for himself. But then again, he needs to take up this fight with a weapon of his. Good choice, and there it is. Eisenberg goes for the finish, goes for the elimination, and JyanMaara becomes the first team to be taken out.
Wow. JyanMaara, that's something that they would have not anticipated this late in the game, as you do see the next circle shift coming in as well. It's kind of equally divided in all those three islands. Again, there's going to be a little bit of mysterious aura. Where is the next circle going to be shifting towards? Is it going to go top left, top bottom right, or bottom left? Teams are indeed going to be left in a confused state. We did see two other players from the side of Phantom Esports already getting dismantled, and now there's just down to a two-man squad. A handicap squad in front of Dax. Dax on that struggling phase as well. We do see Dax is one of those teams that they're all the way in the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, they need to have good games, and that's what they're getting right now. But the best part for them might just be that this fight would have been their momentum builder. But then again, the players are still just being taken down. It's a 2-on-4 situation, and in that they are What just happened? Mad Max on the other side, he gets up a good cover for himself, but I don't think so that it's going to be enough, as he needs to get away from the harm's way. A good grenade is being thrown and lofted down. Mad Max might just be down and out. Oh, the vehicle saves him, but he's still just, out there. He sits in the vehicle on the other side. Deadeyes is trying to take up a good fight against the players of Dax, and it looks like, what are you shooting? It looks like he wanted to just take down that one player that he just knocked out, and there it is, and he will take him out. Mad Max, he needs to be in the cover as well, because from the back lines, Stalwart's coming from the backlines of boot camp.
Oh, these two players are doing a phenomenal job holding this compound down. Dax, they had all their players up, and now they just lost two of them just because they did not really scout the compound out properly. Phantom Esports just got gifted away with these frags easily. Something needs to be acknowledged here. And Dax, I like the presence of mind from their side. They're still trying to look in the back. They're not completely tunnel visioned. Skylightz Gaming Mafia Ninja slowly and steadily crawling in like a nice little wiper. And I'm pretty sure he will strike at the right moment, at the right given opportunity.
Mafia is ready. Mafia is actually ready in all these situations. Spike is on low HP. He needs to understand. Gyant is there as well. But do they know about this threat that's really close? He's jumping. He's punching. He wants him to be safe. But I guess Gyante understands it. He might have just, seen his head just, while he was jumping from that rock's top TPP angle. Muffin Ninja's just there. Gyante is here as well. UMP in his hands. Muffin Ninja has no weapon right now. He better take a weapon out. But then again, his team is far behind. He needs that cover as well for himself. He's definitely giving up that information that I sense the danger. I feel the danger. I understand there's someone. But Gyante just not making up a single move. Now Gyante is moving forward. He understands where Muffin Ninja is. And look at this right now. Gyante, he gets a lot of damage on for himself. He actually goes for a drop shot. He knows that his teammate is just on the back lines as well. But Atrax, they are spotted. They are in a bad situation right now. Gyante, the throwables are coming up onto him, but then he's trying to go for the damage. He's actually trying to dish out the damage, but that's not happening. Right down to the last bullet, but there it is. One more player goes down, and Spike is the last one surviving. And Spike, he's on low HP. It looks like he's boosting himself up. But then again, is it enough? A nade comes down on Spike, but it goes to a longer direction, and Spike might not survive as well. We'll see what happens. But then again, he needs to make a run for his life. Look at the vehicles coming in. They are pulling him as he's the last one surviving. He just drops down. But then again, I guess he will be spotted down easily. A few more steps. Nima, a few more steps. Nima, a bit to your left, and there it is.
Oh, Dax. They did not really have a lot of first aids to play around with. 20 bandages on the man in the front, and that's all they had to play with. Dax, again, somewhere down the line, just try and reposition yourself quickly in the game, and they just gave up on all the early loot they could have gone.
Oh my god.
Maybe they should have tried to stick to their comfort role and just try to get the loot in their hand in the first place. But yeah, Skylightz Gaming, they just got these 2 kills gifted for themselves, and they're going to have nice smirks on their faces after that. To kick things off well in the game of Sanhok, that's all you need. A little bit of blood on your hands. That's going to get the momentum going and also the adrenaline pumping. As you guys can see on the right side in the live rankings, Seal, they have gotten those 2 nice elimination points for themselves. That's going to boost them up a little bit more. I mean, they're already in the #1, but just to gain a little bit more advantage over the players of Stalwart Esports. IC as well is right underneath them. Phantom Esports, one of those teams on 7th spot. Their spot is really compromisable, as you can see. Skylightz Gaming, they've already gotten 155 points in their hands, and 1 more point ahead is Phantom Esports.
G2K, we were seeing that blue marker just right next to them. That was that, they were outside the zone, but it looks like they caught up as well. Assault from Raw. In fact, all the players from Raw are quite close to the players of Team Seal. That is actually on the finest momentums right now. They have 3 players, but they're holding this compound for themselves. 1 good grenade from Leo can actually just take down a few players, and that grenade just has been lofted down. Although it just does the damage, is not able to do the job. And now Leo wants to move forward. He has spotted on all the players, but him coming out might just be a bad decision. Well, he takes down 1, but then again, the fight, it is on.
Oh, indeed it is on, and Raw, they're able to get a nice reply through. A retaliation knock from their side, but that's all they're going to get. Demo right here, too. One of the players that is in the kill leaders, and this nade's going to be locked in quite close. Oh, it takes down the player so low. Demo, now we'll need to try and capitalize on that fact. Another nade locked in, and that was quite a great positioning as well. Sealed, if not, his player knocked out on their side. We did see that happening a while ago. And Demo, look at how proactive he's being on the left, on the right side, making sure no one's really going to be charging on in. And Seal, they do realize maybe backing out from this fight has to be a bit more mature decision.
I mean,
they
Raw,
just want to reset.
Yeah, exactly. Raw, they just, revived their player that was down, and he's good with heals as well. Leo, obviously, he would be taken out of the lobby just about right now. That means this is 1 elimination that Raw is going to enjoy a lot. And for Seal, well, they are down with 2 players only. It looks like they want to lock down a few good grenades for themselves. And Demo, he might just need to save himself, because he's just, with that wall. Had the grenade just, bounced back, it would have taken down him down. But that did not happen. And now Kazi is moving forward as well. But the most important thing is that all these players, they need to cross the road. And if they are not good with it, they would be taken down.
Indeed, they would be taken down. Sealed right here, too. Look at Demo, man. This man's just being so quiet right now, like a little slithering snake. Finally, positions compromised, and I like the nice repositioning, too, from his side. Making sure even if the nade was being cooked in a direction, it should not directly connect. Look at Demo. This player's just so, futuristic thinking. He always keeps on repositioning himself after revealing his position, and that's something that I really like. Wally, too, now from the back. A nice little bait from the player of Seal from Demo, and then the rest of the players just try to push on in. And then Raw, they just get a nice casualty on their side. Look at Wally's positioning.
Yeah, this just, looks quite good when talking about it. But look at that nade that just, arrived. And players from Raw are trying to move to the back line slowly and steadily, as they're just trying to take up a decent fight for themselves. We are down to 15.5 minutes onto the game, and now I'm pretty sure the fights are going to be onto a faster mode. Waru takes down 1 from IHC. IC is down right now. Alex onto the back lines. Praveen has been taken down. Stalwart is in a bit of a pickle situation. There's ElementriX trying to charge up on them. They need to heal, but I don't think so they're going to get any time for that, and that just looks really bad for the players right now, as 1 good Molotov will take down one of the players, but He looked like a possessed demon, but then again, he would be taken down, and that is an elimination coming up for Stalwart as they go down on 13. That is no points coming up for them. And from the back lines of the players of High Voltage, or it was Raw, comes up DRS as they take down a few players as well. Wally, looks like this is his chance to take down a few more elimination points maybe.
Oh man, talk about a third-party sandwich situation, and Raw, they're going to have nightmares of this situation right here. I mean, they got eliminated, but damn, DRS, what a quick capitalization from their side, as Rules has already went down, and instant smoke grenades to try and provide some nice cover, and also nice little visual blockage from the side of Seal. And look at that, they used that time to fall back, and Seal, the proactiveness from this team is always panning out so well. And what was that? This man's stunt, man. He will be taken out from midair, just clipping his wings. And now the rest of the players in the back as well. True Love finds himself a little cover behind the tree. But oh man, that was an insane moment indeed. Even though he went out like a hero.
A few more throwables might just, do the job, as True Love is on low HP as well for himself. Jane is trying to go with this. He was cooking the nade in a brilliant timing. And look at that. Just goes with that. Frag Boy's onto the back lines. He's on low HP as well. And there's Chari as well. I guess he spotted on Chari. Jane knows Chari's location. The play zone's doing its own sweet job to take down the players as well. Frag Boy will be down out in the open right now in a while probably. He's going to throw a few smokes in the vision so that he can move inside the circle as well. He has a vehicle for himself if he wants to use it. True Love, he won't be saved. It's a fourth circle moving down to the fifth one right now. And Chari, he gets a few shots on himself as well. But look at Frag Boy taking down Sandesh, making the most out of his own position, trying to deny the vision. And he's going to go with the nade of his own. If it connects, it's going to be a bonkers hell of a nade. We'll see if it does do the job or not right now. Returning the favor. Well, Jane, a few shots, a few damage was done onto him, but looks like True Love is going to go for the revive. Frag Boy. But then again, a good nade by Legend takes down, in fact, wipes out a few players. Deadeyes Guys, they're still surviving. But then again, Frag Boy, another one bites the dust, and T2K is moving forward onto him as Chari is the last one surviving.
Oh man, they just nailing him down to the ground, and those nades right there. Oh, the Sanhok game has to be one of the biggest nade games. Every single nade, or at least so far, that has been covered by the observer is perfectly placed. Leash has been doing a decent amount of damage with all those nades. And Frag Boy right here now is going to be engulfed by the wall of death. And he should be ticked off anytime soon. T2K right here with a nice high ground to play with. Also, they are just trying to look down on the teams that are in the front. Jane is, of course, going to be the man in the front. I see right here in the front of ElementriX. Liquid has already been taken out. Of course, one of the mans that always get taken out first. But it's okay. Sus has got his back, and we'll get the confirmations through. But what's going on? Seoul, with this DBS, is able to get those wrap-ups so easily. In Cuss is trying to fight back, and he does. Connects that final bullet.
Oh, 5 eliminations, and 10th position is where they go down. IHC. Now we are down to 9, and 21 players are still surviving. AJ, he knows that there are a few players that are actually just, taking the wrath of the zone right now, and that's where he just wants to go for. Delta with a good nade, but I don't think so it's going to connect someone. Nope, and does not. Demo is just out there. Look at the seal. I mean, they're still surviving. Gotta give it to them. Props to the team. They're still surviving somehow. All the Wally, he's on low HP. One more shot on Wally and will be taken down, and that would be the end of the team. We'll see, because Demo is down and out right now, and Wally is the last one surviving. We'll see what happens, as he's barely breathing. He has 3 first aids, but then again, he needs to make the most out of it. He's in the center of the zone. Center of the zone, the solo man.
Oh, man. Look at Wally, though. I mean, with that smoke grenade, he also gives his position away, but he also did not really have any other option to play around with. The smoke's now getting spammed, too. Vibes right against the players of Skylightz Gaming. Mafia Ninja trying to position himself, trying to get as much as info as possible with the TPP angle, but accidentally exposes a bit of his head, and it will be instantly cut off. As Joker, a nice spray coming through from this man. He's not going to miss any shots. Mafia Ninja now is forced to cross over in the open. Delvin will try and get the res set back up, but no, instantly denied by Joker. That was pretty much an easy confirmation. Another one to follow it up. Wipes. What's going on? They're just proving Skylightz Gaming unparalleled.
Oh, AJ is moving forward right now, but I don't think so that if in all of these situations. But then again, ladies and boys and girls, this is the final zone, 110%. The way the fights are just happening. Obviously, the players are moving forward, and that's how It's just not looking good. Skylightz, they are just, being taken down slowly and steadily. But then again, AJ, he can spot on a few players. So Vibe takes down one, but his HP was low, and that's the thing. That's how the cookie crumbles. But then again, Vibe's players, they are facing Wrath with blue as well. Nima still surviving. His West is totally done for. But then again, we'll see what happens. Seal, Wally, meanwhile, still trying to do everything in his power in order to win. We have 6 teams, but 9 players. So many individuals. But then again, if we talk about a few teams, right? There are teams with multiple players for themselves as well. But Malik with a good nade, probably Nima needs to beware of this throwable. And he goes out. Lights out for Nima. Skylightz is down.
Talking about Lights Out, one of the horror movies. But yeah.
Yep. DRS is meanwhile still surviving.
Yeah, and that's going to be a little bit of nightmares, but oh, what's going on, Sus? I was about to say that's going to be a nightmare for Sus, but no, that's not the case indeed. Sus is proving to be a nightmare for DRS. His Rebel's been taken out, trying to crawl back to safety, but that's not going to be the name of the game for him. And Sus is going to try and deny that fact. Another nade tossed in to get the confirmation through.
Imagine.
Molotov to follow it up.
So ElementriX got a brilliant chicken dinner, right? Imagine if Seal or Savage, I mean, for Savage, it's difficult because the zone's just, taking... imagine if Seal actually takes it up from here. Imagine. I mean, DRS, they have the number advantage. It is a 1-on-3 when it comes down to the final zone. We'll see what Hershey can do because it's outside the circle right now. He cannot just get inside the circle as of now. He needs to heal as of now. He needs to go for the heal battle. That means Wally's the last one surviving. DRS needs to get inside the circle in the open areas. That might just be a really, really difficult situation for them. But then Wally, he's the last one surviving, has a UMP. Delta takes down Hershey. That means it's a 1-on-3 situation. And that's where Wally just reads and understands. And he is actually going for the wide peaks for himself. I would just say that. But then again, he's the last one surviving, and another game ends up with a nade for the 4th time today. And DRS, finally, they are doing really good with a 1-1 damage, 7 eliminations, 2 points secured, 7th position is where they are now.
They needed this one too, quite desperately, Ocean, because DRS, somewhere down the line, we did see them kind of on the struggling phase in the overall rankings. A well-deserved chicken dinner with not a lot of damage to rack it up, but it's okay. As long as you're able to get that chicken dinner, those 15 placement points, and also a couple of elimination points to topple it over, and just also help you a bit more to nail down that spot in the overall rankings. And DRS, they're able to do so far. But now moving on in, though, I mean, teams like Phantom Esports, we saw their position being so compromised, and unfortunately, they got dismantled quite early up in the game, and that's something that I feel like Phantom Esports will need to try and improvise on, maybe, because, as I said, they were on 7th spot, and they were so close to the team right underneath them, if I'm not wrong, it was Skylightz Gaming. And Skylightz Gaming, they got a pretty decent, good game for themselves.
And in this one as well, ElementriX had a pretty good run for themselves if we talk about it. ElementriX, they played out of their minds. They were consistent again. Talking about consistency, though, Seal, they are getting those numbers. 300 marker is where, we were talking about it. And Seal, out of nowhere, just, gets it. They started off at, 193 points or something. And right now, they just crossed 300 marker. 100+ points jump is what they have done right now, and that too with 1 game remaining.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's the first day was IHC domination. The second day now has to be Seal without a doubt, because consistency has been the name of the game for Seal. But it seems like that's going to be it from our side for now. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be right back in a while.
It's about
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia 2022. But of course, now the Mongolian domination kind of being a full stop by the South Asians. Now this is something that is really getting heated up. And this is what we really wanted to see, right? Just not one region dominating. Instead, every single region just showing themselves up and getting those hands wet for themselves.
Well, definitely, every region just is coming up forward, is moving up forward. They know. It seems like they're just cracking that code of what the Mongolians are doing, and they're trying to just implement it in their own flavor, in their own favor, if we just talk about it. But then we have to talk stats as well. We have to crunch down some numbers. So we'll be taking a look at the MVP right now of this one game, because then again, there have been multiple players that have just done incredible work for themselves. So it is gonna be sus. Well, it is sus. From ElementriX, 4 eliminations, 4 knocks, 872 damage. So quite a decent number.
Indeed. I mean, that's something that I would say ElementriX is really looking out for. And somewhere down the line, ElementriX now stepping up in the final occasions. Day 2, I call it always day 2 is the day of comebacks. And the latter half of the board, they always try to make their mark in the first half of the board. And now ElementriX, they're on the steps of succession, as Sus is going to find himself in the most valuable player with 4 knocks, 4 elimination, 872 damage, survival time of 2046, an assist of 3. I mean, nothing much can be said, but we really need to focus on the starting fight that really engaged at the start. And Deadeyes Guys were able to kick things off pretty well against TRZ. And now this proves that these players are actually doing their research.
Yeah, they're doing their research. They are playing pretty good. They are trying to survive longer. They are understanding the value of a longer survival time for themselves. On the other side, if we talk about IHC, Zeol is there amongst the top players. Wally's there with Seal, Delta from DRS, and we remember, right? The more number of A's, the more good he does. This time, DRS gets a chicken dinner. It was Delta coming up on 4th with 4 eliminations and 393 damage. Hershey from Savage. Savage, for a change, is stepping up pretty good, because it was the only Mongolian team that was trying but was not getting that marker, that oomph for themselves. And this time, I feel like today has been quite a decent day. The day has been good for them.
I like how you said Delta.
Yeah, the more number of A's. Remember, so last time when they won when they were under the Visit with Vibes name, right? Delta had extra A's behind his name, and that was I would say that was the main reason that he just in the last moment he clutched up. Every A that just was included was the number of eliminations that he was just getting. So yeah, DRS coming up quite good with the damage in this one. We talked about it, 20+ minutes of survival time. And think about it, a team with a chicken dinner that had 3+ surviving had the average survival of 20 minutes and 57 seconds.
Indeed, I mean, TRS, yeah. Look at Seal too, right? I mean, 5 knockouts on their side, 4 knockouts on the side of DRS Gaming right here, 7 eliminations on the side of DRS, and then 4 eliminations on the side of Seal. I mean, they were able to dish out quite a lot of damage, but the conversion wasn't there on their side. Damage received 2 from the side of Seal is way higher than the side of DRS. And now take a look at the match summary, as Y'all, of course, going to find himself in the highest eliminations, but Sus is going to find himself in the highest damage and the highest assists.
Exactly. Sus is there with 872 damage and 3 assists. He was the MVP as well. Definitely just did pretty good. Zeol comes up on the highest elimination marker. And Zeol is out there when it comes down to... he's the second highest out there when it comes down to highest damage marker. So yeah, that definitely comes up. True Love is out there on the longest distance, which is 192 only. So it's Sanhok. It's given.
Indeed. I mean, we talked about Deadeyes Guys too. I don't know. Somewhere down the line in today's game, or at least today, Deadeyes Guys, they are getting those points for themselves. But I really do want to see the Deadeyes Guys to actually get a chicken dinner too, because we know the spot between Vibes and Deadeyes Guys, it's not really that far away. Deadeyes Guys' second place is easily contestable for them if they want to. And all they need to do is just get a little bit more consistent points, because now you see Deadeyes Guys, they only have gotten 6 points for themselves. I mean, of course, they got their first 2 points off the eliminations, and then the couple points from the placement points. While on the other hand, DRS, of course, the table topper, Savage, is one of those teams I feel like they're also stepping up.
Exactly, just like, we had this conversation just a few seconds back. The Deadeyes Savage is having a good day today. They're having a pretty decent day. The day is quite decent with them. But Stalwart somehow today has I can't even say it has not been their day because they started off on a really good note. So I cannot exactly say that, it's not their day. It still is. They have had that chicken dinner to just, begin with for them. Like they have had that momentum, but then again, they lost it in the middle of the day. In fact, they lost the first position and all those things. And for them to get back to that one, they might just, need to do some work. They might.
I mean, Stalwart, it's okay, right? Stalwart, they pretty much know they've got a lot of chicken dinners on the name. A lot of bags is already transferred in their bank account, and they've already got a lot of cash, so they don't really need to try hard much. Unless they care about the first spot, then okay, they can try and go for that. Let's take a look at the Oppo moments, and let's find out how things really did kick off, because we did see TRZ getting dismantled quite early off. Shifu's play right here. Nice headshots first coming through from the M16A4, and then another one to follow it up as well. DRZ solo fights. They were challenging Shifu all by themselves, solo. They were just going one after the other, and that's why Shifu was able to rack up those frags, and he was given an opportunity to take all these players down. Seal, oh, that was a nice spray down. Both the players from Phantom Esports, unfortunately, they were just charging on in head on, and they got easily taken down by the player of Seal. Phantom Esports, though, again, that defense from the side of Dax was so well played. Skylightz Gaming, too, right here on the hilltop. A nice cleanup crew play coming through from their side. And Seal, this hold off, they played this so well that Seal was actually able to do second, or they were actually able to get second spot for themselves in that previous game as well.
I mean, first of all, hello, Necro. And second of all, I mean, you hardly get to see so much chaos in Sanhok during the mid-game stages. So I was quite happy about this fact that we had a lot of teams colliding mid-rotation. We did get to see a few interesting moments like Shifu, like mid-air with a bike, but getting shot down as well. And over on the other side, I mean, Skylightz Gaming, they're trying their level best to secure those eliminations and try to see if they can, in fact, challenge the teams at the tops. But it is definitely, they are getting left behind little by little.
They are indeed getting left behind. Savage right here, having a phenomenal game of Sanhok.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've seen Savage in the map of Sanhok. It's like a complete new breath of fresh air for this team. They're always so good on the map of Sanhok. Of course, kicking things off in Paradise Resort, and then later on, I mean, already Paradise Resort is kind of like that main contestant spot, right? It's kind of like the centralized spots in the entire map of Sanhok right there. So Paradise Resort is one of the main key drops, and that's what Savage Esports, they've got their hands on. And from that to rotate inside the zone, it's not really that tough of a task. And Savage, they do a phenomenal job in executing that.
I mean, they did a pretty phenomenal job, but I have to say, I mean, I loved, absolutely loved this last match. It was quite interesting to watch, especially the mid-game action did result in a lot of teams going into extended fights before they even thought they would need to do that. And because of that, we do see those high damage numbers on the majority of the teams inside of the lobby, apart from, of course, the early exits that we saw. Not a lot of changes on the overall rankings, though. Esports do manage to hold on to the first position heading into the last match of the day, and this is going to make for an interesting finish to the second day of the Super Weekend, Necro, because now the question that is in front of us is, will Stalwart Esports take the first position back, or will Seal Esports go into the last day of this Super Weekend as the leaders of the leaderboard?
Ooh, the leaders of the leaderboard. And
that's a nice ring to it.
Yeah, leaders of the leaderboard, right? Just like the King of the Hills, leaders of the leaderboard. But yeah, Seal, 311 freaking points for themselves. I mean, they're here to make a statement. Stalwart Esports too, right on the second spot. Of course, we know that. And I had this conversation with Ocean. I mean, they already got 6 chicken dinners for themselves. I mean, they don't need to try hard anymore. Stalwart Esports, they can just sit back, chill, relax, look at all the teams that are playing, whip out those popcorns, eat them while at it. Just have a great time, enjoy. Sit back on the couch and chill. I would actually watch a movie instead of playing the game.
I mean, but here's the thing, Necro. If they sit back and chill, they might miss out on the opportunity to secure more money. Right now, they only have 6,000, only 6 grand. They need to make sure it's 10 going into the final. So at least they walk away from the league stages with already prize money equivalent to what would the winner of the finals would take back home. But ladies and gentlemen, again, looking at the schedule that is in front of us right now, it's quite clear to see that, I mean, the teams from South Asia, the teams from Nepal, they are stepping up slowly and steadily. ElementriX had a nice little comeback during the day in the third match. In the previous one, it was DRS, but going into the last game of the day, the map once again is going to be Erangel, and the question remains the same. Who will walk away with the win?
Who will walk away with the win? If you ask me, The final game is going to be IETC. Mark it down.
Oh.
Nail it to the coffin. IETC,
Alright,
they're
I'm
going to
gonna
take
write
this
it
final
down.
game. All right. If they don't, if they do, Johnny,
Yes.
I want a party from you tonight.
All right, if they win this chicken dinner, IETC will get another $1,000, and I'm gonna treat you out to some food. Not tonight though, probably on Monday.
Dude, I mean,
I have prior commitments for tonight, so yeah, tonight is not gonna be possible. I am gonna chill out with my buddies, other buddies. Of course, you are also my buddy, Necro.
wait, you have friends?
Yeah, don't you?
No. Moving on.
Do you have a graphics card?
No.
I don't have that, guys. You can't get both friends and a good PC. Pick one.
I mean, I don't really have a good PC anyway, so yeah, I have like a mediocre PC. But yeah, moving on in though. Now, focusing back on the game, of course, the final game is going to be the game of Erangel to close things off, and of course, the best map to close things off, pretty much the classic and the standard OG map. Every single team is well familiar as with this one, but I want to see a nice curveball circle. Like I want to see something off the charts. I want to see something really outstanding, and maybe what better than a Stalwart Hill circle, huh?
I was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say Stalwart Kameshki Hills or towards Yasna. I mean, anything towards the eastern edge or the northeastern side of the map is going to be pretty interesting to look at, because I mean, we were seeing those western, northwestern circles for the last Super Weekend for yesterday as well. Today we started off with the southeastern circle on Erangel, and then again it was kind of northern central zone in the second Erangel. So going into the last one of the day, if there is a switch in the zone shifts in the early stages, and also the trajectory needs to be completely opposite. Otherwise, I mean, this has been the case that the teams that have a safer drop because of the plane trajectory and the early circle being on top of them have secured more chicken dinners. I mean, I remember Stalwart Esports is one of those outliers who does not care where the trajectory is or where the circle is. They will always have the same start to the end of the game. But for the other teams, it changes quite a lot. I mean, perfect example is going to be what happened in the early stages to the players of Vibes and T2K in the very first angle of the day, where they lost 1-1 player each in the early stages. And what would have been a good game for T2K, let's not forget, because I mean, starting from the northern side, it would have been quite an empty rotation for them as well. So it was quite an unfortunate series of events. But ladies and gentlemen, Necro, are you ready to play our new mini game though? We're trying to see if we can spot out anything interesting happening when we see the player cams in front of us. Are you ready for it?
Oh, hell yeah, I am. Let's see what's going on here. All right. Okay.
We see someone fixing their hair as they put on headphones, and
damn, look at on the middle bottom right. He has the fan right on his face.
I think from this that particular angle, it looks like it's pointed toward his face, but it definitely needs to be on the device, because I mean, these lads have been playing for quite a long time.
Look at Shifu. He actually looks like Mac Viper, Ankit, who's on the Hindi screen.
I think we're gonna have to do a comparison and see how close these two look.
I got confused for
I
a
don't think so.
second.
I don't think so.
I was like,
Shifu
since
looks
when
like
is
Mac
Ankit
Viper.
playing now? I was like, since when did Ankit started playing pro?
I mean, he's quite a decent player, but definitely Shifu is a lot better.
He's bad.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure he's going to challenge you to a duel later on in the night.
Dude,
that needs to be streamed, by the way.
No.
Yeah.
Self-promotion.
Everyone is going to like watching, like, who's better, the English desk or the Hindi desk.
Ooh, of course the English desk. Come on, man. We got some different swag on us. You kidding me? The plane flat pad's not going to start all the way from Primorsk, all the way towards Lipovka. As the teams, of course, they're going to start to take an exit from the plane as well. IETC, they're going to be the first one to eject out. And I'm pretty sure IETC is one of those teams that's actually going to try and just be the dominant one. And they will take over Primorsk, potentially. Because if they do want to rotate all the way towards Georgiapol, it's going to be a tough one.
Well, let's see. I mean, definitely, as you said, it is going to be a tough start for them. But on the other side, though, see, Stalwart Esports and Seal Esports are going to be pretty happy about this trajectory, as it is quite heavily leaning towards the southern side of the map. And these two teams do like to go to the military island. On the other side, though, IHC Esports, starting from Primorsk, will look to find some vehicles earlier on, so they can move towards the Georgiapol city and take control of that position before their rivals show up. And in fact, this time I believe the lads from the side of Raw have switched things up and have decided not to challenge or be contested by IHC in the early stages. And look at this. The moment you switch your drop locations, when the circle decides, all right, I'm going to stick to the west.
Oh, man. And IHC, they're going to find themselves in luck, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, dude. I'm telling you, man, the stars will align. And IHC, this is their game to lose. If they're not really able to win this, I mean, my predictions are going to be wrong, and I'm also going to be missing out on free treat. So please, man, come on.
I mean, there's a lot on the line. $1,000 free treats as well for Necro. If IHC win this, so I believe you're putting the players under a lot of pressure, but still, I mean, they do need to win this if they want to contest the other two Mongolian teams in the early stage. But Deadeyes Guys, oh, True Love just takes him down with the DMR right there and switches over to the shotgun to go for a finish. Now he has his teammates, but the lads from T2K, they are going to look to get away from this. So Yogi's running out in the open, is going to be targeted and will be shot at. Oh, don't need to go prone. You can just stand and shoot at this distance. And I think even True Love realizes this. This goes for the knock. T2K losing out on 2 players before they could do anything in this game.
Oh, man, indeed, things are going to be quite tough for him. Deadeyes Guys, True Love, as you said, he's taking down half HP, but that's okay. Deadeyes Guys, so far, they're looking okay. Right on the right side, there's another team quite close to him, T2K. We did see them taking a couple of casualties on their side. And trying to kill with 2 players alive now. Something is really out of hand for them. And they're still actually going for the fights. They're not going to back out just that way. As Legend is trying to book himself out. And TDK, they know. I mean, a 2-man squad now, the game pretty much is going to be to try and survive out. Just to try and take things really slow.
I mean, they can't really take fights in the early stages. They know they're going to be outnumbered in the entire lobby. But Sandesh, he is looking to see if he can spot one of the players from the side of DE. And, well, look at this. Shifusa rotating quite close from Sandesh. Does manage to find his teammates, though. So, train to kill, what could have been an opportunity for them to find a trade. They aren't really able to seize it. And Deadeyes Guys, 4-man strong, all 4 lads grouped together, will just abandon this position after just destroying the hopes and dreams of T2K. Getting the chicken dinner in this match. They can still win this, but they will have to be extremely careful as to how they approach this game.
And TDK, they're being really careful so far, at least. Sandesh realizes if he wakes up and starts running out in the open, that's pretty much it's going to be it for him. That's why they're just trying to take things really slow and calm so far. While on the other hand, Dax is one of those teams that has been on the struggling phase since the start of the day. And they're all the way in the bottom in the overall rankings of the Super Weekend as well. Things needs to be switched because Dax, Yante and Chante, these 2 players, we've seen them play since a long time. And Dax is one of those teams that is well deserving to play in here. But still, I don't exactly know. Why is there so much struggle?
I mean, we've seen those pop-off performances from Dax as well, time and time again. So as you said, I mean, they have showcased that they do deserve to be here, but the consistency seems to be missing from their side. And I think that is what the team needs to focus on. Same can be said for the players of High Voltage, which, if you remember, up until the previous season, Season 4, used to be one of the strongest teams Nepal had to offer. But right now, they're still struggling to find their way inside of the top 16, which feels very weird. For the lads of High Voltage. Stalwart Esports top. I mean, old habits, they are always going to be there. Just, I think just getting warmed up a little bit with the pre-fire on the corners of the broken wall. But Stalwart Esports, they're going to be completely isolated. Ladies and gentlemen, we know where they start. Nova Repno is where they are at. 1,600 meters approximately away from the zone. So it's going to be quite a long journey ahead of them. And they are taking their sweet time. Do not want to make the same mistake of giving the early picks to the lads of DRS.
Oh, man, at this point in time, none of the teams, they would want to give the early picks away to any teams because, of course, early picks means you're going to be handicapped for the rest of the game, and you're not also going to have the 4-man strong firepower to work around with. And Stalwart Esports, having this no rope not control, they will need to try and rotate all the way towards left side. So one of those teams that will need to try and navigate their way in quite a lot. Let's talk about Vibes here. Vibes is one of those teams that got a chicken dinner in the week 2, day 1 after a long time. And you still remember in week 1, they were in the top 4 without a single chicken dinner. Talk about the consistency vibes. They're like a prime torch of that.
I mean, definitely, as you mentioned, they are doing quite well for themselves, but I would love to see Vibes be in a position from where they can contest the top 3 teams. They are a little further away from that being there right now, but this team definitely has sort of showcased the new sort of Vibes era that is about to begin, and so far being sort of consistent as well. The only team that is kind of in a similar position like Vibes has to be Deadeyes Guys, who will probably be fighting against them in this particular match in a few short moments. But look at this. So this is quite interesting. Again, IHC going for a 1-1-2 split with IC and Zeol being present towards the Georgia Pole area. And Alex and Godless, they are quite... Well, Alex is moving towards Godless, and Godless is right next to the players of ElementriX.
The wall of death now is going to start to close in. Teams outside the circle, they will need to try and move in as quick as possible. Look at IHC, though. They're spread out so much on the left side. You see Godless, Alex, like right separated out from each other. And then you have Zeol and just his teammate right next to each other there in the Georgia Pole area. I'd see this split might just work out. And this in itself proves that they're also going for positioning. And also they're trying to prioritize as much as loot as possible. I'd see they're going to rack up a lot of meds and a lot of loots in general.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it's going to be important for them to do that as well in order to survive the aggression towards the late game stages. They're going to be playing along the shorelines towards the eastern part of the map. Let's see. Skylightz Gaming on the other side. Seems like Nima has spotted out a few of the individuals from the side of high voltage. And AJ with the mini is going to see if he can tap them down onto their knees. Does dish out a little bit of damage to Wadu. But the other lads, Extreme and Praveen, they are quite nicely jiggling around and dodging out the gunshots.
Skylightz Gaming just trying to find a little connections. They were able to find one, though. That's all they're going to get out of that. AJ taking things quite calm. And if we talk about the calmness, so far this game has been pretty peaceful.
Oh, yeah.
We're not really seeing a lot of bodies hitting the deck just yet. High voltage, exactly know where the players are of Skylightz Gaming. Next circle is going to shift down south, a little bit on the right side tilted. That means IHC now it's their time to try and reposition in. Quite a lot of compounds are free in IHC. They're going to have a free rotation without any trouble.
Well, let's see. I mean, it's going to be quite an easy rotation for them as well. But look at Stalwart Esports, quite close to the lads from JyanMaara, as Ghana is going to find himself... Snipe is going to find himself quite close to Pika. I believe the two vehicles have seen each other, and both of them are going to change their trajectories and move into completely opposite directions. On the other side, though, Dax going for a very late rotation are going to be inside the blue zone right now. Phantoms, they have taken a hit as one of their players is going to get knocked down by Storm, but TRZ have lost Madcat as well, and now Ferdy is going to try and spray the other two lads down. Is not going to succeed. And, well, Phantoms, Vexy, it looks like he can be pinned down, but Storm needs to be extremely careful about this. There are the players of the high voltage squad on the high ground who can, in fact, capitalize by third-partying the entire fight and just picking up extra points for themselves at no cost.
3 players up. And oh, that nade was quite close. TRZ is one of those teams that has been looking so strong recently. Manish's going for the res onto Madcat. Spot out a little bit of glimmer. Couple of shots taken. Able to take him down to half HP. Again, we talk about stalemates, and this is one of the prime example of that. TRZ, they're just not able to find a return knock, and maybe now they will be able to. Vexy's kind of trapped right there, right behind the shack. Tosses in a nade, no connections found with the nade as well. They're just looking to get a little touch onto Vexy, a little touch of damage, and Vexy's trying to deny that as much as possible, repositioning himself over and over again. Position might just be compromised now, and yes it is. Vexy's position known. Storm is missing a lot of shots. Vexy will take him down in retaliation, but also at the same time, they're missing quite a lot of shots. And then what's going on? A little bit of whiff movement on Vexy. And oh, TRZ, that's something that cannot be ignored, even by the observers. Missed so many shots in the man prone.
Well, let's see. I mean, Wexy was just lying down and just on the trigger for so long, but TRZ, they do manage to finish him off, and now Phantoms are definitely in some trouble. Hey, this is not a time to dance, Slipknot. Get your head straight in the game. You have lost 2 teammates and you're dancing. Definitely not a good sign, I guess, but they don't have a lot to do. All they can do is just wait inside the shack.
Come on, shows the emotes. Oh, okay. All right. Damn. Imagine he takes like a nice Car 98 bullet rod on his head while he's trying to do that.
Oh, man, that's going to be fun.
Oh, dude.
But look at him also vibing IRL.
Damn.
And Mad Max is like, it looks like Mad Max is just getting frustrated. He's like, yo, we need to figure out how we get out of this. You can't just keep on dancing and enjoying that the entire time. I hope that's the conversation that's happening.
Hey, as long as you're enjoying the game and having fun, that's going to keep on motivating you to get better at the game. And at least Phantom Esports are doing that, you know? Trying to find fun, trying to find happiness in every single moment of the game, even though things aren't really going their way. That's something that's going to motivate them for a lot in the future.
If you figure that out, you just don't win in game, you win in life.
Ooh. Talking about winning in life, though.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know how to do that.
Me neither. I wish I did, though. Would have been so much fun.
Man, maybe we should not be single right now, Johnny.
But we can't do anything about it. What we can do is watch the action that is in front of us, as Alex is trying his level best to take down the lad from Raw, but unfortunately for Alex, he does let them go, and now we're going to see how IHC react to this, because they are playing edge to edge, and since they are on the northwestern edge of the current circle, which has moved towards the between Pochinki and the military bridge, IHC Esports, they're going to face a huge wave coming in from the rear, starting off with, of course, T2K.
Johnny, if you were to date one of the pro players here in PUBG Mobile, which would you date? And you cannot back up from this question.
Why? Why can't I back out?
Oh, okay. Action's going out right now, and that's what we needed to witness. Oh, a couple of knocks in the open fields. Those risky rotations are not going to pan out. IHC on top of the hill. Raw there taking quite a lot of damage. Even through the smoke, it's not going to matter. The visual blockage for IHC, that's something that's non-existent, and they're able to find those knocks even with the spam. Trying to puncture the recoil tires right there. Again, Raw, they're down to a 2-man squad. Eskuni as well is going to follow it up. IHC, all 4 players up, and now they're just going to try and inflict a little bit of more pain and hurt on the players in the front. Kuni should be revived back up on his feet. Oh, that's a nice risky crossover on the other side. And Raw, so far, they're a 3-man squad. And there we go. Kazi as well will follow it up. Maybe a little smoke grenade could have helped him to cross over on the other side, but no, instead, he tried to be a little saving, and he tried to save that smoke grenade, and that costed him his life.
But look at this, IHC, they have been distracted as Dax Spiky is going to be spotted out and picked off by Zeol. In fact, that wasn't the only knock that he secured. Shante has been taken down as well. Octopus in the backlines is looking to see if he can provide some cover fire for his knocked down comrades, but that is not going to be a possibility. Quite easy finishes, eliminations being secured by the lads from IHC. And after they're done with Dax, I think they're going to look to refocus all their attention on the players of Raw. But on the other side, Skylightz Gaming, this is not looking good for them. They have taken a lot of damage. Nima has healed up. AJ has just been given a revive, but high voltage, they have used the time that they got, a little bit of a breathing room to close in the distance, and they might just be able to capitalize on their position.
3 players off for ElementriX. Yozu's been taken down, one of the big mans from the squad, one of the most experienced players. But it's okay. These 3 players have been able to put off some nice numbers on the board, and that's all that matters. ElementriX so far doing okay, but still 15 teams are alive. Not a lot of teams have taken an exit from this game so far. But yeah, Johnny, you cannot really dodge the question just like that. Okay, maybe you can.
Yeah. Do you want me to sing it to you? Watch me. Watch me. I don't even think you know that song.
I don't. Look at this Nima right here. Assassin.
Yeah.
Does he have any clue that Nemo's in the wall of death?
Oh!
Now he does. That's a great spot and the instant knockout on the player in the front. As high voltage now, they're also going to get a nice retaliation fire. Great reply from Skylightz Gaming, but unfortunately, Skylightz Gaming's now, they're going to get wrapped up quite early off. TRZ in front of the players of IHC, and TRZ, they do not want to challenge a fight against a team like IHC because you already do see Alex finding an opening, and a quick confirmation as well to follow it up. TRZ, they're so far getting dismantled. IC as well is going to take down Storm. Mad Cat is going to try to book it. Bro, you try to slip out of Death's hand, and that's not going to be a possible scenario. And IHC, they just deliver death and destruction on the side of TRZ. But yeah, now you cannot dodge the question.
I mean, I still
Which
can.
player? No, you cannot. Which player would you date if you had the choice to in the PUBG
None.
Mobile Esports? Go
None.
ahead. Come on, man.
Come on, I like it like this right now.
Huh?
Yeah. I like being alone. I like the silence, but I guess the same can't be said
That's
for the
deep.
lads of IHC as Godless has been taken out. Are they just picking off one fight after the other? That's just too much pressure for even them to handle. But hey, Stalwart Esports are here, finally stepping into the arena, and it's going to be Stry starting things off again. The players of high voltage action in the front lines will be able to take down one. Takes a lot of damage from the rear, and Assassin finding an impressive trade right there. High voltage, they still have 3 players, and Stalwart Esports, this might just have been a blunder from their side.
Oh, blunder indeed. One of the big mans, or one of the prime mans out from that squad. And look at this now. ElementriX, Wally in the front, out in the open. Doesn't really have to compound a play with ElementriX having the prime positioning in this fight. Demo, though, he will have a nice angle to provide that cover fire if things do go down to that. Smoke grenades tossed in just to make sure to get out Wally from the harm's way. And the Wally should be able to cross over, and yes, he is so far. Seal doing pretty good with all 4 players up, and now they're just trying to go back and gather or reunite with the rest of the pack, and that's what they're going to go for. A nice positioning for Seal is already compromised. And they're looking so great so far. A nice ejection from the side of top. He's going to make a player exit out of that car right there. A nice knockout to follow it up. And so far, Stalwart Esports, it has been their domination. And even in this game, they're just showing that their fragging prowess, that their aiming mechanics, or just the players individually, they're just cracked.
I mean, but still, Necro, there is trouble in paradise as Stalwart Esports have lost 2 players and IHC have lost 1 as well. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how these 2 teams manage to make it to the late game stages, if they in fact do make it happen. But on the other side, both the teams are out in the open. Savage Esports on the other end, outside the circle, they are prioritizing picking off the team's mid-rotation. It can work out for them, but they need to make sure that they get to safety as well, while the other teams are just quickly in their vehicles, just driving towards the zone. And Savage Esports, they might just be caught off guard, but Top, he sees the lads from DRS, changes direction of the car, and into the water it goes.
Oh, Top had no other option as well. And that was the safest option he found out from that fight. JyanMaara, all 4 players up, having a great control over the compound. And they're just raining down death and destruction on the players of Vibes. A lot of bullets raining in their direction. How are they going to get themselves out of harm's way? That's what they're currently questioning themselves with. DRS too catching a lot of bullets. Matt's taken down quite low. And look at them now. These final circles going to be ending near those 6 houses. Savage Esports as well, all 4 players up. Hershey should be able to get himself patched up. Seal, they are going to seal the deal on DRS, or at least one of the players from DRS. Tax right there too. And now DRS, they're down to a 3-man squad, while Seal on the other hand having all their full 4 players up, and also they've kicked things off pretty well with 2 elimination points already on their name.
Well, let's see now. Seal Esports, they might have just secured 2 eliminations, but every single point that they get is going to push them further ahead of the rest of the competition. Talking about IHC and Stalwart Esports right now. Leo, you need to be extremely careful. There's another man present towards your left. And even though he is kind of in the basement right now, he will step out in the open soon and need to be prepared for it. But whoa, preparation lacking from the players of Deadeyes Guys. As Demo, again being the demolition man that he is, completely destroys the team. Now DE are down to their last surviving player and it's not going to be easy for them to push forward into the game. But on the other side, a little bit of a scuffle between the lads of Vibes and Seal Esports, as well as Baron is going to be put down. Raw Esports forced to take an exit from this matchup, but Savage Esports, what is going to happen as they try to force a fight against the players of JyanMaara?
Look at Wally. Finds a nice opening. No! Isn't able to deliver, though, and that's something that is going to be a little problematic for Seal now. Or at least that's going to add a bit of more trouble. Savage, all 4 players still alive for them. Deadeyes Guys, look at those 3 players knocked out. Chari is the only man up. The man in the far away. He is separated out, and wow, a nade from the side of ElementriX will take him down. Actually, it was Seal who were able to toss in that nade to perfection. Pika right underneath the water lines, if you can see. He is trying to get back on top, and now Pika might just be spotted. He is, but what Seal? They're not really taking the shots, and I'm pretty sure he saw him.
Well, let's see. I mean, he did see him, but how is he going to react? Rules going for a spray down, but the distance between the 2 rocks wasn't enough for him to do anything. In fact, there's a retaliation fire in his direction, so he's going to be forced inside cover now. Seal Esports, they have popped a smoke to protect themselves, and they are being sandwiched by DRS from one end and ElementriX from the other. But Sus, he needs to be careful about this. If he forces the action, then ElementriX might just be wiped out. But Gunner from the side of JyanMaara, the last surviving player, is trying to see if he can take on the players of Savage Esports, but Hershey is just going to finish him off. And finally, we're down to 7 teams, 18 players alive.
18 players alive. Eisenberg might just be taken down, and then the count of the players alive might just be down to 17. Man, Savage, gotta give props to this team, right?
Yeah.
The survival game's been on point on this game of Erangel. Delta tossing in some nades. Seal having a great control over this edge line. One of the players from Stalwart Esports is right underneath them, and he might just try and play the spoil sport for ElementriX. He is not trying to move a muscle. He's not trying to move a single inch. A Savage, they're taking a casualty on their side. One of the players been taken out. Vibes now, they're just going to keep on rubbing that salt on their wounds.
Well, let's see. I mean, Savage Esports, Hershey was knocked out, but he has been revived again. And there are a lot of teams just trying to see if they can control and play around the shorelines, but it's not going to be easy now. IHC Esports, they are already out, so it's between Stalwart Esports and Seal Esports to see who will be ending on the first position today. But Savage Esports taking another hit as Sanhok has been dropped down low. Hershey is again knocked out, and DRS, they are causing a lot of trouble for Savage Esports. Straight from next door, but Wally.
Oh, Rebel! Oh, he accidentally digs his own grave. No, could have. He exits out that room in the nick of time, and he wasn't really able to find that little gap. And yup, Savage, now they're going to capitalize on that. Rookie mistake from the Saturn Rebel. It's costing DRS now their lives. And unfortunately, one of the men from Savage is going to fall on top of the flames. It was a friendly fire knock as well. Savage, what's going on? These 2 teams are making a lot of mistakes in this fight. Another Molotov lobbed in towards the door. Savage now going to reposition. Savage down to a 3-man squad. This nade from Eisenberg might just seal the deal. It's quite locked into perfection. Rules! Back away from that. And he was able to back away at the nick of time, but now he's just being camped in this little basement. He cannot really move out of here.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, he can't move out of this position, out of this basement. There's nowhere left for him to go. And Hershey, if he lobs one good nade, can in fact pick off Rules. Look at that. Eisenberg is the one securing the final pick. And ladies and gentlemen, down to the top 5. We are 12 players surviving. Demo with this nade can pick off the lads from Savage. And does take down 2. A wonderful, wonderful grenade being lobbed by Demo. And Seal Esports again have a very big advantage in this fight. Sanhok is going to look to cross over to the compound where his teammates have been knocked out. But it's not going to be easy. Even ElementriX are watching this one. Liquid, he goes for a spray, trying to secure a few extra free points for his team, but he's not going to be able to accomplish quite a lot. Leo from the side of Seal Esports has been knocked down as well.
Savage, within a blink of an eye, the entire glimmer of hope just destroyed. The dream snatched away from their eyes. Stalwart Esports as well. Down to just 1 man left. Joker's right there. 5 teams up and 12 players in total. ElementriX and Vibes are one of them, and Savage so far, man, this day has been the day of consistency for them. And they're able to deliver all the mark. Demo reveals his spot. Now he's taking a lot of shots at Savage. Hershey, what a nice retaliation from this man. A great reply to a strong team like Seal. And Savage, they're going to come out on top.
I mean, definitely quite a nice opportunistic strike from the lads of Savage Esports. But look at this. Vibes, they have the players, the two last remaining players from Stalwart Esports completely pinned down on this cliff. And top, he's trying to survive. He's trying his level best right now. But Malik and Ryu, how much utility do these players have? That is going to be very important to see if they can secure those extra exits. But in the meanwhile, ElementriX, they are put in a world of hurt as Sus is going to be the last player surviving for the team. Liquid has been knocked out. Still not finished though. Savage Esports are looking to close their distance between them and the shoreline, between this cliffside. And Ryu is going to find an important pick, which can in fact help them out. Help the players of Vibes out in the later stages of the game as we head towards the closing moments. Oh, Sus. There's a small gap in the wall. Is it going to go through? No, just barely bounces off.
Stalwart Esports, they're just ruling the downtown right now. Anyone who drops down Stalwart, they're just going to collect that kill and be happy. 2-on-2 situation. Top and Pika are one of those. This nade from Hershey won't be an instrumental one. Quite close, and Liquid now found out and snuff out. Hershey will go for the confirmation. Another one nade lopped in. Not quite just on the mark yet. So we'll need to get the fallen man back up. Hershey has no clue that the player has been able to get himself back up on the feet. Savage, Eisenberg, look at Eisenberg. Now he's inflicting some pain and hurt on the players of Vibe.
Yeah, a few moments earlier, Vibes were in the perfect spot to secure this winner chicken dinner and the $1,000. But now it seems like their opportunity is gone. It's a complete 2v2 between the final 4 teams surviving. And, well, out of these 4 duos, which one will come out on top will be quite important to all of these teams. Talk about this. I mean, Savage Esports, we've been talking about them as the Mongolian team that is lagging behind the rest of the competition. That is there between the Mongolian squads. I mean, the top 3 are the Mongolian team. But Vibes on the other side, they're looking to close in on the distance and take the podium, but they won't be allowed to do that. Eisenberg takes both of them down. Vibes have been shown the exit, and Savage Esports, 10 eliminations secured already. Final 3 teams in this match. ElementriX, they are on the cliff, like barely on the edge. Stalwart Esports have taken a tumble down close to the shorelines, well, towards the beachfront. And Savage Esports, they do have the high ground, but the final blue zone is going to close in. And this is going to be very intense. It's going to come down to the split-second differences, Necro, out of these teams. And Liquid, any one shot connecting can change the winner of this match. Stalwart Esports, I want to know how many heals do those lads have on the lower ground, because if they have a lot of first aids, or the nade being lobbed in the air is going to go for a toss. It's a Molotov, just barely missing Sus. So lucky, but not enough as Savage Esports find the pick.
They're finally moving in and trying to capitalize, and just like that, the final nail put in the coffin. ElementriX out the gate. Savage Esports, oh, they got this win right there in the end. Savage Esports as well, just showing themselves up, and this is one of those teams that I've been looking at for since the start. The struggle was there for them, but now in week 2, day 2, they're able to get themselves back up, and this is why I called day 2 always of the Super Weekend a day of comebacks, and this is the exact example of that. ElementriX 2 showing themselves up. TRZ as well having great games for themselves. Savage as well stepping up on the occasion. Day 2 is indeed the day of comebacks.
I mean, definitely Savage Esports bringing themselves into the top 10, showing that they're not going to be left behind and put themselves in a very nice position now, but they have to be consistent tomorrow as well. And as you said, it is indeed a day of comebacks, although I would have liked it if Vibes or maybe if Stalwart Esports had gotten the chicken dinner, that would have made the top 4 a lot more intense. But it is going to be quite interesting to see what the overall rankings are going to look like after this match, because now, I mean, it's the end of the day, right? The overall rankings that we see today, the teams are going to get their opportunity to change all of that tomorrow.
Maybe they will. I mean,
Yeah.
look, we never know, right? Because the top three, so far, things are getting really heated up in their results. Stalwart's position compromised. They're not the king of the thrones anymore. They will need to try and get back the spot in there if they really do care. I mean, if you ask me personally, yeah, they can try and play those games. They can try and rack up points. They can try and rack up chicken dinners. But that first place, it's kind of like meh, in my opinion, as long as you're getting a lot of cash in your hands. But it seems like that's going to be it from our side for now. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia 2022. And it seems like now we're off to a great second day.
Yeah.
And the second day as well has been concluded so far because the Mongolian domination finally did seem like it was stopped after the first two games. But then later on, Savage just putting the nail in the coffin. They're just like digging that flag right in there. And they're like, you thought it was over. Not anymore.
It's not over until it's over, and I think that's what Savage Esports have shown, because after they lost two important players, I thought the team was going to take a tumble, but they definitely held strong, and in fact did win an amazing winner chicken dinner and also $1,000 in the process. But I guess it's time to look at the stats of the match now. Starting things off, it's the MVP, Hershey, with 6 eliminations secured, 826 damage dished out. Just 1 assist though, which is not too shabby. But I think Savage Esports, they did a phenomenal job in this match. So very well-deserved MVP win for Hershey and a very well-deserved chicken dinner for Savage Esports as well.
Exactly, and as you can see, 6 elimination points, that's quite huge in itself. And I've been saying this on the start of the day, is that Savage Esports is one of those teams that is the biggest wild cards out there. And this is one of those teams that you'll need to try and watch out from, because I feel like moving on forward in the SA Championship, Savage Esports might just be one of those teams that we'll see in the top 5. I have this little hinge. If they do qualify from here, they will be in the top 5 in the SA Championships.
I mean, I agree with you on this, that Savage Esports are definitely the biggest wildcards that have what it takes to turn things around in an instant, and they have showcased their ability to do that as well. But let's have a look at this, the head-to-head between Savage Esports and Stalwart Esports, and in this match, Stalwart Esports could not have done quite a lot. They lost a few key players earlier on, Scry and Action getting picked off, and then it was just Pika and Top surviving, not even just taking those fights, literally just fighting to survive till the very end. The average survival time of 21 minutes and 48 seconds for the team that made it to the top 2 in the game.
Man, Savage Esports, they are indeed looking like the Godzillas of the previous game, with 12 elimination points and then 13 knockouts to follow it up. The conversion's quite there. Fortunately, we weren't really able to get the conversion on the one knockout. Maybe the elimination got stolen away. Hershey will find himself in the first 2 charts of the match summary as highest elimination and the highest damage department. Sancho right there just stealing that spot from the highest assist. Action right there has to be, man. This man has to be in every single game in the match summary. You will see this man. But one thing you really want to see here is that all the players here in the match summary are from the Mongolian region.
Yeah, I mean, every single leader on every single stat is, in fact, from the Mongolian region. We have Hershey with highest elimination and highest damage. being dished out by him. Sanchir was there as well. But looking at the match ranking, 27 points being secured by Savage Esports from this match. Stalwart Esports on 18, and Seal Esports are going to be so happy with those early eliminations that they got with the 13 points that Stalwart Esports, at least for now, won't be able to catch up to them.
It's indeed going to be a little tough, huh? But they still get a nice, consistent performance for themselves. So Stalwart Esports, again, the climb is there from their side. But Seal, they're also being the, as I said, a burning torch of consistency too. And it's going to be quite tough for Stalwart Esports to actually steal that first spot from Seal. Because if they do want to, then they will have to go ham and huge in the upcoming games. And that's going to be a little problematic. Again, I said a little problematic, not that big of a problem, because we've seen Stalwart Esports, what they can pull off in those occasions when they really need to step up the most. And I feel like these teams, they really do step up when they have a lot of pressure on themselves.
I mean, especially Stalwart Esports. This has been the point of discussion as well, that every single time Stalwart Esports feel like the first position is slipping away from them, or they are falling too far behind from the leaders of the leaderboard, they start stepping things up. And I think that is going to be the thing tomorrow. Maybe in the first game, we might see them walk away with the chicken dinner win and also take the first position away from Seal Esports in the process. But before I jump to conclusions, again, do Seal Esports still have their first position in secured? That is the question. I think we're going to be waiting for the overall rankings to find that out. And also, where are TRZ headed at the end of the day? It seems like TRZ, they have a pretty interesting theory wherein they start off with everything that they have, give all their stamina in the first couple of matches, and then from game 3 onwards, we see them drop down. The performance is not the same. So they have to make sure that somehow figure out a nice little balance to be consistent in all the 5 games. Otherwise, it's going to be quite tricky for them to qualify once the other teams, if the other teams return in the 3rd week of the Super Weekend.
Let's take a look at the Savage map rotations. Let's find out how the rotations really look like for this team. Of course, dropping off all the way in Yasna Poliana, and then from there, they will need to try and navigate their way in. You do see them looting in the initial phase of the zone. And then, oh, okay, this is quite interesting. It's just solo man going in front, scouting the areas out. Look at this. This is so methodical. They always have that one single man approaching in the front, securing those compounds for themselves, and then the rest of the team will just follow it up, and they will try and move in a bit more inch forward. So that means the guy who's solo moves in forward, scouts out the area in the front. He's like, all right, it's clear. Then the rest 2 players move in, and then the guy who's left to the back, he moves in closer to the rest of the players.
Yeah, these compound fights is where we saw Savage Esports lose like 2 of their key players. We saw Sanchir getting picked off. We saw Anif getting picked off. But then Eisenberg and Hershey did a pretty phenomenal job of securing this winner chicken dinner for them. But yeah, again, as Necro, you were talking about the rotation patterns. I think having an individual scout out the position where you the compounds or just the general terrain in front of you is always going to be quite important, because you never know. I mean, we've seen a lot of players just lying down out in the open, just waiting for teams to show up in front of them. Then they just pick up that cheeky pick, secure that easy elimination, and they just walk away. So trying to avoid that is also important. So I think we have seen a lot of teams go for those split up rotations. IHC did that in this particular match as well. The only thing that you have to keep in mind is the distance between the 2 troops that are there inside the map. It shouldn't be enough so that it shouldn't get more than enough that you are able to provide proper cover fire if the one of the sides does come under some sort of pressure for any of the teams. But still, let's have a look at the Oppo F21 moments of this game. And again, it was an interesting start to the T2K, kind of on the unlucky side of things.
Yeah, indeed. And then Assassin right here, some nice, calm, cool, collected, precise taps. Was able to find one too. Rules, a nice tracking from this man. Just tracked him to his death. And ElementriX took an early casualty. We did see Hyozu taken out. And we also talked about it, right? Because the rest 3 players were doing a great job in the survival factor. But then later on, they also got dismantled because they had a lot of eyes looking at him directly. Seal right here on the edge. They had a nice control of the entire thing until Savage, they got their eyes locked on in. We did see a couple of rookie mistakes from both the teams, though. Savage as well, they got a knockout onto themselves with a Molotov while they were trying to execute a rush against the team in the front.
Well, let's see. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see what the progression of the teams is going to look like tomorrow. But as you were talking about mindsets, I think in this particular game, Stalwart Esports, their switch up was quite interesting as well. Because earlier on in the game, mid rotations, we saw them be very aggressive. And as soon as Action and Scry were taken down, instantly Top and Pika, didn't even without thinking or second guessing the decision, they took that shoreline. Pika, I mean, you clearly remember we saw him take a dive with the car right into the water, and look at how happy. Now this is what I like. If you win a game, if you win a winner chicken dinner, this is what is supposed to be on the player's faces. Smiles.
Damn, look at that too. It's not just a chicken dinner, it's a dominating chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Look at the building right there. The tallest one in the entire group, or in the entire final game. And Savage, damn, they're just dominating. I was having this little conversation with the polycasters, right? And we were having a little talk with each other. And, you know, we just had a little convo saying that maybe Savage, they said that maybe Savage is not going to make it. I said, dude, trust me, Savage is going to be there playing in the SA Championship.
I mean, let's see. I mean, they're still on their way. But Dax, I mean, middle of the table exit with no damage, no eliminations. I don't know how that team got wiped out without even contending, but let's see. I mean, still alright. Finally, Necro, they are here. We don't have to wait. And Esports still holding on the first.
And Savage on 10th. They're on the first half of the board.
Yeah.
Oh,
it took them a while, but finally the boys have arrived.
Indeed, they have arrived. And what's going on with Skylightz Gaming? You really do need to wonder, huh? Like, what's going on with some of the teams like Skylightz Gaming? I mean, the struggle's being seen from their side. Only one chicken dinner to wrap it up. That means only $1,000 in their pockets. Why is Skylightz Gaming not really stepping up to the occasion?
I mean, so today wasn't really their day, but Skylightz Gaming, I mean, the one thing that they've managed to do is make sure that the difference between them and DRS on the 6th position is not a lot. They can still cover that up with just one decent performance. But the problem arises with the fact, look at the difference between DRS and Deadeyes Guys. Breaking into the top 5 right now, it's not going to be easy. Breaking into the top 2, the teams that have crossed, well, quite a hefty marker already. It's, again, even more difficult. 300 points over for Stalwart Esports and Esports. Then we have IHC on 279. Now, that's a massive difference. But look at this. TRZ on the 15th now. Points all tied up with 1952, but 1952 aren't here.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're probably going to get an edge over them. Not exactly sure of how that's working. But, yeah, I mean, TRZ, they're still in the competition. We still have one more day to go. At TRZ, they have another chance to topple teams like Venom Legends and JyanMaara while at it. But again, they will need to try and rack up a lot of points tomorrow. Again, it has to be a great day for TRZ. If that's not going to be the case, they're just going to be nailed down to the 15th spot.
Well, let's see what is going to happen to them. JyanMaara is not too far away as well. I mean, TRZ, they can definitely make a push for JyanMaara and try to see if they can take them down. Or at least tomorrow they need to make sure 122 is what TRZ will need. But ladies and gentlemen, yesterday was the day of IHC. Today is the day of Esports. Taking the first position, taking the pole on the leaderboard. And, well, the performances in the matches have also been pretty incredible throughout the day. Demo, I think, has to be the MVP for Esports, and in there on taking the first position away from Stalwart.
I mean, Demo is always the man who is always there in the elimination leaders as well. And then he has been putting in such a great, phenomenal contribution in the team play from the side of Seal. And that's why Demo just merges in so well with this squad. This squad is like a well-merged, mixed-up, nice unit. And Seal, this team, I'm pretty sure they can go miles ahead if they just keep on playing like this, because Seal is kind of like a nice mixture between aggression and also between passiveness and tacticality.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. And I think that is the evolution that we have seen in Seal Esports over the years, because the previous PMPL that they were a part of did not really go their way, even though they had a phenomenal start to the Super Weekends. And this time, Seal Esports, they've figured out the trick. They've figured out the trick to be consistent in a lobby like this. And look at the elimination leaders. Action is still sitting on the first. 76 elimination. Then we have Demo from Seal Esports 70. Joel is going to be on third. Wally on the fourth. And Alex on the fifth.
Man, these players are just not letting anyone pass by. And Tunalove is almost on the verge of getting kicked out from the top 10 leaderboards. But hey, I mean, at least Turlov has found himself in the 10th spot in the elimination leaderboards with 57 elimination and damage number of 12,231, average survival time of 1831 from this man. Deadeyes Guys is one of those teams that has had a rough day today, but maybe moving on in on the third day. Third day, I'm expecting the table toppers to actually do even better.
I mean, definitely. But, I mean, it's going to be quite important to see where... I would like to see where Godless is. I mean, I'm going to figure that out after we are done with the show today. Like, exactly how far away is that man? Because it's quite weird, right? We are seeing the elimination leaders and no Godless. I think that's the first time that's happening.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Savage, of course, they got the chicken dinner in the final game. This is the day summary in front of you guys, ladies and gentlemen. And we talk about the two South Asian teams just getting that chicken dinner for themselves. ElementriX and DRS. Savage as well is all the way at the last. They got the chicken dinner in the final Erangel game. Something that is indeed remarkable. Stalwart Esports, of course, kicked things off really well and showed and proved the lobby that they are a team that is also contesting for the #1 spot. But Seal, they just stole that limelight today. But hey, as I said, day 3 is the day I'm expecting the table toppers to do even better and for Stalwart Esports to try and get that #1 spot back in their hands.
I mean, definitely. They held on to that first position for 4 days. I mean, 3 of the previous 3 days of the first Super Weekend and the first day of this one. And today it was taken away from them. Now I'm going to start counting how long does it take to snatch the first position away from Seal Esports. Because Seal Esports and Stalwart now have a little bit of a difference between them. There is a slight gap between the two teams. And it is definitely going to take at least 1 or 2 games of consistent performances, of consistent dominating performances from Stalwart to actually shut down Seal Esports momentum. And while all this is happening, let's not forget the 3 teams behind them as well, because they are also looking to climb up. IHC is there, Vibes is there, and Vibes, I think, is definitely putting up a lot of pressure on IHC with how they are playing.
Exactly. I mean, Vibes, they are doing a phenomenal job. And Vibes is one of those teams, right? They're not really eyeing out for some pop-off moments. They're indeed just playing for those placement points and also a couple of eliminations to try and rack it up. But man, it has been a phenomenal day 2 of the Super Weekend 2. And this is something that we expected. High-octane, action-packed day. And I'm pretty sure day 3 is even going to be better. So I'm going to be hoping to see you guys even on the day 3. So make sure to tune in on day 3, because as I said, day 3 is going to be the day where the table toppers will try and get their revenge on the players that have taken their spot over. But that's going to be it from my side, Necro and Johnny on the day 2. We'll be seeing you guys on day 3.
go.